Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Dragon Ball is Super World. The seventh universe, Earth. There is a deep sea not far away in the west. There was an 8-year-old child wearing black clothes lying in the cabin of the spacecraft. From a distance, he looked like a dead person, with no breath at all. Where is this? But at this moment, a weak voice came from the 8-year-old child. The 8-year-old child slowly opened his eyes, but after saying just one word, his whole face suddenly changed. An unimaginable pressure directly enveloped the whole body, instantly making the bones in the 8-year-old child's body make loud noises. Under the pain, the 8-year-old child suddenly woke up and looked around with a solemn look on his face. Ding! The ancient Saiyan infinite evolution system has been activated. At this moment, an electronically synthesized voice suddenly sounded in Suzi's mind. Ancient Saiyan infinite evolution system? Have I come to the Dragon Ball world? As a struggling codeword writer in her previous life, Suzi certainly knows the system. After all, in the novels he wrote, everyone with a system reaches the pinnacle of life. Suddenly, the instructions for using the system flooded into my mind. Simply put, the system provides the bloodline of Suzi legend Super Saiyan, and can evolve infinitely. Ding! The system rewards the host with a gift package for newbies. Please ask the host if it is enabled. The system prompt sounded again in Suzi's mind. On. Suzi chose to open it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kamehameha Wave, Flash Cannon, Magic Penetrating Light Killing Cannon, Instant Transmission, Basic Fighting Skills, Super Speed Movement, Flying Technique, Normal Combat Power of 200 billion, Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4. Transform. In an instant, a large amount of information poured into my mind. Suzi felt dizzy at this moment, and there were bursts of severe pain in his head. At the same time, an extremely powerful force instantly poured into Suzi's body, gradually completing the fusion. That is, under the fusion of this power, Suzi felt that he could kill the world with one punch. It even gave him the illusion that no one in the world could block his punch. It was an unspeakably powerful force that made Suzi feel very excited. At the same time, his bloodline was also completely changed. At this moment, Suzi has broken away from the identity of an ordinary person and has become a veritable Saiyan. And he has also mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan, and can transform all the way to Super Saiyan 4. All of this is obtained in an instant, even though it is done by the system. But such an improvement still made Suzi excited for a long time. Is this novice gift package so luxurious? Suzi is still a little unbelievable. He couldn't help but speak. For him, this kind of improvement is not just a gift package for beginners, it is completely a luxurious and supreme gift package. As a time traveler, it is simply incredible that I can possess such powerful power in such a short period of time. After receiving the novice gift package, although the pressure at the bottom of the sea is great. But for Suzi today, it is not a problem at all, and it is within his tolerance. Or to be more accurate, Suzi doesn't care about the current seabed pressure at all. My normal combat power now is 200 billion, so after the transformation. After becoming Super Saiyan, wouldn't it be 100 trillion? As for how strong my fighting power will be in Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, even after the strongest Super Saiyan 4. Suzi just felt that her mouth was a little dry now and did not continue to think about it. Because his ability to fight himself can no longer be measured simply by numbers. I don't know what time it is in the Dragon Ball world, but if it was before meeting Majin Buu, then he was invincible. But if I encounter an enemy of the gods of destruction level with my little strength, it will still be a bit unsatisfactory. After all, everyone is the most powerful person, and if Goku also activates the Ultra Instinct state, he will be defeated. So for now, it is still very critical to figure out what period it is now. No matter how many things there are, let's go out and take a look first before talking. As soon as Suzi finished speaking, he made fists with both hands. The moment his eyes flashed, an extremely powerful energy suddenly burst out from his body. With a combat power of 200 billion, whether it transforms into Super Saiyan or not. Even if it is just normal, the combat power of 200 billion is enough to make people fear. Boom! A strong energy spread out, making the surrounding seawater unable to touch Suzi's body. In the depths of the seabed, as Suzi clenched his fist, an area without seawater immediately appeared. That was the part that was cut open by his anger. It's time to leave. I glanced above and saw that the distance was so far away. After all, no one has known the depth of the seabed since ancient times. Call out! Suzi rushed out and flew straight upward, causing the cabin to be destroyed. His figure moves quickly, like a swordfish flying through the air. But his speed is hundreds of millions of times faster than the swordfish. At the beach at this moment, Master Roshi and others were preparing to leave. But they had just boarded the cruise ship, and before it set off, a whirlpool suddenly appeared. The vortex appeared very suddenly without any warning. In addition, the location where it appeared was very close to the cruise ship, and the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. In just the blink of an eye, the vortex had reached a size of dozens of feet. Such a huge whirlpool made the cruise ship dare not continue to sail and could only stay in place. Really? How could such a whirlpool suddenly appear here? Bulma frowned and looked at the whirlpool. Chapter 2. Obviously the sudden appearance of this whirlpool disturbed her good mood and she was very unhappy. Bulma, don't be angry. Actually, it's nothing. We'll just wait. She smiled and spoke. Gohan, do you sense it? Krillin looked at the whirlpool and after a moment spoke to Gohan. Today's son Gohan is no longer the boy he used to be. As an adult, he is still very sensitive to chi. He looked at Krillin and nodded. What a powerful energy! Son Goten and Trunks were together. The two looked at the whirlpool and spoke slowly. Something seems not quite right. Son Gohan frowned. Although there was a very terrifying aura emanating from the vortex, this aura was not evil. In a vast mountain range, loud roaring sounds echoed from time to time. Under this constant roar, the color of the heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds rolled back. It was vaguely visible that two figures were engaged in a rapid battle above the mountain range. And the strength of both people is very, very powerful, which cannot be described in words. It can be clearly judged from the roaring sound from every collision. Haha, Kakarot, you are really a very shocking guy. He's obviously just a lower-level soldier, but he's on par with me. An unruly voice came out. Hey! As long as you work hard. Lower-level warriors have no chance of defeating higher-level warriors. Do you think what I said is right? Vegeta! Call out! Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! In the words, the two people fought together again. After only a few rounds of fighting, Vegeta and Son Goku stopped almost at the same time. Vegeta, do you feel it? Son Goku looked into the distance with solemn eyes, where a chi that shocked even Son Goku suddenly appeared. Very strong. Vegeta also looked over with serious eyes. And this energy seems very familiar, very similar to our own. Son Goku said, but couldn't remember what it was. Vegeta pondered for a moment, feeling the energy carefully. After a moment, his face suddenly turned gloomy. It's Saiyan. Saiyan. Such strong energy. If this is Saiyan, Vegeta, this person's strength is far beyond our imagination. Goku looked at Vegeta and said, he is very sensitive to the level of anger. But as a fighting maniac, he had an excited look on his face. For him, there was something else Saiyan was happy about. You must know that since Saiyan was destroyed by Frieza, there are only a handful of pure Saiyans left. Even if you include mixed-race Saiyans like Son Gohan, the number is not large. Impossible, this is impossible. Vegeta murmured. He didn't care about Son Goku's words at all. Instead, he gave up the fight with Son Goku while muttering. Instead, he returned to normal and immediately flew towards the island where Master Roshi was. Because that's where the Saiyan aura breaks out. Vegeta is always such an impatient guy. He doesn't know when he can change his attitude. Son Goku smiled, and instead of using instant transmission, he ran straight after Vegeta in a flash. Vegeta, hold me! Son Goku grabbed Vegeta, raised his right hand and placed his fingers between his eyebrows. Kakarot, you! Vegeta's face showed disgust, but he hadn't finished his words yet. The whole person disappeared instantly under Son Goku's instant transmission. What's going on? Son Goku appeared in front of everyone instantly with Vegeta. When he first appeared, Vegeta immediately got rid of Son Goku and looked around solemnly. Son Goku, on the other hand, watched Son Gohan speak, his eyes fixed on the whirlpool of the sea water. He could feel that there was a figure coming quickly inside the whirlpool. The speed is so fast that even he can't match it. Dad! Son Gohan glanced at Son Goku and shook his head after a moment. This time he really didn't know what happened. I don't know, but I can feel that this energy is very powerful, much stronger than Majin Buu's energy. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku with a solemn expression. He rarely saw his father like this. That seems to be the case. Son Goku nodded, he very much agreed with this point. After all, Son Goku is not invincible when facing Majin Buu. But now when facing this energy, even Son Goku himself has no confidence that he can defeat him 100%. Don't even call it a battle, just the opponent's anger made Son Goku's expression serious, and he didn't dare to be careless and underestimate the enemy. Coming! Son Goku suddenly spoke. The moment he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the whirlpool, carrying an astonishing wave of water. Goku quickly spread his energy to prevent everyone from being affected. Call out! The moment he heard the sound of breaking through the sky, Suzi, dressed in black clothes, had already rushed out of the whirlpool. Standing in the middle of heaven and earth, looking around calmly. Naturally, he saw Son Goku, Vegeta, and Master Roshi on the island. It's just that although these people were standing here, Suzi didn't care and chose to ignore them. Who are you? Why did you appear in the sea? Son Goku looked at the child in the air and spoke slowly, his expression solemn. In fact, even if the other party stood still, the energy emitted was enough to shock all of them. In all these years, he has never seen such a terrifying guy. Son Goku. Suzi glanced at Son Goku, and then chose to look elsewhere. So cute. Bulma took one look at Suzi and was smitten. This kid is so cute. Who are you? Saiyan is obviously extinct. There can be no other purebred Saiyan except me and Kakarot. Besides, you seem to be only 8 years old. Chapter 3. Vegeta looked at Suzi and spoke, but like Son Goku, he also felt the terror of the guy in front of him. Damn it, before it was Buu and now it's a kid Saiyan who appears out of nowhere. Everyone is stronger than themselves. Hi. Hello, my name is Suzi. Suzi, who knew Vegeta's character well, chose to ignore his words and instead smiled at everyone on the island. In fact, Suzi had already guessed it when she saw Son Gohan and Son Goten. The current period should not be too early, at least around Majin Buu. And seeing as Son Goku has been resurrected, then Majin Buu must have been eliminated during this period. Suzi! Son Goku murmured. He had never heard this name in his memory, so he was a little confused. Suzi, you look strong. Among all the opponents I have encountered before, I am afraid that no one is your opponent. Son Goku looked at Suzi with bright eyes. Suzi's power did not intimidate him. Instead, his eyes ignited more fighting spirit. I am nothing, your strength is also very good. Being able to defeat Majin Buu was also a huge surprise to me. Suzi smiled and spoke, showing his kindness. He doesn't intend to act recklessly just because of his strength. It's better to abide by the rules here when he's new here. Suzi, we are going to have a sea party, now that you show up. Then why not come with us, we are all Saiyans anyway, so don't be polite. Son Goku spoke very enthusiastically. I won't go, maybe next time. Suzi rejected Son Goku's invitation, knowing that after Majin Buu there would be Beerus. At this point in time, gods of destruction Beerus must be about to appear. So he didn't have much time to attend the party. Although his current strength is considered very strong, at least surpassing people like Son Goku, Suzi still clearly knows that his strength is still not enough when facing the gods of destruction Beerus. Big difference. At the very least, God's breath cannot be detected by oneself. So the most important thing right now is to work hard to improve your own strength. Make yourself stronger after practicing. At the very least, he must have the ability to detect God's aura before Beerus comes, as well as the most basic ability to survive in the universe. These 2 points are the most basic, otherwise you will be very passive when facing the coming of gods of destruction. It seems that Vegeta and Son Goku obviously have no intention of letting Suzi go easily. Before Suzi could turn around and leave, Son Goku's voice came from behind again. Suzi! Since we finally met, why not let us compare notes? After all, the number of Saiyan is too small, and meeting each other is fate. If you don't want to come to our party, then let's discuss it, right? How do you feel? As a fighting maniac, Son Goku looked at Suzi with anticipation in his eyes. For him, being able to meet a strong person, still someone as exaggerated and powerful as Suzi, this is something that makes Son Goku extremely excited, even if he is only an 8-year-old child. Such an opportunity is impossible to miss with Son Goku's character. Discuss. Suzi looked at Son Goku below and smiled knowingly. To be honest, he really doesn't have much interest in fighting and sparring with Son Goku right now. It's really because of knowing one's own strength. The main reason is that the current Son Goku is still too weak. You must know the current Son Goku. His normal combat power is not very strong, probably only about 150 million. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it is only about 60 billion. Even after including the explosion, it will never exceed 100 billion. For me, under normal circumstances, it has reached the terrifying 200 billion. For the current Suzi, fighting the current Son Goku is bullying him. And Suzi didn't want the protagonist whom she had grown up watching on TV to be pushed to the ground and beaten by herself. Suzi was about to refuse, but suddenly paused after saying one word. Because he remembered something. Although my strength far exceeds that of Son Goku and the others, my combat experience is almost zero. Because I have just come to this world and lack such experience. But Son Goku is different. His strength may not be as strong as his own. But the combat experience is very rich. In this case, this battle seems to be a learning opportunity for me. At least it can help me improve a bit while fighting Son Goku. Suzi, who was muttering to himself, made up his mind when he thought of this. It seems like a good fight with him. Chapter 4. Suzi smiled. Sparring? I think it should be possible. Suzi looked at Son Goku and said. However, this is not suitable as our battlefield. It is easy to bring disaster to others, so why not go to the middle of the sea, where we can let go and fight? Suzi spoke slowly, and he was telling the truth. When their strength reaches their level, they can cause unparalleled damage with every movement of their hands and feet. If Goku and the others hadn't used Dragon Ball many times to reinforce the earth would have turned into bubbles due to their previous battles. After Suzi finished speaking, he turned into a light and shadow and rushed into the distance. Okay. Son Goku was very happy, but he didn't expect Suzi to agree to his request. "Friends, I'll come as soon as I go." Son Goku looked at everyone with a smile. He was going to compete with Suzi. As soon as he finished speaking, Son Goku also started to catch up at a corresponding speed. "Call out." Vegeta didn't say much. After Suzi and Son Goku left one after another, he just clicked his tongue in disdain. The same figure flashed and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It ran straight into the distance. Its speed was so fast that it disappeared almost in an instant. Only the people in the cruise ship were left behind. They were not surprised by this. Especially Shishi, she has long been used to Son Goku always looking for fights. She persuaded Bulma to fly away because he left her behind, and called everyone to continue the party. In the middle of the sea, who knows how many kilometers away, Suzi, Son Goku, and Vegeta were all standing there. Everyone exudes an extremely powerful energy. Of course, the most powerful chi here must be Suzi. As for the weakest one, needless to say, Vegeta himself was embarrassed. The three people stood in mid-air, looking at each other intently. No one said anything, they just locked each other's breath. After all, Vegeta is the weakest one, and he is also the first to be unable to hold on in this situation. However, his pride made him continue to grit his teeth. Veins popped out on his broad forehead. There was no way he would give in. "Kakarot, since you have been refusing to take action, let me do this battle." Vegeta spoke first, never letting Son Goku take away any good thing. Vegeta prepared to remain silent, looked at Suzi, and spoke with a solemn expression. "Vegeta, he is very strong, I'm afraid you are no match for him. Son Goku is also good for the prince. You must know that Suzi's strength has far exceeded everyone Son Goku has seen before." Even Son Goku himself looked solemn when facing Suzi and did not dare to slack off at all. Because that sense of oppression is really too strong. Son Goku knows very well that if Suzi wants to defeat himself, it is actually very simple. It's even so simple that you can knock yourself down with just one hit. "Kakarot, don't forget that I am Saiyan's prince. Don't talk to me like a low-level soldier like you. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to say that?" Vegeta spoke coldly and directly rejected Son Goku's kindness. Son Goku was not surprised by this and could only let Vegeta go. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he rushed out and headed straight for Suzi in an instant. The speed was so fast that only after images were left behind. "Since you can't wait so much, I'll start with you." Suzi had already expected the prince's violent temper. Looking at Vegeta rushing towards him, he didn't care at all. For him, even Son Goku didn't think much of him, let alone Vegeta, the second oldest person in 10,000 years. So Suzi naturally didn't take it to heart. Although he also knows that Vegeta's strength is good, but it is only good. It is far from satisfying Suzi. "Call out." Vegeta was very fast and arrived in front of Suzi in almost an instant. "The speed is good, but this speed is still too slow for me." Suzi spoke, just as Vegeta's iron fist was about to fall. He was able to dodge Vegeta's attack with ease. "What?" Vegeta was stunned. He didn't expect that Suzi could easily dodge his sudden attack. "And it's so easy to dodge. It seems that I underestimate you a little." Chapter 5. There was an arrogant smile on Vegeta's lips, even though he no longer had the evil and cruel heart he once had. But the arrogance in Saiyan's bones is still there. "It seems that you have been underestimated. In that case, then I hope you can show enough power to shock me." Suzi didn't feel anything about Vegeta's words, but spoke calmly. "As you wish." Vegeta exploded. His whole aura instantly increased a lot, and he attacked Suzi again. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Sounds far exceeding the speed of sound continued to explode in mid-air. Vegeta was as fast as lightning. While moving at such a high speed, he did not launch an attack. He was always looking for the best moment to strike. As for Suzi, he just didn't care about Vegeta's behavior. Vegeta, if this is your strength, then I am embarrassed to tell you that this fighting method has no effect on me. Suzi smiled, he totally thought Vegeta was ridiculous. It's true that he can't fight, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. Obviously, Vegeta now relies on his rich combat experience to regard Suzi as a fool. Little did he know. The speed that Vegeta was proud of was so slow in Suzi's eyes. Just like a child playing house. Yet, Vegeta sneered. Bang! Vegeta, who was moving rapidly, suddenly stopped. At the same time, he raised his right hand and punched Suzi directly. Although Vegeta is the weakest among the three, he still burst out with the strongest power when facing Suzi. He was the Prince of Saiyan in the past. How could you not dare to take action just because your opponent is so powerful? Vegeta's shooting speed is not slow, it can even be said to be very fast. Call out! He was approaching Suzi in an instant. Without any hesitation, he punched Suzi directly. The speed of the fist was so fast that it even shook the space. A sonic boom sounded in mid-air. But for Suzi, even though Vegeta is very fast, this speed is still nothing in front of you Suzi. It's just pediatrics. Just when Vegeta's punch came, Suzi's body moved slightly and easily avoided Vegeta's punch again. The punch failed, but Vegeta didn't realize it, and he didn't hesitate at all. He used the power of his elbow to jerk back suddenly and hit Suzi straight with his elbow again. Boom! Suzi smiled slightly, raised his right hand and pointed out. He blocked Vegeta's elbow with just one finger. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and Vegeta's elbow attack was completely blocked by Suzi. There was no way to cause any harm to him. Even under this resistance, Suzi's expression remained calm, as if nothing was wrong. But Vegeta's expression changed slightly. I just felt a strong force rushing out from Suzi's fingertips. Under this powerful force, Vegeta's entire right hand became numb, which shows how powerful Suzi's finger is. Is this all you have? Suzi looked at Vegeta and spoke slowly. If Vegeta only had this strength, then Suzi would really be a little disappointed. Of course my strength is more than this, but if you want to see my power, then let me know your full strength first. Otherwise, after I use all my strength, you will not be my opponent. Vegeta knew he was being underestimated. However, he also managed to maintain the huge gap between the two. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. In that case, that would be great. Suzi shook his head. Let you see my full power. The reason why Saiyan, a fighting nation, became a fighting nation, you have to watch out. Although you are also a Saiyan and have good abilities, you probably don't know how to do this. Vegeta's eyes flashed, and as he finished speaking, he immediately crouched down and clenched his hands into fists. Ah! A low growl came out of Vegeta's mouth. Under this roar, a storm immediately burst out from Vegeta's body. At this moment, a powerful energy burst out from Vegeta's body. The power of this burst of energy was so powerful that as soon as it appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding seawater to violently roll and set off huge waves. And in Vegeta's body, the energy that belonged to him became more and more violent, and a more powerful force burst out from his body. Vegeta. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and couldn't help but shook his head and said, "This has just begun. Vegeta is about to transform into Super Saiyan. This speed is too fast." But come to think of it, even if Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan, he probably won't be a match for Suzi. Son Goku glanced at Suzi and found that Suzi didn't pay any attention to Vegeta's transformation. After being stunned for a moment, he spoke. Saiyan, Vegeta and I can both transform into Super Saiyan. Even if this person is so powerful, he probably can't transform. Son Goku murmured again, he knew this very well. Transform into Super Saiyan. Suzi smiled. If you think this is your method, then I will tell you. In the face of absolute power, any method is useless. Even if you transform into Super Saiyan, or even transform into Super Saiyan 2, it will have no effect at all. The idea for Vegeta is very good, but if you place all your hopes on the transformation, it can only be said to be too naive. Ah! The low roar echoed continuously, and in just a moment, powerful power was already brewing in Vegeta's body. Chapter 6. Suzi, you must see clearly, this is the legend of Saiyan, Super Saiyan. Vegeta looked calm. As his voice fell, a golden wave of air immediately erupted from his body. Boom! After this air wave wrapped in golden light appeared, Vegeta's energy surged in a crazy way. In just a moment, it has reached an extremely terrifying level. Golden energy, golden eyebrows, golden hair. All are golden. And in Saiyan legend, this is Super Saiyan. Originally a transformation that only belonged to legend. Did you see it? This is Super Saiyan, with a normal combat power of 50. Vegeta spoke arrogantly, he believed that Suzi had no way to transform into Super Saiyan. Even after he transformed, he still felt tremendous pressure from Suzi. But no matter what, Vegeta now feels like he can fight Suzi. Is this your final trump card? Do you think this is really the legendary Super Saiyan? Suzi said, he has the blood of ancient Saiyan. And with a normal combat power of 200 billion, why would he care about Vegeta's combat power of 10 billion after his transformation? What an arrogant tone! I hope you can still talk like this later. Vegeta's eyes narrowed and he took a deep look at Suzi. He was a little unhappy because he was looked down upon by Suzi. So Suzi's tone of voice made Vegeta feel very unfriendly. But he also knew that even after transforming into Super Saiyan, he would never be his opponent. But despite this, Vegeta will not give up easily, because he is a proud Saiyan. No one cares more about Saiyan's glory than Vegeta. For this alone, even Son Goku cannot compare with Vegeta. As Saiyan's eared prince, Vegeta wanted too much to restore Saiyan's honor. Let Saiyan's fame spread to every corner of the universe once again. Of course, Vegeta felt that he had to do such a thing by himself. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the Saiyan prince, be too much of a failure? If all this was done by Son Goku instead of himself, then Vegeta would probably always be worried about it. Whether it's arrogance or not, I think you should know better than me. I also know that you may not believe it, so let's verify it. I think you will understand the result soon. Suzi smiled, he didn't want to explain. He really understands Vegeta's character. So proud and even arrogant. So any excessive explanation is meaningless. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flashed and then disappeared directly. It wasn't instant transmission, it was just that his speed was too fast and he didn't react in an instant. Transforming into Super Saiyan has indeed improved your strength a lot, but it's not enough. Suzi smiled slightly and he spoke. Vegeta's speed increase is also a very good thing for him. At least this way, Suzi can stretch his muscles a little and won't be so bored. Suzi looked around. Vegeta was moving so fast that he couldn't see anything around him. 1 second his figure appeared 7 or 8 meters in front of him, but the next second Vegeta's energy almost flashed behind Suzi. This is ultimate speed. But Suzi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Even so, he still didn't feel threatened at all. To him. Slow. Still too slow. Vegeta. Son Goku looked at Vegeta even though Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan. But Goku knows that if he wants to defeat Suzi, it's still impossible for Vegeta to just transform into Super Saiyan. Even Son Goku, after transforming into Super Saiyan, didn't have enough power to defeat Suzi. Because so far, he hasn't even seen the slightest fluctuation on Suzi's face. There wasn't even a slight increase in anger. It's like, until now, Vegeta hasn't reached the point where Suzi deserves to be a little more serious. But King Vegeta didn't care at all. Audiobook. Vegeta was approaching instantly, and he didn't even hesitate after he got closer. He immediately waved his fist, unleashed all his strength, and smashed down on Suzi's body crazily. Like raindrops, they bombarded Suzi one after another. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Each punch landed with bursts of roaring sounds. Under this constant bombardment, Suzi's body was immediately filled with powerful smoke. Looking from the outside, Suzi can no longer be seen at all, only endless smoke can be seen. It was so powerful that the aftermath alone caused waves to rise on the sea level. Snort! Looking at the thick smoke, Vegeta did not continue to take action. Instead, he stepped back a little, put some distance between himself and the smoke, and then looked at him coldly. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. After the fog dissipated, Suzi's figure also appeared. It's just that he doesn't look unusual at this moment. Even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. Still as intact as before. There wasn't even a trace of dust on it. It seemed that Vegeta's previous attacks, which were like a violent storm, were like scratching his body and had no effect at all. If that's all, that's it, but what makes Vegeta's expression even more solemn is Suzi's expression at this moment. Suzi looked calm and looked at Vegeta with a hint of mockery. Although he didn't speak, the meaning revealed by his eyes was already very obvious. How is it possible? Vegeta's face was full of disbelief. Even if his offensive couldn't cause any harm to Suzi, it wouldn't be like this. What? Is this all your strength? Suzi smiled slightly and spoke. The classic smoke-free rule. To him, there's not much difference between Vegeta's attacks and tickling. Vegeta, your strength is good, but if you want to defeat me, this strength is far from enough. I know this is not your full strength, so show your strongest side. Otherwise, after what happened just now, you must have already understood in your heart what the ending is. Suzi smiled and spoke. Chapter 7. But in Vegeta's eyes, it was no different from mocking him. His tone was calm, but there was an unimaginable domineering power in his calm words. Vegeta's face was very ugly. He took a deep look at Suzi and suddenly laughed after a moment. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Vegeta couldn't help laughing wildly, as if he had thought of something funny. You. Suzi frowned, but as soon as the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back and did not say them out. Suzi, do you want to see my full power? Anyway, since you want to see it so much, then I will satisfy your curiosity. You are right, I am indeed no match for you now. But I believe that after I show my full strength, I will make you feel threatened. Vegeta spoke. And just as he finished speaking, Vegeta clenched his hands into fists, and then released his hands after a moment. I saw a cold and stern look in his eyes. Suzi, you have to be careful this time, my full strength will come next. Vegeta clenched his hands into fists, and the energy in his body surged crazily at this moment. Drink ha! A low growl came out from Vegeta's mouth crazily. Under this roar, Vegeta's energy increased crazily at this moment. If the previous transformation into Super Saiyan has greatly increased Vegeta's strength, so at this moment, Vegeta's strength is moving towards a higher level. His strength also increased dramatically based on Super Saiyan at the same time. Super Saiyan 2? I'm afraid that's not enough. Suzi looked at Vegeta, he was naturally very clear about this. But he also understands that the gap between Vegeta and himself cannot be erased by one or two transformations. There is a huge gap in the middle. Even when Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 2, his strength reaches 40 billion. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he immediately entered his strongest state and reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. But even so, facing Suzi. Vegeta's power is only 1/5 of Suzi's normal strength. The roar continued, and under this constant roar, the golden color on Vegeta became even more intense. Even the chi outside Vegeta's body turned into a spray at this moment. His hair stood even more erect. There were even streaks of lightning appearing around his body from time to time. All these are just external changes. As for Vegeta's strength, Super Saiyan 2, this is not Vegeta's limit. Although he is currently unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Son Goku, Vegeta can still achieve the peak of Saiyan 2, which is full power. With a combat power of 60 billion, Vegeta, you really surprised me. Looking at Vegeta, Suzi smiled slightly and spoke, but his expression did not change much. Because it was just a surprise. Is it just a little surprising to you? Vegeta smiled and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After releasing all his power, Vegeta's self-confidence returned. In other words, he has always been the aloof and proud Prince Saiyan. Vegeta. He would never admit that there was someone stronger than him. Even if there is one now, he will do his best to surpass the past. It's like he's been training secretly behind Goku's back. One day, he will successfully surpass Goku and reach a higher realm before him. Whoosh! Vegeta flashed out and ran straight towards Suzi at extremely fast speeds. His speed was much faster than before. Almost as soon as he rushed out, Vegeta was in front of Suzi. A strong wind was coming, but Suzi didn't care at all. The speed has improved a lot, but for me, this speed is still not enough. Suzi still had a faint smile on his face. He saw Vegeta's improvement. But there is still a big gap between such strength and the ability to challenge oneself, and it cannot be smoothed out so easily. Just be tough. Vegeta snorted coldly. After getting closer, Vegeta punched directly. So powerful and so fast. So that it detonated the speed of sound again. Boom! A punch was thrown out, and it landed crazily on Suzi's body with huge and unimaginable power. But facing such an attack and this level of speed, Suzi didn't care at all. For him, Vegeta is far from his opponent. After all, the gap between them is too big. Just as Vegeta's punch was coming. The moment he touched Suzi almost instantly, Suzi's figure moved slightly. Just for a moment. He easily dodged Vegeta's swift attack. What? Vegeta's expression changed. Unexpectedly, even though he had unleashed his strongest power, he still could not touch Suzi's body. Ah! In anger, Vegeta's roar became more intense. It was at this moment that a crazy force burst out from him. At this moment he... Fighting spirit, full of fighting spirit. Haha! As expected of Saiyan's prince. Although the strength is not very strong, the fighting spirit is so strong. Especially after knowing the gap between you and me, you can still burst out with such fighting spirit. Suzi laughed loudly, and his liking for Vegeta increased a bit. Maybe it's because of the change in his bloodline. I really admire Vegeta's perseverance. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Vegeta keeps attacking, and his speed is getting faster and faster, and his power is getting stronger and stronger. In just an instant, Vegeta had already bombarded him dozens of times. The roaring sound echoed continuously, causing the air around to become chaotic. Sky Cannon! Vegeta put his hands together, and a pure ball of light appeared in the next second. Although it is just a ball of light, there is an unimaginable terrifying power within this ball of light. Especially after Vegeta incorporated more chi into the light ball, the power of the light ball ears became more and more powerful. Chapter 8. It's interesting. Suzi remained calm, and this was the first time he raised his right hand during the battle with Vegeta. But it's just a finger. Obviously, for Suzi, one finger is enough to deal with this level of attack. A-hole, how dare you look down on me? Vegeta snorted and pushed forward with both hands. He must make this ungrateful guy regret it. Boom! The huge ball of light rushed out instantly and headed towards Suzi crazily. Wherever it went, even the air seemed to be destroyed by it. This is Vegeta's strongest attack. He had a different look on his face. He must make Suzi regret his arrogance. So this blow almost gave him all his strength, so much so that he was now gasping for air. Even as the light ball approached, a terrifying force emitted from it, bursting out with unimaginable power. An attack of this magnitude is only worthy of me using one finger. Suzi spoke slowly, when the soaring cannon came towards him crazily. I saw him raising his right hand and extending his index finger forward. He is very confident. Because this level of attack can be done with just one finger. No way. You actually want to block Vegeta's attack with one finger. This is too exaggerated. Son Goku looked at this scene and spoke slowly, with a look of shock on his face. Suzi saw Son Goku's shock, but didn't pay attention to it. That's how he is. He won't use all his strength against the weak. But Suzi is still not polite to the strong. Although what he did was an insult to Vegeta, if Vegeta wanted to eliminate this situation, he must practice with all his strength. Because only the strong can win the respect of others. This is the same no matter what time period or world it is in, and it has never changed since then. Vegeta, is this your full blow? If that's the case, then I'll let you see my power. Suzi spoke slowly, and when he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed fiercely at the approaching cannon. Boom! As soon as his finger fell, a ball of light suddenly appeared on Suzi's fingertips. Although it is just a ball of light, it is only condensed by the fingertips. But this ball of light condensed from the fingertips exudes an extremely terrifying and unimaginable power. Boom! It's too late, it's faster than that. The moment the energy appeared at the fingertips and rushed out, it had already touched Vegeta's sky cannon. Suddenly, under this collision, a terrifying storm immediately burst out from all around. Vegeta's sky cannon collapsed the moment it collided with the energy at Suzi's fingertips. The remaining energy dispersed. The entire sea area was roaring continuously. Withstand? It simply doesn't exist. Why? Vegeta's pupils shrank, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He didn't want to believe that the attack he had tried so hard would become so vulnerable in front of Suzi. This kind of thing was a little hard for Vegeta to accept, and his whole person felt sluggish for a moment. At this moment, after collapsing the sky cannon, Suzi's fingertip energy fell directly on Vegeta. Ah! A scream came from Vegeta's mouth. The power of the fingertip energy is too powerful, even though Suzi had restrained it just now. But the huge power in it is still not something Vegeta can bear. Vegeta! Son Goku's expression changed and he immediately wanted to rush to help Vegeta. He was worried that Vegeta wouldn't be able to withstand Suzi's energy. After all, although the energy fluctuation just now was very small, the power contained in it was extremely exaggerated. Let him bear it on his own. You can help him for a while, but you can't help him forever. Suzi's voice came out and fell on Son Goku's ears. He also had good intentions. There's no telling if this is a good thing for Vegeta. Otherwise, if Son Goku rushes to help, he might even harm Vegeta. Son Goku was stunned after hearing this, and instantly understood the meaning of Suzi's words. In addition, Suzi had no intention of killing Vegeta, so he gave up. He believes that what Suzi said does not make sense, and it is indeed the case. Time flies. Nearly 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The energy in his fingertips finally dissipated, and Vegeta became embarrassed. The first is that his combat uniform suffered extensive damage, which is extremely rare. As for his body, there were many wounds densely covered, and blood slowly flowed out of the corners of his mouth. And his physical condition also returned to normal after withdrawing from the previous Super Saiyan 2. How can this be? Vegeta spoke weakly, but Suzi's casual blow caused him to be so seriously injured. What happened was far beyond his imagination. Nothing is impossible, I think you should know this better than me. Although Saiyan's transformation is a way to improve combat effectiveness, the energy required for transformation is also huge. If there is no way to destroy the enemy in a short period of time, then transformation seems to be a bit outweighing the gains. Suzi smiled slightly and expressed his opinion. And it's the same whether it's Saiyan or whoever it is. The normal combat effectiveness is the most critical. If the normal state is strong enough, even if he can't transform, he can still explode with power that would shock even Super Saiyan. Suzi explained. He knew that whether it was Son Goku or Vegeta, they relied too much on his Saiyan transformation. Although this is a good thing, if this situation becomes a habit, it will seem a bit not good. Chapter 9. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Vegeta answered coldly, showing his disdain for everything as usual, and seemed not to be affected by the fact that he had just lost to Suzi. Suzi, Vegeta has lost, can it be my turn next? Son Goku's figure flashed in front of Suzi. Looking at Suzi, he couldn't wait to speak, with excitement in his expression. Like Vegeta, Bai didn't flinch from the strength of his opponent. On the contrary, it only strengthened my determination to give it a try. Of course. Suzi did not refuse Son Goku's request. But I think even if it were you, the result would still be the same. Suzi said. Suzi, I have always had a question. Before our battle begins, I wonder if you can answer it for me. Son Goku asked, but he did not take action immediately. Tell me, if I know, I will tell you too. Suzi nodded. Can you transform into Super Saiyan? Son Goku asked. In fact, at first Son Goku thought that Suzi could not complete the transformation, but after hearing what Suzi said, he changed his mind. It was as if the man in front of him had studied Super Saiyan to a higher level than both him and Vegeta. And Vegeta was also inspired by Son Goku's words. Because he also began to have doubts. Suzi did not answer, but chose to nod. To deal with you now, normal combat power is enough. If you want to see my Super Saiyan state, you are not qualified yet. What Suzi said was not to show off, but to tell the truth. After all, if Son Goku and Vegeta can't even defeat his normal form, how can he transform into Super Saiyan to deal with them under such circumstances? To put it nicely, it's not necessary, but to put it harshly, it means they are not qualified now. However, his words can be regarded as answering Son Goku's question just now. That is, he can transform into Super Saiyan just like them. At the same time, Vegeta's expression became ugly again, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Because he seemed to be mocking this guy for not being able to transform just now. Hey, what you said makes sense. Son Goku smiled and didn't care, and he wouldn't care because he also felt that what Suzi said made sense. You are really a very interesting person. Suzi looked at Son Goku and spoke. He also knows why those in the Dragon Ball world are always infected by Son Goku involuntarily. In the past, he thought it was because of the protagonist's aura, but now it seems that Son Goku does have a very likable part about him. At least that's how I see it. Since you said that I am not qualified to witness your Super Saiyan transformation, does that mean that as long as I can push you to your limit, you will transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Goku said this because he really wanted to see Suzi's transformation. You are right to think so, but I will tell you that it is not easy to do so. I know you are stronger than Vegeta, but you still need to work hard to force out all my power. Suzi smiled and said, compared to Vegeta, Suzi still cared more about Son Goku. After all, Son Goku is much stronger than Vegeta, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he directly surpassed Vegeta by a large margin. Suzi, you are very strong. If that's the case, then I won't waste our time and just transform into Super Saiyan. Son Goku spoke slowly, his eyes filled with fighting intent. Ah! After the words fell, Son Goku clenched his hands into fists and let out a low roar. And under this roar, a crazy energy burst out from his body. As expected of Son Goku. This showed such momentum from the beginning. Very strong chi, much stronger than Vegeta. Suzi looked at Son Goku, who was transforming, and nodded. It was no surprise to him that Son Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan. After all, his strength has been demonstrated before, so Suzi still understands Son Goku's approach. Boom! Golden light emerged from Son Goku's body in an instant. When this golden color emerged, Son Goku's energy increased crazily, up to 50 times. This is Super Saiyan. The combat power is 50 times that of normal. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, with golden energy filling the air, Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke slowly. Not bad, better than Vegeta, which is good. Suzi looked at the transformed Son Goku and spoke, his face was very calm, and he didn't seem to care at all. But his words were heard by Vegeta on the side. But he couldn't do anything, after all, he was still injured. The poor prince could only look at Suzi, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. I know that such power has no effect on you. If this is the case, then I will continue to improve. Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke. Continue. Suzi nodded and spoke calmly, as if watching Son Goku perform. Ah! Son Goku roared again. Under this roar, the sea water began to roll violently, and a huge whirlpool appeared. The vortex is so big that it seems to be able to swallow everything. And Son Goku's energy also increased crazily at this moment. The level of Super Saiyan has doubled again. At the same time, the chi outside Son Goku's body also turned into a spray. And while his hair stood up more, a trace of bangs appeared in front of his forehead, and even his gaze became sharper. This is Super Saiyan 2, which doubles the power of Super Saiyan. In other words, my current strength is 100 times that of normal. Chapter 10. Son Goku looked at Suzi. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he is much stronger than before. It is much more powerful than Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2, and the gap between the two is gradually narrowing. Super Saiyan 2. Suzi took a quick look and was very satisfied with Son Goku's transformation. Very good, but I know you have a more powerful transformation. Use it. If you want to force me to transform into Super Saiyan, your current power is not enough. Suzi spoke very calmly, with the same look on his face, without any visible change. So you know. Son Goku looked at Suzi, despite being Super Saiyan 2 now. But Son Goku knew that Suzi was telling the truth, and his current state did not pose the slightest threat to Suzi. This can be seen from the fact that Vegeta was severely injured by Suzi after he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Then let me show you my final transformation. This is also the strongest transformation I can achieve. Although Son Goku was a little surprised that Suzi knew this, he still chose to transform according to Suzi's words. I saw him clenching his hands into fists and growling from his mouth. Drink, ah, ha! Waves of low roars came from Son Goku's mouth, and a burst of crazy energy burst out from Son Goku's body, dissipating crazily with unimaginable power. Suddenly, boom! The sky and the earth roared, and the wind and clouds surged. 9 huge water dragon pillars appeared above the sea. Each one is more than 10 meters thick and several hundred meters high. It's like they're here for Son Goku. Standing behind Son Goku, there was a moment of great momentum. This is Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku roared, and the energy in his body exploded wildly again. At this moment, the golden energy around Son Goku's body became more intense, and the electric light flickered continuously. His hair was lengthened to his calves, and his eyes were even sharper, as if he could kill someone. The moment the brow disappears. Son Goku has also completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Suzi looked at the transformed Son Goku and became a little interested. Yes, Super Saiyan 3, this is what I consider Saiyan's ultimate transformation. Likewise, after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, my strength is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, which is 400 times that of normal. I think with my current strength, I should be able to fight you. You should be qualified to see your Super Saiyan transformation. Son Goku spoke with bright eyes, showing a strong fighting spirit. Even though he knew that Suzi in front of him was already so powerful under normal circumstances. Even his strongest state can rival him. And once the opponent transforms, his power will also increase as much as his own transformation. Then the balance will tip to one side again. But so what does it matter? Suzi looked at Son Goku, who was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. In this case, let me see how powerful your so-called super match is, Renren-san. Suzi spoke calmly, then raised his right hand, assumed a fighting posture, and spoke calmly. It will satisfy you. At least it can make you transform into Super Saiyan. Son Goku's eyes are sharp and full of fighting spirit. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Son Goku's combat power has reached nearly 190 billion. This is very close to Suzi's normal 200 billion battle. At the very least, Suzi wants to get rid of Son Goku at an extremely fast speed under normal circumstances, which is no longer so easy to do. Their strength has been greatly improved after Majin Buu. Maybe Son Goku, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 3, really needs to transform into Super Saiyan. Suzi murmured, he was very clear about his situation. Suzi, here I come. Son Goku's eyes flashed, and then he rushed out in a flash. Whoosh! Son Goku is extremely fast after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, far surpassing Vegeta before him. After he rushed out, he was in front of Suzi in an instant. After appearing, he made a fist with his right hand and punched Suzi hard. It's not slow. Suzi's eyes flashed, and when Son Goku's punch came, he also raised his right hand and punched Son Goku. Boom! The two fists collided together in an instant, and at the moment of fierce collision, immediately there was a roar that echoed and resounded in all directions. The strong aftermath also spread out like ripples. You are strong. After one punch, both Son Goku and Suzi retreated equally. It's just that Suzi only took one step back, while Son Goku took 3 steps back. Which one is strong and which one is weak has been fully demonstrated through this punch. It's just that although there are strengths and weaknesses, the gap is not very obvious. Under such circumstances, it is not easy for Son Goku and Suzi to decide the winner. At least it won't be like before where the winner will be decided in a short time. It's really because the gap in strength between them is not that big at this moment. Da. Son Goku's eyes flashed, and Suzi's power made Son Goku very excited. Not since Majin Buu has he faced such a powerful opponent. For Son Goku, the appearance of Suzi is undoubtedly very exciting. Because, this is an opponent. An opponent worthy of being so excited. For Saiyan, nothing excites them more than this. Chapter 11. Haha. You are not bad either. In all my experiences, I have never met anyone as powerful as you. The bloodline of the ancient Saiyan is also changing Suzi's character. At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. Whoosh! Whizzing! Suzi and Son Goku used their full speed, and in an instant they had been fighting for dozens of rounds. The fight with Son Goku is completely different from Vegeta. Suzi really has no interest in dealing with Vegeta. After all, the gap in strength is too big. The battle with Son Goku was completely different from Vegeta. Although there is a gap, you can barely compete with your normal state. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Every touch was echoed by a violent roar. Especially as the battle continued, the entire sea became rough and huge waves surged into the sky. It makes this place look very scary. But for all this, Son Goku and Suzi don't care. Now they only have eyes for each other. Although Son Goku's strength is not as good as Suzi's, he has rich combat experience. As for Suzi, although she is slightly stronger, she still lacks experience. In this case, Suzi and Son Goku also fell into a brief stalemate. Time passes slowly, and under this constant battle, both Son Goku and Suzi have made great improvements. Suzi, in particular, gained a lot from fighting Son Goku. As for Son Goku, he also improves himself during this battle. Surprisingly, his strength increased in a short period of time. Boom! When the two collided again, Son Goku retreated. At the moment of retreating, Son Goku raised his right hand, and a Chi Yuan slash immediately appeared. This is Krillin's trick. As a good friend, Son Goku naturally understands the essence of it. Suzi, what do you think of my move? As the Chi Yuan Zhan appeared and Son Goku flew straight towards Suzi with a flick, a calm voice came from Son Goku's mouth. The Chi Yuan slash rotated at high speed in mid-air. It seemed as if it could cut through everything it passed. One Chi Yuan slash, no big deal. Suzi didn't care. The moment Chi Yuan slash came, he raised his right hand and waved. And his own power of 200 billion burst out at this moment, directly colliding with Chi Yuan Zhan. Boom! The roaring sound continued to echo. And Son Goku's Chi Yuan slash also collapsed directly at this point. And Suzi's force fell impartially on Son Goku. Isn't one Chi Yuan slash useless? If that's the case, then 10 should have some effect. Son Goku raised his right hand, and the next second, his energy condensed in his palm. Immediately, 10 Chi Yuan slashes appeared under his flick. The 10 Chi Yuan slashes all blasted away in the direction of Suzi at the same time. Fly out from different conveniences. Judging from the posture, it is to wrap Suzi inside so that he cannot dodge. Son Goku stood in the air, looking at Suzi who was surrounded by his own Chi Yuan slash, and smiled slightly. Call out! Boo-hoo! 10 Chi Yuan slash went straight towards Suzi, seemingly locking every corner around Suzi, and they were approaching in an instant. But Suzi stood there calmly. Even though he knew that this attack method of gathering all the energy in the whole body would greatly increase the power. But even so, Suzi still had no intention of avoiding it. Let the 10 Chi Yuan slash come towards you. Suzi stood still in the air, letting 10 Chi Yuan slash attack him from all corners. It's useless. Looking at the 10 Chi Yuan slashes coming, Suzi still shook his head. It's not that he is conceited, but Suzi won't take this level of attack seriously. Suzi sighed, without any unnecessary movement, and let the 10 Chi Yuan slash come. The speed of the 10 Chi Yuan slashes was almost the same, so much so that they arrived around Suzi almost at the same time. Drink ha! Son Goku stood there and roared, and the power in his body exploded instantly. After fusion with Ki Wan slash exploded with even more unimaginable power. A smile appeared on Suzi's face, but she still didn't make any move. I saw his eyes slowly closing at this moment. Even after he closed his eyes, an invisible ripple emerged from Suzi's body. He seems to be relying on this ripple to counter Son Goku's Ki Yuan slash. What? Son Goku also felt the presence of ripples and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's just that time is urgent now, and the 10 Chi Yuan slash is approaching. It is already impossible to take any action at this time. Boom! A roar echoed. When 10 Chi Yuan slashes were only about an inch away from Suzi, they suddenly collided with the ripples emanating from Suzi's body. It was at this moment of collision that a slight sound came out. How is it possible? Son Goku's pupils shrank and he rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Because he saw that under the collision of Kiwan slash and ripple, the 10 Chi Yuan slashes he used were all collapsed one after another. Chapter 12. This scene made Son Goku gasp, with a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Son Goku murmured. It's not just him. Even Vegeta on the side shrank his pupils and looked horrified when he saw this scene. What kind of power is this that can actually do this? Is he really still a Saiyan? Vegeta muttered inwardly as he found himself as Saiyan's prince, Saiyan's most elite warrior. But after Saiyan planet was destroyed by Frieza, of all the Saiyans I met, there were too many things I didn't know. Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is so. The same goes for Son Gohan, a mixed-race Saiyan with terrifying potential. Goten and Trunks after fusion, Gotenks can transform into Super Saiyan 3 and the same goes for it. All these things made Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, doubt his own race. It's like, compared with them, I am the only one who is least like Saiyan. Today, Suzi has exerted various powers beyond Vegeta's imagination. It seems that in Vegeta's impression, apart from the Saiyan who was destroyed by Frieza on the Saiyan planet, there are only 2 normal Saiyans he has encountered. One is Raditz and one is Nappa. But both of them are dead. One was killed by Piccolo, and the other was killed by himself. What kind of power do you have? Son Goku looked at Suzi and said, he was still a little unimaginable. If it were him facing 10 Chi Yuan slashes, would he be able to do it so easily? When you become as powerful as me one day, you will understand. As for now, even if I tell you, you can't do it. Suzi smiled, his words were true. Drink ah! Son Goku glanced at Suzi fearfully, and after a moment he let out a roar. Boom! Under this roar, an even crazier power burst out from Son Goku's body. I told you, it's useless. Suzi's eyes flashed and he took a step forward. Although it was only one step, when this step fell, Suzi's figure actually appeared directly in front of Son Goku. He made a fist with his right hand and dropped it directly on Son Goku without any pause. Puff! Son Goku's breath suddenly stopped, and after being punched by Suzi, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and took dozens of steps backward. This! Son Goku looked at Suzi with a shocked face, he was still a little unbelievable. Obviously he has transformed into Super Saiyan 3, why is the gap between the two still so big? Why are you so fast? Son Goku looked at Suzi in shock. My speed has always been like this, but before it was just like a warm-up. Suzi's tone was very calm. He glanced at Son Goku and then spoke slowly. Although this is the case, it sounds a bit strange to say this. Your Super Saiyan 3 is indeed very strong, but it's still not good enough in front of me. As for using this transformation to force me to transform into Super Saiyan, I'm sorry to tell you that you can't do that yet. Suzi looked at Son Goku. He showed no mercy in the previous punch. Instead, it condensed the 200 billion fighting power in the body. Even Son Goku was seriously injured under this punch. Now Son Goku can be said to have no extra power. I told you, I will definitely force you to transform into Super Saiyan. Although Son Goku has been seriously injured, he has an amazing will. Or belief. Oh? Do you still have extra strength that you can use now? Suzi looked at Son Goku with interest. I won't give up. Son Goku's eyes showed determination. This is also his advantage, one of the few advantages. Ah! Son Goku clenched his hands into fists. At this moment, he was still in the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Under this roar, Son Goku was desperately stimulating the power in his body. Under this constant urging, a force even more powerful than before burst out from Son Goku's body. Drink! The roar continued to come from Son Goku's mouth. He seemed to be draining all the power in his body to explode to fight against Suzi. Vegeta couldn't help but become worried when he saw this. Of course he knew what Son Goku was doing. But in this way, although it can temporarily improve one's strength, but it also aggravated Son Goku's injury. Although he didn't say much, he was still worried about Son Goku's situation. But for now, it is obviously impossible to force Suzi to transform on his own. So I can only give all my hopes to Son Goku. Ah! Son Goku's roar continued. Waves of powerful power reverberated, causing Son Goku's whole body to be filled with golden light. His body couldn't help but tremble, but he still had no intention of stopping. Chapter 13. Interesting. Seeing Son Goku's actions, Suzi couldn't help but praise. But no matter how hard you try, the result will be the same. I know this, but I think you know it better than me. Although Suzi was very appreciative of Son Goku's approach, he did not approve it. There is no limit to Saiyan. Son Goku looked at Suzi firmly, not wavering at all because of his words. Since you have decided so, I hope you can succeed. After all, you are a good opponent and a person worthy of respect from others. Suzi nodded and did not refute. Ah! Son Goku kept growling. Son Goku had only just transformed into Super Saiyan during his battle with Majin Buu. Even after beating Majin Buu, his strength is only around the middle of Super Saiyan 3. As for the peak and strongest state of Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku has not reached it. Although Son Goku also trained very hard after Majin Buu. But because there is no opponent, the effect of one person's practice is very slow. Although Vegeta is also good, there is still a big gap between his strength and Son Goku. Therefore, this kind of training is good for Vegeta, but it is of little help to Son Goku. Time passes slowly. I don't know how long it has been, but Son Goku, Suzi. The area thousands of miles away in the middle of the sea where Vegeta and the three of them were, had turned into chaos. Unless they are powerful people, otherwise, no one can come within these thousands of miles. Suzi, on the other hand, chose to close his eyes and relax and did not disturb Son Goku. To be honest, he was also looking forward to how strong Son Goku would be after he exceeded his limit. In the distance, a plane flew over. Just as it entered a radius of 1,000 miles, the plane exploded. It was actually destroyed by the aftermath of this area. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Bulma spoke harshly. Drink ha! The roar continued to echo, and the golden light outside Son Goku's body became increasingly intense. Even at the end, Son Goku's figure had disappeared, and all that could be seen was a golden ball of light. This is the scene after Son Goku exploded with all his power. Of course, that is now. If it were done before, Son Goku would definitely not be able to do this. Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Son Goku with shock in his eyes. He never imagined that Son Goku could actually burst out with such terrifying power. This was beyond his imagination. Kakarot, I always thought that I was closely following in Kakarot's footsteps. But it wasn't until now that I realized that unknowingly, you had already left me far behind. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Son Goku, who was enveloped in golden light, and spoke slowly. He was very unwilling. If he was still lucky to be crushed by Suzi. So all Son Goku has done now is to make him unable to accept reality. It's getting more and more interesting. Suzi also looked at the golden light group. Within this light group, even Suzi felt a power that shocked his heart. Of course, this is just my normal state. But even this is already very extraordinary. The golden light slowly dissipated, and finally after all dissipated, a golden figure also appeared in front of Suzi. Son Goku. Looking at Son Goku in such a state, Suzi also felt that the other party was different from before. I didn't expect that I actually succeeded. Son Goku spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, all the golden light outside Son Goku's body instantly rolled back into Son Goku's body. Nothing has changed from before, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, the powerful and terrifying power that Son Goku exudes is far greater than before. I didn't expect you to be able to surpass your limits at this moment. It seems you still have a lot of potential. Suzi looked at Son Goku and he spoke. Compared with before, the energy bursting out from Son Goku now made even Suzi feel powerful. Suzi, now I should be qualified to transform you into Super Saiyan. Son Goku also looked at Suzi, his eyes shining. It is indeed available. Suzi nodded and did not deny it. Because there is nothing that can be denied about this. Because that's the truth. There was no need for him to keep pretending. Now Son Goku is indeed much stronger than before. Vaguely, Suzi felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Exactly what emanates from Son Goku. Since you have admitted it, please transform. Let me see how powerful your Super Saiyan is. Son Goku's eyes were fiery, and he was also a little excited. All the hard work I have done is just to transform Suzi into Super Saiyan. But after all, Suzi obviously has no plans to transform immediately. You just have the qualifications, but I didn't say you were going to transform into Super Saiyan now, right? Suzi shrugged and spoke helplessly. In that case, I will beat you until you transform. Whoosh! Son Goku was now extremely fast. Under this rush, he came to Suzi before he even finished speaking. Its speed was so fast that even Suzi's pupils shrank slightly after seeing it, with a hint of shock in her eyes. It's so fast. Suzi murmured, obviously he had never thought that Son Goku's speed could reach such a speed after exceeding the limit. But he was shocked. Suzi clenched his right hand and raised it as fast as ever. Punch hard at the opponent. Boom! The two fists touched each other in an instant. Under this touch, Suzi and Son Goku were shocked at the same time. Then both of them stepped back one after another. Son Goku's fist was a little numb from the shock, but he didn't care at all, and even the expression on his face became more and more fanatical. On the contrary, Suzi, who was also shocked, was a little surprised. They both stepped back one after another. Only this time, Son Goku took 3 steps back. But Suzi took a full 7 steps back. Chapter 14. Son Goku also discovered it. Hehe, now it seems that you are nothing more than that. With one punch, Son Goku firmly gained the upper hand, and he couldn't help but feel complacent. Whoosh! Without any pause, Son Goku rushed out again. Heading towards Suzi at an extremely fast speed, he wanted to make Suzi feel the pressure with continuous attacks. As long as you put enough pressure on Suzi, then why worry about Suzi not turning into a Super Saiyan? When fighting, Son Goku's IQ is still very high, because he is very focused when fighting. Seeing Son Goku coming, Suzi's eyes flashed. Although your strength has improved a lot, I am no match for you in my normal state. But although you are very strong now, you are not strong enough to defeat me easily. It's just a fighting power of about 220 billion. Suzi said that he is still very clear about this. Of course, he also wanted to see what it felt like to have a higher combat power than himself. With a low roar, Suzi rushed out and headed straight for Son Goku at an extremely fast speed. The two of them were very fast, and they were close to each other in an instant as they rushed out. After clenching their fists, they all punched each other hard in a tacit understanding. Boom! A violent roar echoed, and a wave of ripples spread crazily around from the contact between the two fists. The collision between the two was extremely fierce. If it was still a one-sided situation before, now it has become evenly matched. There is even a vague trend of Suzi being suppressed by Son Goku. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! After one punch, Son Goku and Suzi both disappeared at the same time, then reappeared and collided together again. They didn't hold anything back, not only in terms of speed but also strength. They tried their best to explode. Time passed slowly, and in just a few breaths, Suzi and Son Goku had fought dozens of times. Violent roars were heard from every battle, making the energy of heaven and earth even more chaotic. Boom! After another collision, Suzi and Son Goku separated a certain distance. At this moment, both of them looked similar, both were very excited. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to fight like this with me under normal circumstances, it's really beyond my imagination. Looks like I have to work harder to transform you into Super Saiyan. Son Goku looked at Suzi seriously. To be honest, I really can't wait. After saying that, Son Goku put his hands together and stopped on the right side of his body. Turtle. Chi began to gather crazily between Son Goku's two palms. Groob. After these words fell, the energy in Son Goku's body suddenly exploded. Kamehameha wave. Suzi's eyes narrowed and he took a deep look at Son Goku. Of course he knew what Son Goku was going to do next. This is the unique skill of the Turtle sect. Powerful. At this moment, Suzi watched Son Goku perform the Kamehameha wave, but Suzi did not hesitate at all. He actually immediately did the exact same action as Son Goku. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. Suzi spoke word by word, and a ball of light appeared in his hands, which exuded a terrifying power. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. I can do the same moves. The same was true for Son Goku. A ball of light also appeared in his hands. He looked at Suzi with sharp eyes. I didn't expect you to have Kamehameha waves. This really surprises me. Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke. Wave. As the words fell, Son Goku finally yelled out the last word. The moment the last word fell, Son Goku pushed forward with both hands. Boom! A huge ki blast rushed out from Son Goku's hands, heading straight towards Suzi with great speed and great power. Wave. Suzi also spoke in the same way. The movements of Son Goku are the same, and even the timing of the attack is the same. The moment he finished speaking, the Kamehameha wave in his hands rushed out crazily, heading directly towards Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. The two Kamehameha waves are rapidly approaching each other, and the power of each Kamehameha wave is extremely terrifying, reaching the point of destroying everything. Vegeta watched this scene closely. He knew that he could not participate in this kind of battle and could only watch. Boom! In an instant, the two Kamehameha waves collided. At the moment of this collision, a violent roar echoed. As the storm reverberated, two Kamehameha waves immediately burst out with tremendous power. This power is really too terrifying. Just the collision is already unimaginable. The two forces collided for about 5 breaths, and finally Son Goku's Kamehameha wave burst out with an even more powerful force. Break it for me! Under the roar, more power in Son Goku's body was integrated into the Kamehameha wave. With the integration of this power, coupled with Son Goku's power alone surpasses Suzi. Therefore, at this moment, Suzi's Kamehameha wave was immediately collapsed by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. Ha! Son Goku roared, and was immediately enveloped by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave after Suzi's Kamehameha wave collapsed. Huge power emanated from it, and Suzi's complexion also turned a little pale. The power of Son Goku's attack was indeed beyond his imagination. I didn't expect you to be able to push me to this point, I'm really surprised. Don't you want to meet my Super Saiyan? Since you have such an idea. And you have worked hard for so long, so I will help you. Suzi spoke slowly. He raised his right hand and waved, and immediately a storm appeared. After collapsing the remaining power of the Kamehameha wave, he stood upright and watched Son Goku speak calmly. With just a slight burst of power, Son Goku's Kamehameha wave was easily dispersed. Son Goku was surprised, but more excited. Have you finally decided to transform? Son Goku's eyes showed excitement. Although he knew that once Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan, he would have no chance of winning. But even so, under strong curiosity, he still wants to see how strong Suzi is after transforming into Super Saiyan. Only in this way can we arouse our higher fighting spirit. You are the first person to see my transformation. I hope you won't regret it. Chapter 15. A strong wind burst out from Suzi's body at this moment, forming an unparalleled pressure. The strong wind roared, and in an instant, it centered on Suzi and dispersed crazily to the surrounding areas. Suddenly, the sea roared. Under the storm outside Suzi's body, 9 water pillars immediately rose into the sky, and they went straight to the sky in an instant, which looked very spectacular. Compared to the previous Son Goku, it is much more spectacular. Is it finally starting? Son Goku's eyes became intense. He has already possessed such power just from the beginning. It is really hard to imagine what level of strength he will reach after transforming into Super Saiyan. Son Goku was filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He didn't dare to continue imagining it, because Son Goku knew better than anyone how many times his strength would increase after transforming into Super Saiyan. How powerful is this? Vegeta also looked at this scene, his pupils contracting and his body trembling faintly. This is not something he can control, but Suzi's strength. This time it really made Vegeta feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Son Goku, look at it, the Super Saiyan you want. Suzi looked at Son Goku and paused. After a moment, a smile appeared on his lips, and he continued with his hands clenched into fists. Coming. The moment these words fell, an unimaginable power burst out from Suzi. Boom! A dazzling light appeared in an instant, and the whole body turned from golden light to green light, making Suzi look like a god of war at this moment. Especially his power increased crazily after transforming into Super Saiyan. To be precise, it should have increased by 250 times. In other words, after Suzi transformed from the previous 200 billion to Super Saiyan, it directly reached 50,000 billion. Originally, Son Goku had a slight advantage. But now, just in terms of momentum, it is simply a one-sided crushing. Is this your Super Saiyan transformation? Why is it different from ours? Son Goku's pupils contracted and he subconsciously took a few steps back, his expression showing unimaginable shock and horror. How can it be? Vegeta was also dumbfounded and looked at Suzi blankly. From this moment of Suzi, Vegeta felt very insignificant. It seems that as long as Suzi moves his fingers, he can completely destroy himself. This feeling made Vegeta feel very uncomfortable, but he couldn't stop the thought from arising at all. And the moment Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan, the terrifying energy emanating from him. He also rushed out of the balloon in an instant and flew directly towards the starry sky. The seventh universe is mainly composed of the 4 major galaxies, namely the East Galaxy, the West Galaxy, the South Galaxy and the North Galaxy. The Earth happens to be within the area governed by the Northern Galaxy. However, at this moment, all areas of the Northern Galaxy are enveloped by Suzi's energy. With the energy permeating the air, any creature with some strength in the entire Northern Galaxy can feel it. At one point he couldn't help but tremble. Strangely enough, Suzi's chi is only in the Northern Galaxy, but has not spread out of the Northern Galaxy. This is what Suzi did deliberately. Otherwise, once he fully explodes, Suzi's energy will be completely spread throughout the entire 7th universe, not to mention the Northern Galaxy. Whose anger is this? It can be so powerful. I don't know who is fighting, but he can actually burst out with such powerful energy. So strong. The chi spread throughout the Northern Galaxy. This kind of thing has only happened a few times. Could it be that another extremely powerful existence has appeared in the northern galaxy? However, although this energy is powerful, it is not evil. Maybe this is not a bad person. When they felt the breath of Suzi, there were voices of discussion on many planets in the northern galaxy. Facing the strange aura, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Because that is an existence that can easily erase itself and even the entire planet. Goku, we're in trouble now. King Kai was jumping around anxiously on his small planet, acting very worried. Son Goku, this is my Super Saiyan, the real Super Saiyan. Suzi looked at Son Goku and he spoke slowly. The golden and green air waves around her body enveloped Suzi, and her hair turned green. Then he was blown away by Suzi. The majestic energy dispersed to all directions instantly. However, he was controlled by Suzi at the moment they dispersed, without causing any damage to the surroundings. Is this the real Super Saiyan? Son Goku narrowed his eyes slightly and was also shocked by Suzi's hand. Such precise control of Qi is very difficult even for oneself. Although Suzi's words were calm, they contained an unimaginable tyranny. It is indeed very powerful, but I still want to try it. Son Goku put away his shock. He looked at Suzi and spoke without flinching. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Then come on. Suzi nodded, affirming Son Goku's courage. His strength is dozens of times greater than that of Son Goku, but facing such a huge gap. Son Goku was not frightened, but dared to fight. This courage is very rare. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. Facing such a powerful Suzi, Son Goku didn't want to test anymore and could only attack with his strongest blow. Chapter 16. Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku roared and pushed his hands forward. Boom! The huge Kamehameha wave rushed out directly, heading straight for Suzi at an extremely fast speed and with unimaginable power. Seeing the Kamehameha wave coming, Suzi shook his head slightly without paying any attention. He raised his right hand casually, and when the Kamehameha wave came, Suzi gently caught it. Although the Kamehameha wave is very powerful, it has no meaning to Suzi. Now Suzi can easily block it even without facing the wave. Watch carefully, what is the real power? As soon as Suzi finished speaking, his right hand was grasped fiercely. Boom! The extremely powerful Kamehameha wave collapsed directly under Suzi's grasp. This. Although I thought it would be useless, after seeing this scene. Son Goku still took a breath and looked at Suzi blankly. No way! Even Vegeta was stunned when he saw this scene, looking very dull and a little at a loss. Because of the strength shown by Suzi. It is really too powerful. Got it. Suzi looked at Son Goku, his expression unchanged. Son Goku, it should be my turn next. After crushing the Kamehameha waves, Suzi spoke casually, looking very calm. It's like he didn't take Son Goku's strength into consideration at all. Bring it on. Son Goku looked at Suzi and took a deep breath. As he finished speaking, his whole body flashed out. But instead of moving forward, he moved backward. Choose to keep a certain distance from Suzi. Smart thing to do, but... Suzi smiled and saw what Son Goku was thinking. Whoosh! Suzi came directly in front of Son Goku in a flash. His speed was unimaginable. So fast. Son Goku's expression changed drastically at this moment. He didn't expect Suzi's speed to reach such a level. You must know that even Son Goku, who is now stronger than Super Saiyan 3, did not see Suzi clearly. It can be seen that Suzi's speed is beyond Son Goku's imagination. It's not in the same dimension as him at all, but far beyond. Call out! Suzi pointed out, and with great speed, he went straight to Son Goku and landed on him. In the face of this huge disparity in strength, any action taken by Son Goku would appear useless. His body also looked extremely fragile. In this case, combat effectiveness becomes insignificant, and what really matters is combat experience. And in this regard, Son Goku is undoubtedly very rich. The moment Suzi pointed his finger towards him, Son Goku's expression changed drastically and he retreated crazily. But compared to Suzi's speed, the gap is still too big. In addition, the distance between them is close. Under such circumstances, Son Goku's attempt to escape is simply a fool's errand. Suzi thinks so too. And although he did not use all his strength with this finger, it was equivalent to using 1/25. Faced with such a powerful finger, Suzi did not think that Son Goku could avoid success. It's too late, it's faster than that. Just when Suzi's fingertips were about to touch Son Goku, he saw Son Goku retreating quickly. After seeing that his speed could not surpass Suzi's finger, Son Goku did not hesitate and immediately raised his right hand and placed his fingers between his eyebrows. Instant transmission. After seeing Son Goku's movements, Suzi suddenly accelerated and approached Son Goku instantly. However, even so, at this moment, the finger was less than an inch away from Son Goku. Son Goku's figure disappeared in an instant. Beside Vegeta, Son Goku suddenly appeared. Although he successfully avoided the direct fall of Suzi's finger, the power of Suzi's finger was too terrifying. Even though he was not directly attacked, the aftermath of this finger made Son Goku's blood boil, causing injuries in his body. Too strong. Son Goku spoke in shock. Yes, I was really surprised that you were able to dodge the force of my finger. It seems that I still underestimated you before, but I really want to know if you can avoid it this time, then can you avoid it in time the second time? Suzi spoke, and although he was not stingy with his praise, he also told the truth. What he said is also true. Who knows? Maybe a miracle will happen. Son Goku did not admit defeat because of this, but looking at Suzi, judging from his meaning, he was obviously ready for Suzi's second move. Interesting. Suzi laughed loudly. This is the Son Goku in his impression. He waved his right hand, and a powerful energy suddenly burst out from his body. The level of this anger is really too great. This is 20% of my strength, I hope you can avoid it. As soon as Suzi finished speaking, he pointed out with his right hand. Call out. Immediately the energy surrounding his body turned into a huge arrow. This arrow is completely composed of Suzi's chi, and the power of chi emitted from it is very terrifying. After the arrow appeared, it immediately headed towards Son Goku. Call out. The speed of the arrow is really too fast. As soon as he rushed out, he was in front of Son Goku. Facing this arrow, Son Goku had no time to retreat. He could only raise his right hand, place his fingers between his eyebrows, and prepare to cast instant transmission again. But just when he dropped his fingers, he didn't have time to activate instant transmission. The arrow had already arrived at an unimaginable speed, penetrating through Son Goku's body. Call out. Puff. Son Goku's body shook, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person's aura also dropped crazily at this moment, becoming sluggish. After just a moment, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form and returned to his normal state. Son Goku, now you know something about my power, right? Suzi appeared in front of Son Goku instantly. Looking at Son Goku, he spoke slowly. At the same time, he raised his right hand and waved it, and immediately a burst of pure energy rushed out. It was directly integrated into Son Goku's right shoulder wound. With the intake of this energy, the wound on his right shoulder was repaired at an extremely fast speed. It returned to normal in an instant. Suzi had no intention of hurting anyone, so naturally it was just a matter of effort to repair Son Goku's wound. Suzi, you are indeed very powerful. I admit that I am no match for you. Son Goku jumped up, and while his injuries were recovering, his own energy also increased at the same time. After this battle, Son Goku was completely convinced. Suzi's strength was so strong that it shocked and excited Son Goku. It's shocking that Saiyan can be so powerful. What's exciting is that I am also a Saiyan. Doesn't that mean that I also have hope of becoming so powerful? If you think about it this way, isn't it just pointing out a path of spiritual practice for Son Goku? Since Suzi can do it, he just needs to practice hard. Then one day, he can definitely become that strong. Even stronger. Chapter 17. Suzi, your strength is really too strong. Especially after transforming into Super Saiyan, not only is he different from us, but his strength has increased 5 times more than us. Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke helplessly. Faced with such a huge gap, he couldn't help but be unconvinced. My bloodline is ancient Saiyan, so you will feel uncomfortable when I transform into Super Saiyan. In fact, it is the suppression of bloodline. Regardless of whether it is Saiyan or ancient Saiyan, the main purpose of fighting is experience and the power of normalcy. As long as Saiyan's normal state is strong enough, even if he can't transform, he can still explode with unimaginable power. Suzi smiled and expressed his opinion. What you said makes sense, but normal combat effectiveness is not that easy to improve, and it cannot be achieved in a short time. I really don't know how you practice. It looks like you are only 8 years old. Even smaller than my Goten, how could it have such powerful power? Son Goku spoke with confusion. Suzi shook his head and did not answer him. Suzi glanced into the distance and Suzi made plans to leave. After all, there are too few people on Earth that he cares about, and there are almost no people who can pose a threat to him. Both number 18 and Videl are already married. Suzi, do you know Dragon Ball? Son Goku also saw Suzi's intention at this time, but he did not stop him. Instead, he said something else to attract Suzi's attention. Dragon Ball. Suzi was stunned for a moment, and nodded after a moment. It's the Dragon Ball that can summon Shenron. How could Suzi not know about Dragon Ball? We're looking for the Dragon Ball, it's Bulma's birthday soon. Since you have nothing else to do, why not stay on Earth, just in time for you to experience Earth's Dragon Ball? At that time, if you have any wishes that you want to realize, you can also use Dragon Ball to realize them. Son Goku looked at Suzi and he threw out the bait. Vegeta nodded aside. Apparently at this point, he and Son Goku had a rare agreement on their ideas. Okay, let's see if this Dragon Ball's ability can fulfill some of my wishes. Suzi nodded, did not refuse Son Goku's request, and agreed to stay on Earth temporarily. In fact, Suzi doesn't care much about the Dragon Ball on Earth. I choose to stay on Earth now, not for anything else, but because someone will come soon. The appearance of that person was the main reason why Suzi decided to stay on Earth. With my current strength, even if I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I'm afraid I won't be a match for Beerus. I don't know when Beerus will come. Before then, it's safer for me to go to the spiritual time and space room. The speed of time there makes it a very suitable place for cultivation. Suzi murmured, then he looked at Son Goku and spoke. Son Goku, I want to go to the spiritual time room. Suzi glanced at Son Goku. He knew that going to the Temple of Heaven to ask to enter the spiritual time room might cause some unnecessary trouble. Although Suzi doesn't care about this, if Son Goku takes him along, it can save some unnecessary trouble. Spiritual time and space house. Son Goku was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Suzi, but he did not refuse Suzi's request. No problem, I can take you there now. Son Goku nodded, he felt that it was not that troublesome to let Suzi enter the spiritual time and space room. By the way, Suzi, you are so powerful, you should not only be able to transform into Super Saiyan I, right? Son Goku suddenly thought of something and looked at Suzi and asked. What's the meaning? Suzi frowned, obviously guessing what Son Goku was thinking. I want to see all your transformations, and I don't know if you can satisfy my request. Son Goku looked at Suzi with expectant eyes. At the same time, Vegeta, who had been crossing his arms, was staring at Suzi, and his meaning was self-evident. All transformed. Suzi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Really? That's great. Son Goku spoke with great excitement. He didn't expect Suzi to agree so easily. Not only Son Goku, but even Vegeta was a little surprised. Even without the request from the two of them, even Suzi was starting to get a little curious. How powerful can he be after all his transformations are completed? After all, he had just traveled through time and had not tried much. He also wants to see how strong he is. Goku. Dad. Just then, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Krillin, Bulma. A group of them came from a distance and appeared next to Son Goku and the others. You guys are coming too. Son Goku looked at them and smiled. Son Goku, let them all go back, Son Gohan can stay here. The rest of the people can't bear my breath, and staying here will do them no good. Suzi looked at everyone and spoke slowly. He also told the truth. This is the first time he has transformed like this, and it is inevitable that he will not be able to control the spread of his anger. It would be bad if you accidentally hurt a bystander. Goten, Trunks, you take the rest of the people back first. Son Goku did not hesitate at all and spoke directly to Son Goten and others. Although they also wanted to watch, they still chose to be obedient because Son Goku also had good intentions and they had to leave. After a while, there were only 4 of them, Suzi, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta in the sea. The rest of the people returned to safe places. Suzi, can you start now? Son Goku looked at Suzi, already impatient. Son Gohan on the side also looked at Suzi with some curiosity. He also wanted to see how strong the super strong man his father said was. Vegeta also looked expectant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Suzi, as if they were afraid that if they blinked, they would miss something wonderful. Suzi was also a little helpless about this. He smiled. Then he spoke. Becoming Super Saiyan, first of all, is normalcy. Suzi looked at Son Goku and the 3 of them, and he continued. The stronger the normal strength, the stronger the power after transformation. I think there is no need for me to say more about this, you should all know it very well. Son Goku and the other 3 nodded after hearing this. Like Son Gohan, all potential is stimulated. Entering the state of godly rice when you are angry is another method of Saiyan. But this is a road that Saiyan rarely takes. Whether he can succeed, or how far it will reach in the end, no one knows. Suzi glanced at Son Gohan and was talking to Son Gohan. This is the ancient Super Saiyan. Suzi clenched his hands into fists, and an extremely powerful chi suddenly burst out from his body. Moment. Green and golden light filled the air, and Suzi's chi was rising steadily. At the same time, Suzi also transformed into the ancient Super Saiyan. At this moment, his eyebrows and hair turned green. Suzi has paid great attention to controlling his chi, but even so. But it still caused Vegeta and the 3 of them to tremble under the anger and tremble uncontrollably. But they quickly adjusted. Ancient Super Saiyan, the strength is 250 times that of normal. Suzi spoke slowly. Next, it's the ancient Super Saiyan 2. Suzi's calm voice came out again, and his arm suddenly shook. Chapter 18. However, the moment these words fell, a more powerful force burst out from Suzi's body. It is much stronger than before. Boom! A storm roared, and as soon as it appeared, it immediately dispersed crazily around. Suzi's aura doubled in vain at this moment. The energy outside the body forms a spray, and even electric light travels around. While Suzi's hair is more upright, there is a trace of bangs hanging down. The eyes were sharper, and the bloodline suppression on Suzi also made Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Gohan take a breath. Under this pressure, the three of them burst out with strength without hesitation, forming a piece of chi in front of him to resist the power erupting from Suzi. And what Suzi said before came true. Sure enough, if a weak person is standing here at this time, I'm afraid he will be torn to pieces by the energy erupting from Suzi. Fortunately, Suzi didn't target them, he just let out his anger. Therefore, the ki released when transforming into Super Saiyan 2 can also be resisted by Son Goku and the other three after the explosion of power. Ancient Super Saiyan 2 is 4 times as powerful as Super Saiyan, which is 1000 times stronger under normal conditions. Suzi spoke and looked at the three Son Goku people. Next is the ancient Super Saiyan 3. When Suzi said this, he kept looking at Son Goku. After all, in this Super Saiyan 3, except for Son Goku, at present, only Gotenks after fusion can achieve this. Drink ah! Suzi clenched his hands into fists, and a low growl came from his mouth. Under this low roar, Suzi's strength also increased crazily at the same time. There is even a hot breath filling the air. This hot breath was so exaggerated that even Son Goku and the other three had to use their strongest strength to resist at this moment. But despite this, the three of them were forced to retreat. Within 10 feet of Suzi's body, Son Goku and the others cannot get close at all with their current strength. Suzi's hair also lengthened rapidly, and the energy outside his body became even more majestic. Electric light was densely distributed outside his body, making a crackling sound. His eyebrows also disappeared, and even his appearance underwent some changes, becoming more handsome. But the aura emanating from his body was enough to make everyone who saw it feel shocked. This. Son Goku looked at Suzi's Super Saiyan 3, and couldn't help but his pupils shrank, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Vegeta even more so. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta held everything tightly, because it was too hard. So much so that the nails penetrated the skin, but under the strong shock. But he couldn't feel the slightest pain, his eyes were fixed on Suzi, and he felt mixed emotions in his heart. He is still unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3, which is the pain in his heart. Son Gohan also looked at it and was moved by Suzi's Super Saiyan 3-some. Because he had also seen Son Goku transform into the form of Super Saiyan 3, but Suzi's form after transforming into Super Saiyan 3 was different from his father's. Is this the ancient Super Saiyan 3? Under Suzi's Super Saiyan 3rd transformation, it also made the three of Son Goku feel an unprecedented pressure, which there was no way to resist. They all exploded with chi, raising their own chi to the top. The three of them worked together to form a barrier composed of chi in front of them, and they were able to barely resist the pressure. At the same time, after Suzi exploded with the full power of Super Saiyan 3, the entire Earth, and even the entire 7th universe, whether it is the Southern Galaxy or the Northern Galaxy, or the Eastern Galaxy or the Western Galaxy, at this moment, they all felt the terrifying power of Suzi that was enough to make them feel suffocated. This, what kind of power is this? How can it be so strong? In hell, King Yama was dealing with things, but his expression suddenly changed, as if he felt something. The huge body also stood up directly, looked into the distance, and spoke in shock. Are you kidding? How can this be so scary? King Kai looked at the ball of light in front of him with a look of disbelief. This. East Kaio was also looking at the north. He could feel that the force that was suffocating him was coming from a planet in the northern galaxy. The King of the West and the King of the South are also looking north, and they are both Kaio. Although their management areas were different, at this moment they all felt the incredibly powerful power from the northern galaxy. There are two major holy places in the 7th universe. These two places do not belong to the stars or to hell. It is a separate area that has been opened up. This is the Holy Land. Among them is a sacred place, which is the Supreme Kai world, where the seventh universe Supreme Kai lives. Supreme Kai is also called the God of Creation, so this place is also called the world of God of Creation. At this moment in the Supreme Kai world, Supreme Kai and old Supreme Kai are chatting boredly. But at this moment, the breath of Suzi transforming into Super Saiyan San came, which shocked the entire Supreme Kai world. This is... Old Supreme Kai's eyes narrowed. Old ancestor, this, whose chi is this? How can it be so powerful? Supreme Kai Xin also spoke in shock. Chapter 19. In the Supreme Kai world, the energy coming from the earth is very strong, but it is not evil. After all, the old Supreme Kai has lived for a long time, so he has seen a lot and has a lot of experience. Although he was also shocked, he was not like Supreme Kai Xin and was able to stay rational. And there are Son Goku and the others on earth. It's just that no matter how he feels about this energy, he can't match it to any of Son Goku and the others. Earth. Supreme Kai Xin was stunned, then immediately closed his eyes to sense, and nodded after a moment. Let's take another look. Maybe things are not as bad as we think. Old Supreme Kai took out a crystal ball and put it in front of him, silently muttering a few words that others could not understand. And his hands were also placed on the crystal ball. Now, I saw ripples flashing on the crystal ball, and a picture immediately appeared. And the place that appears in the picture is nowhere else, it is the earth today. And the figure reflected inside it is Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and who is the other kid? Supreme Kaixin looked at the four people in the crystal ball, and he only recognized three. As for the last one, he looked very unfamiliar, and at this moment he spoke in confusion. Would I still ask you if I knew? The old realm king spoke angrily. Supreme Kai Xin was stunned and couldn't find any reason to refute. The expression of the old Kai Wang also gradually became solemn. If it was someone who had never appeared before, then things would be a bit bad. This is my Super Saiyan 3, which is 16 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2, which is equivalent to 16,000 times the normal state. My combat power under normal conditions is 200 billion. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, my strength has reached billion. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is nothing more than a level of Saiyan. As long as Saiyan is willing and dedicated, he can easily reach the third stage of transformation. But after the third stage, there are other transformations waiting to be developed, but by that time there will be a watershed. Suzi spoke slowly. He did not immediately think about transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but explained it to Son Goku and others. Watershed. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Suzi in confusion. If you say it's a watershed, you can also think of it as a choice. It's just that everyone's choice is different. In ancient times, Saiyans were divided into two groups. One of them was those who took the glory of Saiyan as their foundation, never abandoned or gave up, and walked on firmly. It is difficult for such a person to break through, but once he breaks through, his strength will be greatly improved. It can be said that this group of people followed Saiyan's unique changes. The other part chose other paths. It is to use other means to improve on the premise that it is impossible to transform and break through. Some of these people have reached a new realm by chance, which is an existence that transcends everyone in the world. Every species can practice this after reaching a certain level. This is an eternal law. Both of these paths were traveled by Saiyan ancestors and they were successful. As to which of these two paths is correct, there is no way of knowing. Suzi said slowly, in fact, he didn't have to say these words. So instead of using the refreshing word, he changed it to another one. And he believed, even if he didn't say it himself, that when Beerus came, Son Goku and Vegeta will still follow the original script, which means they will become Super Saiyan God. The appearance of Suzi is equivalent to giving them a choice. This is the main purpose of Suzi. Son Gohan, the path you are taking is a path that no one has taken in Saiyan for so many years, but your path is more inclined to the second path. But there are some specific differences. I can't comment too much on this. Everything still depends on yourself. Suzi said and looked at Son Gohan. Suzi, you have said so much, so I want to know which path you are taking. Vegeta looked at Suzi, only he could ask such a question. If you were to count on Son Goku, that guy would definitely be embarrassed given his temperament. And it's not that Son Goku doesn't dare to ask, but he may not even think of this question. Suzi glanced at Vegeta lightly, then turned his eyes to his fist. I chose the path of the ancient Saiyan. I did not choose the realm of cultivation. I took the path of Saiyan transformation. Suzi smiled slightly and spoke. So, do you have other transformations? Vegeta looked at Suzi and didn't hide it. He asked directly, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Certainly. Suzi nodded without denying it. Can we take a look too? Son Goku also looked at Suzi expectantly. Can. Suzi nodded, and then... boom. After these words fell, a terrifying aura that was infinitely more powerful than Super Saiyan 3 also burst out from Suzi's body. Rising steadily. When they felt this aura, the expressions of Son Goku and the others changed drastically, and they looked at Suzi in shock. What you see next is that Saiyan has disappeared since ancient times and has never been transformed by anyone. It is also the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3. I call this transformation Super Saiyan. I saw Suzi clenching his hands into fists and suddenly speaking after a moment. 4. The moment these words fell, an unimaginably powerful momentum burst out from Suzi's body. This momentum is simply too powerful and has reached an unimaginable level. At least for Son Goku and the three of them, they never imagined that one person could be so powerful. Especially since this guy is as much a Super Saiyan as they are. Forget it for Son Gohan, after all, he just wants to study hard and follow the wishes of his mother Shishi. But for Son Goku and Vegeta, Suzi is a big mountain in front of them at this moment. Although it was extremely powerful, it was once beyond their imagination. But I have to cross this mountain of the past. Chapter 20. This is Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku and the other three stared closely at Suzi. For them, Suzi was about to transform next. It was a transformation that they had never seen before and could not even imagine. Especially since this kind of transformation has disappeared in ancient times. It was only now that we could see something like this again. Naturally, Son Goku and the other three couldn't afford to miss it at all. Boom! A terrifying storm filled the air, and the water in the sea dropped by more than 3 inches at this moment because of the terrifying aura that suddenly broke out from Suzi. The ocean is boundless, but even so. Under Suzi's terrifying transformation, the hot breath was too terrifying, causing the water in the entire ocean to drop by 3 inches. Such a thing is simply unimaginable, but such an unimaginable thing is actually happening at this moment. It's just that no one is paying attention to this at the moment. Son Goku and the other three are staring at Suzi. They hold their breath and don't dare to be distracted at all. Boom! Suzi's momentum increased crazily, from Super Saiyan 3's 40,000 billion combat power. In just an instant, Suzi's combat power increased to nearly 80,000 billion. However, all this is far from over, or it is just the beginning. The strength increased wildly, 100,000 billion, 200,000 billion. Hair also appeared on Suzi's body, and her hair changed from the original green back to dark green, and there was a blush around her eyes. Ah! A low growl suddenly came out of Suzi's mouth. Boom! An unimaginable power burst out, and Suzi also transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at this moment. At the moment when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Suzi's strength also reached the terrifying level of 8 billion. 8 billion, that is, 8 capitals. This span can be said to be very large, even ridiculously large. After Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku and the others felt a lot more relaxed. Because at this moment, they can't feel it anymore. The aura emanating from Suzi was almost suffocating. On the contrary, although Suzi's appearance has changed to some extent from before, his whole aura seems very peaceful. Or it would be more accurate to say approachable. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku looked at Suzi carefully. Although Suzi no longer has that aggressive momentum at this moment. But at this moment, Suzi made Son Goku feel more dangerous. It's not that I really feel it, but it's a sixth sense. Yes, this is Super Saiyan 4, a journey back to Saiyon's ancestors. Suzi nodded. After Suzi burst out with the power of Super Saiyan 4. There are not many people in the entire 7th universe who can feel this powerful power. But in another strange place in the 7th universe, it is suitable for another sacred place like the Supreme Kai world. Everything in the universe is equal, and there is a god of creation like Supreme Kai who cares about mankind. So in order to maintain the balance between the universe, there must be the emergence of gods of destruction. And this second holy place is also where the gods of destruction is located. It's just that the gods of destruction in this 7th universe are lazy and don't have many hobbies. In summary, they only have 2 things. One likes to eat, as long as it is nothing and delicious, then he likes it. The other thing is sleep, the kind that can last for a long time. Now the 7th universe gods of destruction is sleeping, but when the breath of Suzi Super Saiyan 4 comes, Beerus' body suddenly moved while he was sleeping. It's like sensing the body, and the body reacts to it. But I wanted to open my eyes, but because I was too sleepy, I turned over and continued to snore. But if people who are familiar with Beerus see it, they will know. Whenever Beerus behaves like this, he is about to wake up. After all, normal people have to stay in bed for a while after waking up, let alone someone like Beerus. And Whis is eating delicious food, when the breath of Suzi comes. Although he also sensed it, he didn't pay any attention to it. It seemed that this little aura didn't bother him at all, but he simply ignored it and started eating on his own. I really didn't expect this thing to be so delicious. Whis spoke while eating. Earth. Suzi's aura slowly weakened, and he exited the Super Saiyan 4 state and gradually returned to normal. The terrifying power before also disappeared at this moment. If I guess correctly, in a few days, a strong man will come to the earth. At that time, with your strength, there was no way to fight against him. Suzi glanced at the starry sky, and he didn't know where Beerus was. However, judging by the timeline, the day when Beerus arrives should be approaching. Strong one? Aren't you even his opponent? Son Goku looked at Suzi, he was a little surprised. He originally thought that Suzi was strong enough, but now he learned from him that there was another existence that was stronger than him. That must not be something that ordinary people could imagine. His power is beyond what we can imagine. Even I am not sure that when Super Saiyan 4 is turned on, resist 1/10 of his strength. But before that, you still need to make more preparations. As Suzi said, he raised his right hand and waved. Suddenly a storm burst out, and in an instant, the 3 of Son Goku were enveloped in it. Temple of Heaven. Suzi and Son Goku suddenly appeared here the next second. Son Goku. Piccolo also spoke after seeing Suzi, who suddenly appeared without warning. Of course, he also observed that there was an extra child beside Son Goku that he didn't know. And that person's aura was actually very similar to the terrifying aura he sensed before. Son Goku, who is this kid? Piccolo looked at the very unfamiliar Suzi and asked Son Goku. Although the person brought here by Son Goku should not be a bad person, he still had to ask clearly. And when Son Goku told him that the terrifying power that Piccolo felt before was erupted from Suzi, he was also shocked. Obviously Suzi is a child. Piccolo, we want to enter the spiritual time and space room, is that okay? After Son Goku explained to Piccolo, he also expressed his request. Piccolo agreed to Goku's request after hesitating for a moment. Come with me. At this moment, he glanced at Suzi on the side. Although he had not arrived at the scene just now. But it was on the Temple of Heaven that I was shocked by the ridiculously powerful aura. Especially now that it was Son Goku who brought him here. Piccolo will still give you this little bit of face. Chapter 21. Suzi and others entered the spiritual space-time room under the leadership of Piccolo. Is this the spiritual space-time house? After looking at the white world around him, Suzi slowly spoke. He could clearly feel the difference between this place and the outside world. The flow of time here is different from outside. If one day is spent outside, a year will have passed here. It's quite good to practice here, but it's just a bit too boring. Son Goku explained beside Suzi. Suzi nodded. Okay, you all can go and practice first. I also need to find a place to start practicing on my own. Suzi said, and his voice just fell. The whole person also flashed out and went straight into the distance. The speed was very fast and disappeared in an instant. When Suzi and others entered the spiritual time and space room, they were in the Gods of Destruction world among the two holy places in the seventh universe. Beerus, who was still sleeping soundly, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. But it was obvious that he was still a little sleepy. The yawning mouth almost reaches the base of the ears. Ha! After stretching and yawning, Beerus also looked around. Strange, why did you wake up so early this time? Beerus spoke helplessly. Whis, where are you? After Beerus opened his eyes and didn't see Whis, he also asked. For him, the most important thing after waking up is to find food. Master Beerus, I thought you would sleep for another few decades, but I didn't expect you to wake up so early this time. Whis came from a distance, holding a scepter in his hand. Looking at Beerus, he smiled slightly and spoke in a very kind voice. I don't know what's going on. It seems like I had a dream about a person, but he is my strong enemy. Beerus was still a little confused and spoke with a confused expression. You know, he hasn't encountered a comparable opponent in this seventh universe for many years. Any enemy in front of him would not be able to withstand even one blow from him. Isn't it possible? Is there anyone in this world who is your strong enemy? Does such a person really exist? Whis smiled, thinking Beerus was joking. Whis, has the bath water been put away? Beerus spoke to Whis while eating. It's ready, the water temperature is just right. I have to say that Whis's service is very good. Even he has anticipated this in advance and made preparations for it. The day passed slowly. Beerus, who had just woken up, had no intention of destroying the planet. After all, destruction is just my job. At heart he is a peace-loving and gourmet person. And since it's work, you must have some free time. In his opinion, there is nothing more pleasurable than enjoyment. Master Beerus, you should be able to work now. Although you didn't sleep for long this time, you really had a lot going on? Whis pursed his lips and smiled. Beerus was silent. He pretended not to hear Whis' words and had no intention of responding. He hadn't rested enough yet. His eyes slowly closed, Beerus felt very relaxed. In this relaxed state, he also had some memories of his dreams. I seem to have remembered. Beerus suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. What? Whis was stunned and glanced at Beerus. Beerus really didn't listen to him at all. After all, Lord Beerus's character was like this. Most of the time, he played the piano to others. Whis, I felt a force coming before I woke up. I don't know who this power belongs to, but I know that this power is very similar to the person in my dream. You help me find him. This person is my strong enemy and someone who can fight me. Beerus's eyes flashed, and he murmured, still thinking about his dream. No problem, what's his name? Whis nodded. After all, he had felt a sudden burst of aura before, but he didn't pay attention to it. What do you say that is? Beerus suddenly hesitated. He touched his chin as if thinking. Call. Super. I forgot what it was about. Beerus thought about it for a moment, but he couldn't remember the name of the rival he fought with in his dream. Master Beerus, you didn't even tell me a name, how could I possibly find it? Whis is somewhat speechless. Let me think about it, what is it called? Beerus thought for a long time, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he immediately said to Whis. I remembered, he seems to be called Super Saiyan God. Beerus finally remembered. Super Saiyan God. Whis immediately began to search, but he searched for a long time to no avail. He did not find the so-called Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus, I did not find the Super Saiyan God. And didn't Saiyan ask Frisia to destroy Saiyan's planet before you went to bed? Now Saiyan is almost extinct, and even if there are some fish that have slipped through the net, they have all dispersed. Most of the Saiyan are on Earth, their Saiyan Prince Vegeta, and Son Goku who killed Frisia are also on Earth. Whis spoke slowly and sorted out the information. Still couldn't find anything about Super Saiyan God, only Saiyan. What? Killed Frisia? Beerus was shocked and immediately stood up and looked at Whis in shock. That's right. Whis waved his right hand, and a beam of light flew out from Angel's staff, turning into a light screen and appearing in front of Beerus. This scene is the battle on Namek. Son Goku tried his best to defeat Frisia. In the end, after Krillin was killed, he relied on his unprecedented anger to transform into Super Saiyan, and then killed Frisia. Do all Saiyans have this kind of hair? Son Goku's hair caught Beerus' attention, and he spoke in confusion. No, Saiyan's hair is usually black. This happens only after transforming into Super Saiyan, and her hair will turn blonde. Whis smiled and explained for Beerus. Super Saiyan? Why not Super Saiyan God? Beerus is confused, what he is looking for is Super Saiyan God, not ordinary Super Saiyan. Well, since he is on Earth and is a Super Saiyan, he must know something about the Super Saiyan God. Beerus wiped himself. It takes 24 minutes and 15 seconds to get to Earth from here. Lord Beerus, do you really want to go? Whis looked at Beerus. Chapter 22. Beerus was also stunned after hearing this. This long time is enough for him to eat many delicious things. However, after much hesitation, he still spoke. Go. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Beerus decided to go to the Earth for clues about Super Saiyan God. Whis, bring me a lunchbox. No matter what you need, you just have to bring food. Whis did not refuse, but turned and left to prepare the food for Beerus. Super Saiyan God. Beerus touched his chin and murmured to himself, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. In the universe, a light that is difficult to catch with the naked eye travels across the starry sky at an incredible speed. The speed of this light is too fast. Or to put it another way, the speed of this light has reached the peak that it can bear. If it goes even faster, the universe will not be able to withstand it and will collapse and break apart at this speed. This is the fastest light in the universe, and there are two figures inside it. They are none other than Whis and Beerus heading to the Earth. In the Supreme Kai world, the old Supreme Kai looked solemn. He never expected that the scary guy would wake up at this moment. Something bad is going on. Lord Beerus wakes up at this time. According to his character, no one knows how many planets will be destroyed this time. Old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back and spoke solemnly. For others, Old Supreme Kai may still have some ideas. But for Beerus, the old Supreme Kai couldn't pay any attention to it. This is very normal, after all, the old Supreme Kai was sealed in the Excalibur by Beerus. Since our ancestor is also a god, he shouldn't be as evil as you say. Supreme Kai Xin looked at the old Supreme Kai with a solemn expression and spoke. Although he also noticed the unimaginably powerful force existing in the starry sky. You don't understand gods of destruction, Lord Beerus. His duty is to destroy, and the power he possesses is unimaginable. Anyone who dares to challenge Lord Beerus will not end up well. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm mainly worried about one person. The old Supreme Kai spoke solemnly. You mean, Mr. Goku? Supreme Kai Xin reacted immediately. Yes, he is such a daredevil. If he offends Lord Beerus, then the entire universe is likely to be destroyed by him. Old Supreme Kai spoke worriedly. Then, is there any way we can prevent this from happening now? Supreme Kai Xin was also shocked, although he didn't know gods of destruction either. But seeing the solemn look on the old ancestor's face, he also knew that the matter was much more serious than he thought. Impossible, no one can stop Lord Beerus. Old Supreme Kai shook his head helplessly. Earth. One day has passed since the four people Suzi, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta entered the spiritual time and space room. Although the day is not long, the next day is Bulma's birthday. For this birthday, Bulma went to great lengths to hold it on the sea. But in the end, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were not present. This made Bulma a little angry. But the party was still going on very lively. And far away from the Earth, Beerus and Whis are coming at extremely fast speeds, and they are getting closer and closer to the Earth. At this speed, they will arrive on Earth in about 3 minutes at most. Goku. Son Goku, who was practicing in the spiritual time room, was sweating profusely at the moment. Here he's fighting with Vegeta and Son Gohan, and doesn't have to worry about anything. This situation has continued for a year, and Son Goku's strength has been greatly improved. And it's not just him who has improved, Son Gohan and Vegeta have also improved significantly. Especially Vegeta, because he has obsessions in his heart, his improvement can be said to be the greatest. Although he still failed to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3, his Super Saiyan became more powerful. Just after another round of melee, a voice suddenly sounded in the minds of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, and the owner of the voice was also very familiar to them. Kai-sama, is something wrong? The voice belongs to none other than King Kai, who is communicating with Son Goku through his special antenna. Goku, Lord Beerus will arrive on Earth in about 3 minutes. He is very powerful. You must not offend him. Otherwise, the Earth and the entire universe may be destroyed. King Kai's anxious voice came out. It wasn't just Son Goku who heard the sound, but Vegeta and Son Gohan, who also heard it. Lord Beerus. Son Goku was stunned. This was the first time he heard this name. Yes, Lord Beerus is the gods of destruction. You must not make him angry, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. King Kai warned again. I see. Son Goku spoke in response. Vegeta, Gohan, you two go out first, I will stay with Suzi here for a while, and I will go out later. Son Goku spoke to Vegeta and Son Gohan. Good. Vegeta didn't hesitate at all. Suzi, I have to leave. Lord Kaio said that Lord Beerus is here. He seems very strong. Son Goku found the place where Suzi practiced alone. Beerus, is he here? Suzi opened his eyes, and golden light flashed by. Looking at Son Goku, he took out a breath and spoke slowly. It seems like it will be on Earth in about 3 minutes. Son Goku nodded affirmatively. Well, you can go out later. I have reached a critical moment in my practice. I will naturally go out after I finish my practice. Suzi nodded. Suzi, is the powerful man you mentioned before that we cannot match, the Lord Beerus that Supreme Kai talks about. Son Goku spoke doubtfully and expressed his confusion. This was the main reason for him to stay. Who knows? Maybe. Suzi did not give a definite answer, but said this. Okay, then I'm leaving. Seeing that Suzi did not answer his question directly, Son Goku, although a little regretful, nodded, then turned and left. Whoosh! Son Goku was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. He rushed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Suzi, on the other hand, raised the corner of his mouth with a slight arc after Son Goku left, and he murmured. Beerus. Suzi said to himself. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 23. Earth. At this time, it was still a calm scene, without any unevenness. There is no such feeling as before the disaster strikes. Gods of destruction. Vegeta appeared at the celestial temple and spoke with disdain. I don't care if the people coming are gods of destruction or whatever. If you dare to threaten me, then I, Vegeta, don't mind learning a lesson. Uncle Vegeta, Lord Kaio has already said that the gods of destruction are very powerful. Stronger than every enemy we've encountered before. So I think we'd better be careful. Son Gohan reminded Vegeta and said. Cut. Vegeta did not answer Son Gohan, but his inner thoughts were a little different from what he said. Vegeta, I think Gohan is right. No matter what. For this so-called gods of destruction Beerus, we'd better be careful. At this time, Son Goku also walked out of the time and space room, glanced at Vegeta with a look of disdain and said. Kakarot, that's your business, don't tell me. Vegeta was very impatient when Son Goku said that. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out and ran straight away. Let's go too, today is Bulma's birthday, let's go together. Son Goku smiled and was not angry because of Vegeta's words. Instead, he smiled and spoke to Son Gohan. Whoosh! Whizzing! Son Goku and Son Gohan rushed out at the same time, rushing straight into the distance in an instant, and soon caught up with Vegeta. Although Vegeta, Son Goku and Son Gohan did not come, Bulma's birthday still went on. The cruise ship moved slowly on the sea, with no so-called destination, simply because Bulma thought the scenery on the sea was more beautiful. So I drove aimlessly. The sea breeze blew, waves swept across, and a lively atmosphere spread on the cruise ship. Master Beerus, shall we go directly to Vegeta? In the starry sky not far from the earth, Whis smiled at Beerus and asked Beerus for his opinion. Beerus nodded. Whoosh! The colorful light flashes and merges into the earth at the moment. We came directly to the sea and stopped on the cruise ship where a birthday party was being held. Vegeta was lying in a place to rest, his mind constantly thinking about his previous battle with Suzi. In fact, Vegeta's strength has been greatly improved when he was in the spiritual space-time room. Although he didn't transform into Super Saiyan 3, he was very close. I can't transform into Super Saiyan 3 yet, but with the full power of my Super Saiyan 2. But it's not much worse than Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta said to himself. But I still have to prepare for another path. Vegeta closed his eyes and thought. Vegeta. At this moment, a calm voice came out and fell into Vegeta's ears. Although the voice was very calm, Vegeta was shocked inside the moment it fell. He opened his eyes in confusion and immediately saw two people. The first thing he saw was Whis, but he didn't feel any pressure around Whis. It seemed that the person in front of him was just an ordinary person. Then he saw Beerus. It's not that he could feel Beerus' aura, but the moment he saw Beerus, Vegeta's mind was shocked. Compare. Vegeta looked at Beerus, but his body was already shaking uncontrollably. Broken. Gods of destruction Lord Beerus. Vegeta almost blurted out, he remembered. When I was very young, I met Beerus once. And that one time left an indelible impression on Vegeta. Hey, it's so rare that you still remember me. Beerus walked out from behind Whis and glanced at Vegeta's calm opening. Lord Beerus, I wonder why you came to Earth. Vegeta lowered his head, he didn't dare to look at Beerus. The shadow of my childhood suddenly came to mind. Vegeta was not like this when he faced Frieza. But now, he couldn't even find the courage to look at Beerus. Vegeta, I'm here to ask you, do you know Super Saiyan God? Beerus didn't pay any attention to the weak Vegeta, but spoke calmly. After all, with Vegeta's insignificant strength to him, he could kill countless people with just one finger. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta was stunned, and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head. He didn't know. Because before this, although Suzi talked about Saiyans' different paths, but he only mentioned that he himself had no clue about the Super Saiyan God that Beerus was talking about. Lord Beerus, I don't know anything about Super Saiyan God. Vegeta answered truthfully. Even you don't know, do you? Beerus seemed a little disappointed. He originally thought he would be able to find the Super Saiyan God in his dreams when he came to Earth this time. But I didn't expect that the trip would end up being in vain. The Saiyan who defeated Frieza should be called Son Goku. Call him over and let me ask him. Beerus came to a lounge chair and spoke to Vegeta. Yes. Vegeta did not dare to have any objections to Beerus's order, but instead flashed his figure. Whoosh! Vegeta rushed out in a flash and came directly to another part of the spacecraft, which was very lively at the moment. Vegeta, you're here. Son Goku also saw Vegeta suddenly appear. It's just that the latter's face looked solemn at the moment. Kakarot, come here with me. Vegeta looked solemnly as he looked at Son Goku. What happened? At this time, Son Goku had almost forgotten about the coming of gods of destruction. Kakarot, there is someone who wants to see you later. He is Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. When you meet him later, you must not reveal any disrespectful behavior. Otherwise, if Lord Beerus gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. Vegeta's face looked more serious than ever at this moment. Is he here? Hearing that Gods of Destruction Beerus was coming, Son Goku was immediately excited. As for what Vegeta explained later, Son Goku didn't listen to a word. Come with me. Lord Beerus wants to see you. Vegeta's figure flashed and left immediately. Whoosh! Son Goku followed closely behind. He followed immediately. Two of them, Bulma, Shishi, and others were all together. Seeing Vegeta and Son Goku leaving without saying hello again, they couldn't help but shake their heads. But they didn't say anything. I don't intend to spoil my good mood because of these two irresponsible men. Chapter 24. Whis looked ahead. They're coming. After Whis finished speaking, two figures appeared in front of them. They were Vegeta and Son Goku. Kakarot, I haven't met Lord Beerus yet. Vegeta immediately spoke to Son Goku. Are you the Son Goku who defeated Frieza? Beerus looked at Son Goku without any expression on his face. To him, Frieza is just trash. It's just luck, Lord Beerus complimented me. Son Goku smiled. Although he said this, he did not deny it. But it's just luck. Being able to defeat Frieza shows that you still have some ability. But I see you were not like this when you defeated Frieza. You should be able to transform. Beerus spoke after looking at Son Goku for a long time and expressed his guess. Well, when I defeated Frieza, I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyan clan. Son Goku did not deliberately hide this. Although he didn't know how Beerus knew this, since he was a god, he must have a special way to know it. What's more, there is nothing worth paying attention to. Now almost everyone in the universe who knows about his existence knows that he can transform. Transform and show me. Beerus spoke, as if he was speaking to Son Goku in the tone of a superior, his tone was so unquestionable. Good. Son Goku didn't hesitate at all, nor did he care about Beerus' tone. Boom! With his hands clenched into fists, a powerful aura immediately burst out from Son Goku's body. A layer of air waves also appeared around him. However, he was slapped away by Beerus. Golden light emerged in an instant, and Son Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan at this moment. Is this Super Saiyan? From this point of view, Frieza is really no match for you. Beerus spoke slowly. Although Son Goku's strength after transformation is still so vulnerable to Beerus, after all, after transformation, defeating someone like Frieza can be done easily. Son Goku, do you know Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked at Son Goku and asked the purpose of his visit this time. Super Saiyan God. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, shook his head, and had the same reaction as Vegeta. Lord Beerus, I have not heard of Super Saiyan God. Son Goku spoke truthfully. You don't know either. Beerus frowned, this information was somewhat beyond his expectation. Lord Beerus, that was just a dream. How could anyone in this world be your opponent? Whis spoke with some dissatisfaction. He had run so far for nothing, so naturally he would still be a little resentful. What? You look like you are a little unhappy that your run was in vain this time. Beerus frowned and glanced at Whis beside him. Okay, since there is no news about Super Saiyan God, let's go back first. Beerus naturally lost interest because of this, and even saw people like Son Goku. Thinking that he had wasted more than 20 minutes, he had the idea of destroying the earth. Wait a moment. As soon as he heard that Beerus was leaving, Son Goku immediately spoke. Kakarot, what do you want to do? Vegeta had just breathed a sigh of relief because Beerus was leaving. By sending Beerus away, the earth had escaped disaster. But Son Goku's words made Vegeta relax again. What's your business? Beerus glanced at Son Goku. Lord Beerus, I heard that you are very powerful. Son Goku ignored Vegeta's words and had a look of anticipation in his eyes. As soon as this sentence came out, Vegeta's expression changed. It wasn't just him. Even the old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai Xin, who were paying attention to every move on the earth from afar, were shocked after hearing Son Goku's words. This. What does this guy want to do? The old Supreme Kai was so angry in the Supreme Kai world that he even had the urge to go over and slap Son Goku to death immediately. Mr. Goku. Supreme Kai Xin also has a black line on his face. Through the introduction of the old Supreme Kai, Supreme Kaixin already knows clearly what kind of person Lord Beerus is. Originally, it was okay to let Master Beerus go, but because of Son Goku's words, some changes may occur. Lord Beerus, I heard that you are very powerful. I wonder if you can give me a try, just a little bit. Sure enough, Son Goku lived up to everyone's expectations and said this sentence without really having a long memory. Idiot Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to rush out and was in front of Son Goku in an instant, blocking him from reaching out. He clasped his hands together and lowered his head, almost to the ground. Lord Beerus, this guy Kakarot cracked his head when he was a child. It often leads to a little confusion. I hope Lord Beerus can ignore the faults of others. Vegeta spoke humbly, very nervous. But Beerus completely filtered out Vegeta's words. Want to see my strength? Beerus looked at Son Goku and suddenly laughed after a moment. Ha ha ha. Beerus laughed loudly, it was the funniest joke he had ever heard since he woke up. Lord Beerus, I wonder if you would agree. Son Goku looked anxiously, but his tone was full of expectation. He had only heard that Gods of Destruction Lord Beerus was very powerful, but he had never really seen it. And when meeting a strong person, Son Goku would really be very unwilling if he didn't go up to compete. Just like before I had to compete with Suzi. Son Goku is such a person. Never miss an opportunity. I am not interested. After Beerus finished laughing, his face turned cold instantly, and his voice was very cold. Vegeta was relieved again after hearing this. Fortunately, Lord Beerus was not completely angry because of Son Goku's words. Although his expression is much colder now, it is still salvageable. Lord Beerus. Vegeta looked at Beerus' cold face with a worried expression. He was about to pull Son Goku to apologize to Beerus, but was interrupted by Son Goku's voice. Lord Beerus, are you afraid? Son Goku never knows where the bottom line is, let alone the steps. Instead, he continued to use words to challenge Beerus' bottom line. Chapter 25. Beerus was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Son Goku to say such things to him. Afraid? Beerus glanced at Son Goku, his eyes showing an icy coldness. If you are not afraid, then please compete with me. I really want to see your power. After saying that, Son Goku assumed a fighting stance and looked at Beerus expectantly. Good. Beerus actually agreed this time. But if you defeat me and maybe help me find the Super Saiyan God, then forget about it. But if you cannot do these 2 points, then after defeating you, I will destroy the entire Earth and the Northern Galaxy. Beerus' words were shocking, but no one thought he was joking. This. Son Goku was stunned. Come on, while I still have some interest. Beerus said and yawned, looking unconcerned. Whoosh. In Super Saiyan form, Son Goku heads straight for Beerus. Its speed is so fast that it can be said that it is approaching in an instant. Kakarot, this guy, I didn't expect that his strength improved a lot when he was in the spiritual time and space room. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and he was a little surprised by Son Goku's speed. However, he did not think that Son Goku in this state would have the slightest chance of winning. Because this is what it means for Beerus. Too slow. Faced with Son Goku's rapid attack, Beerus didn't care at all. The moment Son Goku arrived, he avoided Son Goku's attack with a slight movement of his feet. It looked like it was Son Goku's own mistake. Audiobook. One blow missed, and Son Goku attacked crazily again. Each attack was full force, and under the continuous attacks, none of the attacks could fall on Beerus. They were all dodged by his seemingly random movements. This is not to say that Son Goku's timing is bad. But every time Son Goku's attack was about to fall on Beerus, he could easily avoid it. It seemed that Son Goku's speed was simply not worth mentioning in front of him, and there was no way to arouse Beerus's slightest interest. In fact, that's the way it is. As the gods of destruction, he is also the strongest person in the 7th universe besides Angel. Such strength is completely beyond what Son Goku could imagine. Or to put it more clearly, Son Goku's strength is not at the same level as Beerus's. Master Beerus, if you keep dodging, there will be no results. Son Goku stopped and clenched his hands into fists. He was also very tired. It's more boring. Are you bored? Beerus glanced at Son Goku. Your strength is too weak. Even if you transform into Super Saiyan, it will be the same to me. There will be no difference. Beerus spoke nonchalantly. What about this? Beerus' words did not make Son Goku particularly angry. But since Beerus has already said this, he naturally has to show something, otherwise he wouldn't be called Son Goku. Boom! An even more powerful aura suddenly burst out from Son Goku's body. This is a transformation beyond Super Saiyan. I call it Super Saiyan 2. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku's momentum is twice as strong as before. I really didn't know that you could actually undergo a second transformation. Beerus has some interest in Son Goku. Of course, this interest really just increased a little bit. But so what if it's your second transformation? It doesn't seem to have any effect in front of me, right? If you think you can fight me after your second transformation, then your idea is really too simple. Beerus looked at Son Goku and spoke slowly. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, my strength is 100 times that of normal. I don't believe that this is not enough. Son Goku watched Beerus speak with determination in his eyes. Whoosh! Son Goku rushed out so fast that he arrived in front of Beerus in almost the blink of an eye. Boom! After approaching, Son Goku clenched his fist again without any hesitation, and then punched Beerus hard. With an extremely powerful punch, he hit Beerus directly. Boom! The powerful punch did not land on Beerus' body after it was fired. But at the moment of falling, Beerus dodged very calmly. It's not enough. If you only have this strength, then I'm sorry. Beerus looked at Son Goku, although he knew that it would be difficult for Son Goku to do many things that would surprise him. But mentally, Beerus still has some expectations. However, only Beerus himself knows how much this expectation is. After all, no matter how much Son Goku's strength changes, it is just that to him. Drink ah. Son Goku clenched his hands into fists, and an extremely powerful force burst out from his body at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, the storm roared with huge and unimaginable power. This is the improvement I gained when I was fighting Son Gohan and Vegeta in the spiritual space-time room. Of course, a large part of this comes from Suzi's guidance. It can be said that the Super Saiyan 3 transformed by Son Goku at this moment is more powerful than the Super Saiyan 3 transformed before when fighting Suzi. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Beerus glanced at Son Goku with a strange look in his eyes. If we talk about normalcy, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 have no way to cause Beerus to pay any attention. So after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, although there is still an insurmountable gap between Son Goku's strength and Beerus at this moment, the speed of this improvement surprised even Beerus. Lord Beerus, this is the strongest transformation I can achieve. That is, the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2. I call this transformation Super Saiyan 3. As for strength, it is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. That is 8 times that of Super Saiyan. 400 times the normal. Son Goku's eyes flashed, showing a sharp look. And at the same time, above the temple, inside the spiritual time and space room, Suzi, who was still practicing, opened his closed eyes at this moment. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he felt something. Come yet, he said to himself, then closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. Looks like I have to speed up the process. Chapter 26. If this is your full strength, then use your full strength to deal with me. Although that's the case, because of your hard work, I will give you this opportunity. As for whether you can satisfy me after giving you the opportunity, that's not something I can decide, it's up to you. Beerus looked at Son Goku and said. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Son Goku behaves confidently. In his opinion, Beerus is similar to Suzi. Although he is not his opponent, he should still be able to do it after a little competition. Whoosh! Son Goku's figure flashed. It has to be said that after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku's speed has indeed improved a lot. The speed has improved a lot compared to before. Beerus nodded, the interest in his eyes growing stronger. Boom! Son Goku punched out and came straight towards Beerus. However, no matter how Son Goku transformed, his attacks never landed on Beerus. How can it be? Son Goku also looked shocked when he saw this. Master Beerus, you keep dodging. If you do this, I will never have a chance to see your power. Son Goku stopped and said to Beerus seriously. Want to see my power? Then I'll satisfy your curiosity. Beerus nodded, then raised his right hand. However, he does not intend to use his entire right hand to deal with Son Goku. Such strength does not require him to do so. One finger is enough for you. To be precise, using this finger means I have already looked up to you. Beerus said, correcting his statement by the way. Hateful. Son Goku stared sharply at Beerus, and he was looked down upon again. Ah! A low growl came from Son Goku's mouth. And under this roar, the power of Super Saiyan 3 also exploded at this moment. The energy gathered in Son Goku's body turned into a storm. Although you are the gods of destruction, the consequences of looking down on me are very serious. Son Goku roared, and then rushed out in a flash, heading straight for Beerus at extremely fast speeds. Call out! Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! Son Goku was as lightning-like at the moment, and he started attacking crazily as he approached. He wanted to use his strongest attack to shake Beerus. Too weak. Although Beerus did not continue to dodge, just as he said. Facing Son Goku's storm-like attacks, he really just used one finger. And it seems that there is no effort at all. With the power of one finger, he easily blocked all of Son Goku's attacks. Turtle. After Son Goku punched again, he immediately distanced himself from Beerus. The moment they pulled away, they put their hands together and stopped on the right side of the body. Groob. The moment the second word fell, Super Saiyan Ii's power crazily merged into his hands and turned into a golden point of light. Interesting. After seeing Son Goku's actions, Beerus did not stop him, but smiled and said, he wanted to see what kind of surprise Son Goku could bring him this time. Gas. After the light spot appeared, it immediately absorbed the surrounding power. Based on the power of Son Goku, the light spots slowly spread and turned into a ball of light. After the light ball was formed, a more powerful force emitted. Under this force, the sea water roared continuously, setting off huge waves and crashing over. Achievement. The moment the fourth syllable fell, swirling golden streaks immediately appeared on the ball of light. These golden colors are caused by Son Goku's power being too strong and unable to be compressed, causing it to spread out. And it's also visually more beautiful. Wave. As the last word fell, Son Goku pushed forward hard with both hands. Boom! A huge beam of light rushed out directly, heading towards Beerus at an extremely fast speed and with unimaginable power. This time, let me see what you do. Son Goku smiled and watched this scene quietly. He was breathing heavily, after all, this move also used up a lot of his strength. Don't overestimate your capabilities. When the Kamehameha wave came, Beerus did not dodge at all. On the contrary, he still stood there and simply chose to ignore it. When the Kamehameha wave was only 3 inches away from Beerus, Beerus slowly raised his finger and moved forward slightly. Boom! It seemed like a very slight and casual finger. But the moment this finger fell, the huge Kamehameha wave collapsed directly, without any resistance at all. This. Son Goku's expression changed greatly. He was thinking about rushing out. But at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged that made his heart tremble. He didn't hesitate at all, and immediately backed away without any hesitation. Almost in an instant, Son Goku had already stepped back several feet and distanced himself from Beerus. Beerus' eyes narrowed. Son Goku looked confused. I actually backed away. Son Goku murmured. Just a momentary feeling caused his body to retreat so much involuntarily. This was a completely subconscious action without any thought. It seems that you are indeed a fighting genius. Although you can't detect God's breath, you can avoid it at critical moments. If you hadn't retreated just now, you would have lost or died now. Beerus spoke slowly. What? Son Goku was stunned. He obviously hadn't realized what Beerus meant. Boom! At this moment, Beerus appeared in front of him silently. I saw Beerus shooting out his right hand casually. It was such a random movement, and it hit Son Goku directly after falling. A powerful force suddenly passed into Son Goku's body. When his body was shaken, Son Goku spat out a large mouthful of blood, and was immediately knocked back to normal. His breath was also dying. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured by this blow. But as long as you're not dead yet, everything is easy to discuss. Son Goku, now that you have lost, then as agreed. Will you help me find the Super Saiyan God, or will you let the Earth and the Northern Galaxy be destroyed? I am a very kind person and will not force you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you can't think about it well, then let me make the choice. Beerus looked at Son Goku and spoke. His tone was very calm, and there was no hint of joy or anger. Chapter 27. Vegeta is a little angry now, but doesn't know what to do. Kakarot, I told you not to cause trouble, what should I do now? Vegeta looked at Son Goku and spoke with a gloomy expression. Beerus could have been allowed to leave originally, but because of Son Goku's words, it has now reached this point. Vegeta, he is really strong. Perhaps he is the strongest person we have ever seen, and even Suzi may not be his opponent. Son Goku spoke weakly. At this moment, he felt extremely painful even when he spoke. This feeling was really uncomfortable. After all, he doesn't have fairy beans in his hand now. Otherwise, eating one will heal any injury. Of course, he was also shocked at the same time, that is, he did not expect that there would be such a powerful opponent in this world. Even Son Goku feels that Beerus is much more powerful than Suzi. Of course I know this. Vegeta spoke in a deep voice, his face looking very ugly. 10. Beerus, however, would not change his mind because of what happened to Vegeta and the others, and had already started counting down. Kakarot, come up with a solution quickly. Vegeta became anxious, and now his mind was filled with mush. It was such a mess that I couldn't think of any ideas at all. It is naturally impossible for him to destroy the Earth and the Northern Galaxy. There is only one choice now. That is to help him find the Super Saiyan God. Only in this way can the crisis of the Earth and the Northern Galaxy be avoided. Son Goku spoke slowly. In fact, he had already thought about this. Even Son Goku has thought about whether Suzi might be the Super Saiyan God that Beerus calls him. But now Suzi is practicing in the spiritual time and space room, and it has reached a critical moment. It is not easy for Son Goku to disturb him at this time. 9. Beerus's voice was like a death sentence, putting a lot of pressure on Vegeta. Vegeta, Son Goku, then why are the two here? At this moment, a woman's voice came from not far away. Bulma, dressed in white, was seen walking from a short distance away. He saw Vegeta and Son Goku lying on the ground and said, Bulma, don't come here. Seeing Bulma coming, Vegeta immediately stopped him. But Bulma didn't care about his stop. In fact, many people on the ship already knew about Son Goku's transformation before. I originally thought it was a battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, so no one came. Since Bulma was the star of this birthday party, she decided to come over and take a look. But as soon as I arrived, I saw this scene in front of me. You two are friends of Vegeta and Son Goku, but today is my birthday. It's better to put away your tricks. Otherwise, you are not welcome here. Bulma is not afraid of Beerus and the others at all, and his words are very sharp. Beerus and Whis were both stunned after hearing this and looked at each other. Snapped. A crisp sound came out the next second, and Beerus raised his right hand and slapped him away. Bulma spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant, flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and fell hard to the deck. Cloth. Bulma. My, Bulma. Vegeta was angry. Where is the submissive appearance from before? Just like ignited explosives. Explode in an instant. Boom. An extremely powerful force burst out from Vegeta's body, and he transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus. Vegeta yelled at Beerus and rushed out. Whoosh. Vegeta appeared directly next to Beerus, raised his right hand and made a fist, and punched Beerus hard. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Seeing Vegeta coming, Beerus spoke with disdain. He raised his right hand, preparing to crush Vegeta, who looked like an ant to him, to death. However, at this moment, Vegeta suddenly disappeared and appeared directly on the right side of Beerus. It was very fast, and Beerus was a little careless. Boom! Vegeta's fist flew quickly and landed directly on Beerus. What? Beerus's gaze was focused, with excitement in his eyes. because Vegeta in this state was obviously a bit beyond his expectation. You dare to hurt my Bulma, I will fight you. Vegeta was so angry that he couldn't control anything at this time. There was only endless anger in his eyes at Bulma's injury. This guy Vegeta is actually so strong. Seeing that he was easily defeated, Vegeta was so angry that he. But after the burst of power, Son Goku couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Under Vegeta's crazy attack, Beerus was completely passive. Sky Cannon! Vegeta flashed. Arriving directly above Beerus. He roared, and a burst of pure energy immediately rushed out of his hands, heading straight for Beerus at extremely fast speeds. Boom! The cannon fell completely. Suddenly thick smoke billowed, and Beerus' figure was revealed. Although he was attacked wildly by Vegeta. But for Beerus, it was just a minor surprise. And with Vegeta's power, even if it falls on Beerus, it will be difficult to cause any harm to Beerus. The huge gap in strength cannot be overcome by anger alone, at least not by Vegeta. You've had enough fighting. Beerus spoke slowly, his voice still as joyless and without anger. He casually dusted himself off and looked at Vegeta calmly. Vegeta's body was shaken, but at this time he came to his senses and no longer lost his mind like before. Now. Beerus was about to speak, but at this moment, he saw Son Goku getting up with difficulty. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Son Goku watched Beerus speak, and he climbed up from the ground with difficulty. The injuries on his body caused him to speak through gritted teeth. Lord Beerus, aren't you looking for the Super Saiyan God? To be honest, we don't know this person. But we don't know, but there is someone who should know. Son Goku looked at Beerus and spoke. Upon hearing Super Saiyan God, Beerus immediately became interested and looked at Son Goku. Since you have a way, let's get started. As long as you can call him over, I will let you go. If Son Goku can really do what he says, then Beerus doesn't mind letting them go. So Beerus also made a promise. Chapter 28. Kakarot, do you really know about Super Saiyan God? Vegeta stepped forward and asked Son Goku softly while holding his right arm. His arm was injured due to the brief battle with Beerus just now. He had been seriously injured, and it was very difficult to lift him up. This is also the scariest part of Beerus. Even though Beerus had stopped just now because of Son Goku's words, Vegeta still had many injuries inexplicably on his body. And if Son Goku fails to fulfill his promise to Beerus to find the Super Saiyan God, then their Earth will still be destroyed. Gods of destruction, Beerus always does what he says. You have seen Beerus' temper, don't try to lie to him. Vegeta advised Son Goku that he was really too afraid of Beerus. Son Goku lowered his head without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. I can hear what you are saying. Not far away, Beerus stood there with his arms folded, his face expressionless. Behind him is Angel Whis, standing there smiling and holding a scepter the whole time. Apparently Beerus kept his word and gave Son Goku and others time. Vegeta trembled and immediately chose to shut up. It's now time, no matter how reluctant you are, you can only choose to believe Son Goku. But Vegeta thought of something else and looked in the direction of the temple. If Beerus can be brought to that person, maybe Earth. Don't think about it, it's useless. Son Goku suddenly spoke at this time, and he also guessed what Vegeta was thinking. I had thought about this idea before, but quickly gave it up. Let's not talk about whether Suzi is still practicing. It's unclear whether Suzi can defeat Beerus. After all, he has truly experienced the strength of both. On balance, Beerus, who never really took it seriously from beginning to end, is obviously scarier. If Suzi still loses by then the Earth will really be over. But at this moment, Son Goku thought of another way. Just because they don't know it doesn't mean others don't know it. They also have the omniscient Shenron. They originally wanted to celebrate Bulma's birthday, but they collected all the Dragon Balls early in the morning just to wait for today. However, this time, for the sake of the safety of the Earth, Bulma may have to be aggrieved. Bulma, can I borrow the 7 Dragon Ball from you? Son Goku walked up to Bulma to ask her opinion, while Vegeta on the side kept supporting Bulma. 7 Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately understood what Son Goku meant. He wants to use Shenron's power to find the Super Saiyan God. Of course. After listening to Vegeta's explanation just now, Bulma finally understood what kind of existence the guy in front of him was. While I was still frightened, I also felt sorry for Vegeta. You know, Vegeta was scared to death of that guy before, but now he actually stood up for himself. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Once we use the 7 Dragon Balls to call Shenron out, we will know the whereabouts of Super Saiyan. Son Goku walked up to Beerus and said, this is their last resort. 7 Dragon Balls. Apparently Beerus doesn't know what Earth's Shenron is. Lord Beerus, the 7 Dragon Balls are tools created by the Namek people of Earth to grant their wishes. Whis explained immediately. Beerus nodded after listening to Whis' explanation and waved his hand casually, indicating that Son Goku and the others could just do it. And he just wants results. Okay, Lord Beerus. Son Goku and others also immediately took out the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma on the other hand was still a little reluctant. After all, this was originally her birthday gift, but now she has to part with it for the sake of the safety of the Earth. Anyway, Shenron can grant 3 wishes, so there seems to be no problem in giving one to Son Goku and the others. Is this the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth? Beerus looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in the basket and said. Why is it so small? But because he didn't speak loudly, others didn't hear him. At this time, Son Gohan and others gathered on the cruise ship. But Son Goku didn't tell them about Gods of Destruction Beerus. Because worry will affect their mood. Let us start. Son Goku said and walked forward. In the basket in front of him were 7 Dragon Balls. Come out Shenron and make my wish come true. Son Goku opened his arms and spoke the spell loudly. Boom! The sky suddenly became dense with dark clouds, and huge bolts of lightning fell from the sky. At the same time, a huge golden figure roared out from among the 7 Dragon Balls. With its huge body, it soared straight into the sky. Hovering in the sky, looking down at Son Goku and others with a disdainful attitude. 2 green dragon whiskers moved automatically in the air without wind. The scarlet eyes were full of majesty. Say your wish. Shenron looked down at Son Goku and said with pride, with its inviolable majesty. Tell me, where is Super Saiyan God? Beerus crossed his arms and couldn't hear a trace of fluctuation in his tone. He looked at Shenron. He was clearly standing below, but he gave people the illusion of being in a superior position. Shenron was just trying to teach some unscrupulous boy a lesson, but he dared to speak to him in such a tone. I just saw the guy with a pair of cats in the crowd. Better than Lord Beerus. Shenron instantly shriveled up and his huge head fell. Beerus was obviously not as big as one of his eyes, but at this moment he wanted to bury his head on the ground. It really wants to slap itself. You can pretend to be cool in front of anyone, but how can you pretend to be the most terrifying guy in the universe? Even the dragon's body started to tremble non-stop. He was afraid that Beerus would give it a slap because of his own offense. Son Goku and others also saw Shenron's pitiful appearance. Stop talking nonsense, tell me, where is Super Saiyan God? Beerus was a little impatient. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Shenron, who had his head lowered in front of him. Super Saiyan God. Shenron hesitated and continued. It is recorded in Namek's mythology book that only 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts can create a Super Saiyan God by injecting all their energy into another warrior. That's all. Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Shenron. Shenron nodded hurriedly, and then asked tentatively. Then Mr. Beerus, do you have anything else to ask? No more, get out. Beerus waved his hand. Okay. After hearing this, Shenron quickly raised his body. It may have never been so happy in its life. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenron turned into a beam of light. The 7 Dragon Balls then scattered and landed all over the world again, waiting for those who are destined to find them. Okay, you heard it too. Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Son Goku and others. I'll give you 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I want to meet the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 29. Although Son Goku and the others were amused when they saw Shenron's reaction that could be described as running away, Beerus' words forced them to hurry up. 5 Saiyan warriors. Son Goku obviously exposed his shortcomings at this time. Isn't it just right for me, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks? Son Goku smiled and pulled everyone over, so that he could summon the Super Saiyan God immediately. Oops! Son Goku suddenly felt a critical blow to the back of his head. When he looked back, he saw that it was Vegeta who hit him. Vegeta, why did you hit me? I was right. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a grieved expression. At this time, even Son Gohan shook his head when he saw his father's reaction. Idiot, it takes the power of 5 Saiyan warriors to be injected into another person. Doesn't it take 6 Saiyan? Vegeta shouted at Son Goku, completely conquered by this guy's brain. 6. After hearing what Vegeta said, Son Goku also smiled and touched his head. It seemed that he had really made a mistake. Only. Counting Gohan and Trunks, there were only 5 Saiyan present. Completely falling short of the 6 Saiyan warriors required to summon the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku was lost in thought. What should I do now? Saiyan. At this time, Son Gohan suddenly spoke, and he carefully brought his wife Videl over. At this time, Videl had a big belly because she was pregnant. He put his hands on his stomach, obviously still a little confused about the situation. And what was in her belly was the result of her relationship with Son Gohan. Also has Saiyan blood. Yeah, Videl. Son Goku was so happy that he forgot that Videl was there. After all, it was Son Gohan's unborn child, so he must have the blood of their Saiyan warriors. Ah! Videl asked doubtfully, but after Son Gohan explained, she spoke again. Is this really okay? She also didn't believe that this was okay. After all, the child was not born yet and was in her belly. No problem, it will definitely work. Son Goku also summoned Goten and Trunks. After a brief explanation to them, they also understood exactly what they wanted to do. Everyone stood with Goku as the center. They held each other's hands. Has it started yet? Beerus stood not far away and watched Son Goku and the others' actions with a smile on his lips. He only hoped that Son Goku and the others would not let him down this time. Otherwise, the earth would be useless to him. He will also do what he says and completely destroy the earth. The others were also watching this scene. My heart was lifted into my throat, waiting for the birth of Super Saiyan God. Here we go. Son Goku said in a deep voice. To be honest, he was a little nervous and didn't know if he would be able to do it this time. And as Son Goku's words fell, the rest of the people also began to try to inject energy into Son Goku's body. Slowly hand it to Son Goku at the front. Only Videl could only stand on the ground holding hands because he was not a Saiyan warrior. However, she was surprised to find that the child in her belly seemed to be reacting at this moment. It was like conveying some kind of message to her. Can. Videl laughed, and the child in his belly also reacted. It actually slowly transported energy towards Goten and Trunks standing on both sides. Then they deliver it to Son Goku. And Son Goku at the front also felt the energy that everyone was constantly sending. There are Vegetas, Gohans, Goten, and Trunks. And an energy he'd never felt before. but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The ceremony continues. Golden light began to burst out from Vidal's body, coloring her entire body. Wrapped her in it, her whole body seemed to turn golden. Even the hair started to flow. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The next second, the golden aura from her body directly infected everyone present. Waves of breath suddenly burst out, and golden air waves swept across. Except for Son Goku, everyone transformed into Super Saiyan at this moment, surrounded by golden light. Obviously they didn't do anything, but their bodies seemed to give them instructions. Boom! For a moment, majestic energy spread out around them, forming billowing air waves. Beerus raised his brow. Although there was no change in Son Goku at the front at this moment, he could clearly feel that there was something extra inside Son Goku at this moment. That's something only their gods would have. Whis behind him was also looking at Son Goku with interest. If nothing else, Son Goku and the others will definitely be able to summon the Super Saiyan God this time. At this time, golden clouds began to gather in the sky. That is a scene that only exists in legends. It is said that only the birth of a god can summon such auspicious clouds. The scene was once very spectacular. Just when everyone was about to take out their mobile phones to take photos and record, it started to rain in the sky. But it's not over yet. The rain immediately turned into snowflakes again. Very big. So much so that everyone had to hide in shelter from the rain and gave up the idea of taking pictures. At the same time, Son Goku's body gradually began to change. The originally golden light turned into red. That whole area was illuminated instantly. At the same time, Son Goku's aura was rising steadily. In just a few moments, it reached an incredible height. Son Gohan and others let go. What they could do has been done. The rest is up to Son Goku himself. Beerus looked at Son Goku's red back and couldn't help but get excited. The scene he saw in his dream was recalled in his mind. His dream was finally coming true. Boom! The auspicious clouds dispersed, and Son Goku's aura also dropped sharply at this moment. But it's not that his power disappeared, but that it reached a high level and became restrained. At this moment, Son Goku's hair not only turned red, but also his eyes. The whole person also looks much younger. Different from the exaggerated appearance and muscles of Super Saiyan 3. The current Son Goku seems to have no other particularly obvious changes except for his hair and eyes. But Beerus doesn't think so. Because the Son Goku at this moment is exactly the person he had foreseen and was looking for in his dream. Super Saiyan God. Chapter 30. Boom! Violent roars were heard in the starry sky. It's like two very powerful forces are colliding. The aftermath of it alone shattered some of the surrounding star stones. And Son Goku and Beerus immediately fought together. Because Beerus had been waiting aside for too long, he was already impatient. Although he transformed into Super Saiyan God, there is still a huge gap in strength between Son Goku and Beerus. This can be clearly seen by watching the two of them fight. Especially Son Goku, even though he tried his best every time and continued to master the power of Super Saiyan God. But vaguely, he was still beaten back by Beerus. But no matter what, Beerus's power was beyond his imagination. And during this battle, Beerus was obviously letting off steam. Because Beerus's expression never changed at all. Wave! Son Goku roared, and the Kamehameha wave in his hand also completed charging at this time. Immediately, a huge Kamehameha wave rushed out, blasting towards Beerus at extremely fast speeds and with unimaginable power. Boom! Under this Kamehameha wave, Beerus took 3 steps back and looked at Son Goku with excitement in his eyes. Although you are not the Super Saiyan God of my dreams, you are quite capable. Beerus laughed and said, although he also felt it during the brief battle with Son Goku. Even after the transformation, Son Goku is not the Super Saiyan God in his dreams. However, it has been a long time since he met anyone who can fight with him. Now that I can meet one, such an opportunity cannot be missed. Let you see, the reason why gods of destruction is called gods of destruction is not for nothing. Beerus raised his right hand, and immediately a large amount of purple light condensed, suddenly turning into a ball of light. This light ball is purple, and the power emanating from it is so strong that it even shakes the entire starry sky. Call out! The purple ball of light rushed out in an instant and headed straight for Son Goku. Break it for me! Son Goku looked at the purple ball of light coming towards him, roared, and rushed out, instantly arriving in front of the purple ball of light. After appearing, without any hesitation, he directly raised his right hand and punched the purple ball of light hard. Boom! With one punch, Son Goku's fist immediately collided with the purple ball of light. At the moment of contact, the storm immediately roared, and ripples spread out towards the universe. And Son Goku's body also retreated crazily at this moment. It wasn't until he took dozens of steps back that he stopped. After removing the force of the impact, Son Goku felt his entire right arm was numb and had lost consciousness. What a powerful force! Son Goku looked at Beerus with shock on his face. That's all your strength is? Beerus shook his head, raised a finger with his right hand, and immediately a rich purple light condensed. These are the powers of Beerus. It can also be said that all this purple energy is the power of gods of destruction. The power of God far exceeds ordinary power in terms of levels. Although Son Goku at this time also has the power of God, unfortunately, there is no comparison with Beerus. Now, you shouldn't be able to deal with it, right? As soon as Beerus finished speaking, his fingers moved slightly. Boom! The huge purple energy roared and fell towards Son Goku. This purple energy does not move very fast, which is obviously intentional by Beerus. You can choose to avoid it, but you have to know. After you escape, will the earth behind you be completely destroyed by this energy? Beerus spoke very calmly. He was forcing Son Goku to make a choice as soon as possible. It was as if destroying the earth was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. But Son Goku doesn't think so. The earth is his hometown. Hateful! Son Goku looked very ugly. He knew that Beerus was right. Because it is not difficult to avoid this purple energy, but you can avoid it. But the earth behind him will definitely not be spared. Drink ah! There is no way to escape, then there is only one way to solve it. Boom! Son Goku exploded with all his power at this moment. Under the explosion of all the power, the red color on Son Goku's body immediately became more intense, as if it was burning. It was also because it was so rich that Son Goku exploded with the strongest power at this moment. Even some of the Super Saiyan God's power was silently absorbed by Son Goku. Under such circumstances, Son Goku's burst of power reached unprecedented heights. No matter what, I will not let you destroy the earth, even if I die here today. Son Goku's eyes were very firm. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a firmness. That is, as long as he is still there, no one can destroy the earth. It is indeed good to have this courage, but if you want to protect the earth, courage alone is not enough, you also need strength. Beerus looked at Son Goku as he spoke, his expression unsurprising. I won't let you destroy the earth. Son Goku's words remained firm. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. Son Goku used his strongest power to form the strongest blow, and the red energy in his hands condensed crazily. In an instant, it turned into an astonishing energy. Wave. As the last word fell, Son Goku pushed his hands forward. A huge Kamehameha wave blasted out, directly colliding with Beerus' purple energy. The roar echoes endlessly. After the two huge forces collided, the entire starry sky shook. Just at the moment of collision, the purple energy instantly collapsed Son Goku's Kamehameha wave with unimaginable momentum. Even after the Kamehameha wave collapsed, the purple energy directly enveloped Son Goku. Ah! A scream was also heard immediately. And Son Goku fell to the earth. Beerus was completely and seriously injured under this blow. As a result, he lost his combat effectiveness and his whole body returned to normal. Everyone watching on the earth was stunned, and they were obviously unable to accept this scene. Because, with the failure of Son Goku, this is undoubtedly an indirect announcement of the fate of the earth. Chapter 31. After defeating Son Goku, Beerus also appeared directly in the sky of Earth. He looked indifferent and didn't even look at Vegeta and the others. Didn't go see Son Goku either. Because in his opinion, these people can't even enter his eyes. Beerus kept staring into the distance. He could feel that somewhere on this earth, there was a person with a powerful aura. Although I don't know if you are the person I am looking for, your aura makes me quite satisfied. Beerus murmured. In fact, his previous battle with Son Goku only lasted a short time from start to finish, and it could only be regarded as a warm-up at best. Originally, Beerus didn't want to end the battle so quickly, but wanted to have a good time. But just now, Beerus felt a powerful aura appear. This breath is very powerful, and it is the kind of pure God's breath, not the God's breath that Son Goku only has after fusion. There is no comparison between the two. It can be said that it was because of feeling that aura that Beerus did not continue fighting with Son Goku. The reason is also very simple. Obviously, compared to Son Goku, this aura that just appeared is more suitable to be his opponent. It was with this thought that Beerus defeated Son Goku in one blow. Hateful. Vegeta and the others looked at Beerus with strong fear in their eyes. But things have reached such a point that instead of begging for mercy and letting him let the earth go, it is better to fight to the death. At least this way, I won't be sad because of this. Because, at least I tried my best. Beerus, we will never let you destroy the earth. Even if you are a god, high above, no one can defeat gods of destruction. Vegeta looked at Beerus and spoke. The rest of the people also learned the news when Beerus and Son Goku were fighting just now. If Son Goku was defeated, the earth would be destroyed. So at this moment we are all sharing the same hatred and looking at Beerus in the sky. They knew that Son Goku had already lost, and even with the combined strength of them, they were definitely no match for Beerus. But these forces are only comparisons. As people who were born and raised on the earth, they would never watch the earth being destroyed in front of them. If that is really going to happen, there is no way to avoid it. Then before the earth is destroyed, die first. Beerus didn't pay any attention to what Vegeta and others said. Makes sense. What gods of destruction is trying to do, especially one that a human can easily change. At least in Beerus's opinion, people like Vegeta are far from having such qualifications and abilities to let him do this. Normally, the words of Vegeta and others would make Beerus very angry. It's just that at this time, Beerus is no longer in the mood to pay attention to these things. Have you not come after waiting for so long? Since you won't come, then that's fine, let me go find you. Being able to exude such powerful energy, I think maybe your strength will make me more excited. Beerus looked into the distance and spoke slowly, with a smile on his lips. The whole figure flashed, turned into a ray of light and disappeared in an instant. Beerus's speed is too fast, far beyond everyone's imagination. Almost in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot without leaving a trace. Except for one Whis, no one else here has seen it. What happened? Vegeta was stunned. He was ready to die, but what he didn't expect was that Beerus didn't even look at him. This also made him relieved. It turned out that before he knew it, cold sweat had spread all over his body. The direction he went in seems to be. Son Gohan glanced at the direction Beerus left, and then said doubtfully. Temple. Piccolo and Dende looked at each other and knew that the direction Beerus was going was the temple. Could it be? An idea appeared in Vegeta's mind. You should have guessed it by now. Son Goku has regained some strength by this time. Although this little bit of recovery doesn't allow him to burst out with much power, some basic things are enough. I suddenly felt an extremely powerful force suddenly appear during the previous battle, but I was defeated by Lord Beerus before I had time to think about it. But if I think about it now, the power that appeared before should be Suzi. I don't know how much his strength will improve after coming out of the spiritual space-time room this time. Son Goku's eyes showed anticipation. Because as long as Suzi comes out of seclusion, his strength will definitely be qualitatively improved. You said Suzi came out of the spiritual time and space room. Vegeta closed his eyes and felt. But no matter how he felt, he could not detect any breath of Suzi. Why can't I feel it? Vegeta spoke in confusion. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't feel Suzi's aura. Isn't this simple? Suzi's strength has reached a level that we can hardly imagine during this retreat. Son Goku murmured, with a strange light in his eyes. Stop talking so much, let's hurry up and get there. Otherwise, we would have missed a wonderful battle. After Son Goku finished speaking, he raised his right hand and placed his 2 fingers between his eyebrows. I'll use instant transmission to take you there, so it won't be too late. Son Goku said, leading everyone to cast instant transmission and leave. Temple. On the square. Son Goku and others appeared instantly. At the moment they appeared, Beerus and Whis also arrived at the temple square. Boom. After Beerus appeared, his eyes fell directly on Suzi, his eyes shining. The power I felt before was you. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. His level is different from Son Goku and others. Beerus can feel a different aura from Suzi. Suzi, I have met Master Beerus. Suzi looked as usual, looking very calm as Beerus spoke slowly. Beerus would come, which he expected, so he was very calm. In fact, after he came out of the spiritual space-time room, he knew that as long as he came out, Beerus would find him. And once Beerus discovers himself, he will definitely come as quickly as possible. So these are all within Suzi's expectations. Because he was not surprised by Beerus' arrival. Chapter 32. You are strong. After a moment, Beerus spoke slowly. In general, compared to you, Lord Beerus, I am still very weak. Suzi spoke very humbly. Although he has become a god, there is still an absolute gap between gods. Especially when the opponent is gods of destruction. Moreover, his strength is among the top among gods of destruction. Suzi has no confidence in dealing with such people. But despite this, Suzi doesn't mind fighting with the opponent. Even if he is bound to lose, this battle is of great significance to Suzi. Sir Beerus, this is not suitable. Let's find another place. Suzi said, then he flashed and flew straight into the sky. Whoosh! His speed was so fast that in just an instant, Zhangji had left the earth and stood in the starry sky. Faced with the squeeze and power of the starry sky, if one did not cultivate the power of trance, it would be impossible to survive in the starry sky. Even his own Super Saiyan 4 body couldn't withstand the squeeze of the starry sky. But this moment is different. Now Suzi, in his normal state, he already possesses the energy of God. In this way, there would be no pressure on him to survive in the starry sky. Interesting. Beerus also blinked. Whoosh! The whole person flew out directly, almost rushing out of the earth with Suzi, and standing in the starry sky. Although Son Goku and others also wanted to watch it up close, they couldn't enter the starry sky like Suzi and others, so there was no way. Let me help you. Whis walked out and waved the angel staff in his hand. Call out. A ray of light also appeared in response, directly turning into a light curtain. What emerges here is the figures of Suzi and Beerus in the starry sky outside the earth. In the starry sky, Beerus and Suzi were about 10 feet apart. This distance means nothing to them. It's just that at this moment, neither of them took the lead. Instead, they looked at each other, and the auras on their bodies spread out, locking the opponent's aura. Obviously he is just a human being, but he can reach the realm of gods by relying on his own cultivation. This is rare. Although you are not the first one I have seen, just being able to do this has already surprised me. After a moment, Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. Although I have reached the realm of gods, there is still a big gap between me and an appointed god like you, Lord Beerus. Suzi smiled and spoke very politely. You are Saiyan, so can I call you Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. No. Suzi shook his head. Now, at best, I can be considered the god of Saiyan, because this is the real. A smile appeared on Suzi's lips, and he looked very calm. After he finished speaking, Suzi clenched his hands into fists. At the moment when he clenched his fist, a powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. This force is very powerful, and as soon as it appears, it immediately turns into a terrifying storm that spreads crazily around. Boom! Suzi's momentum also increased crazily at this moment, increasing dozens of times in just an instant. At the same time, a golden-green energy burst out from Suzi's body. Green. The color of the legendary Super Saiyan. This is the real Super Saiyan God. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Suzi's golden-green eyes fell directly on Beerus. The transformation of Super Saiyan, coupled with the realm of God, is indeed Super Saiyan God. And your kind of Super Saiyan God is much more powerful than Son Goku's kind that relies on the power of everyone to achieve it. Beerus nodded, his face expressionless, his hands behind his back. Compared to Son Goku's Super Saiyan God Red, Suzi's name is obviously more in line with Super Saiyan God. Here we go. On Earth, among the people watching through Whis light curtain, Son Goku suddenly spoke. He was more sensitive to catching aura than anyone present except Whis, so he felt the fluctuations in the starry sky without anyone knowing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just when Son Goku finished speaking, the figures of Suzi and Beerus moved at the same time in the starry sky. The speed of the two of them was too fast, and they were approaching the moment they rushed out. Boom! As soon as they got closer, their fists touched each other. At the moment of the collision, there was an immediate roar and a terrifying roar. The collision of the fist actually caused the entire starry sky to ripple. It was just a tentative attack by the two of them. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Violent roaring sounds were heard, and the entire nebula suddenly moved. Beside the two of them, some meteorites that were not too big also turned into fly ash under their attacks. Haha, Suzi, you are indeed very strong, you can actually fight me like this. Except for the rest of the gods of destruction, no one has ever been able to do this to me, and you are the first. Beerus changed from his previous calmness and showed great excitement. For him, Suzi's strength is enough to make him care a little bit. Although the results will not change in any way, at least you can move your muscles without any problems. Master Beerus, this is just a warm-up, although I know I am no match for you. But if you think I only have this little power, you are totally wrong. Suzi glanced at Beerus and spoke, then stepped back and retracted the arm he had just raised. Because he kept colliding with Beerus, he experienced the power of gods of destruction for the first time. Hundreds of collisions in a short period of time made his arms tremble, and even the tiger's mouth could not stop trembling. Beerus, on the other hand, was there like a normal person. Oh? Could it be that you also have other transformations? Beerus was also stunned when he heard this, but he was not angry because of it. Instead, he looked at Suzi with interest, with expectation in his eyes. When he saw Suzi suddenly stop, he also chose to stand still, with his hands behind his back, looking at Suzi. Suzi did not speak, but smiled. Obviously, he did not want to answer this question. Chapter 33. Now after transforming into Super Saiyan, my strength has increased by 250 times, reaching 2,500 trillion. Suzi murmured in his heart, he was calculating his current strength. After he came out of isolation, he didn't have boundaries like Son Goku and the others. Therefore, the normal strength increases dramatically. Even without the need to transform, the combat power under normal conditions can reach a terrifying 10 trillion. But 2,500 megabits does sound like a lot, but it also depends on who the opponent is. When his opponent was Beerus, Suzi knew very well that 2,500 trillion power would not have any effect. Even such a small amount of power would not cause Beerus to care at all. Even with the power of God, he is far from Beerus's opponent. The gap is really too big. But Suzi and Son Goku are different. Although they are both Saiyan. But the biggest difference between them is that Son Goku is a person who loves fighting. After all, Son Goku spent most of his energy on fighting. Especially people who are stronger than him can make him feel excited. But Suzi is different. Although he is influenced by Saiyan blood, he also begins to like fighting. But he doesn't have much confidence in an uncertain battle. For asking for death, asking for shame, and asking for trouble. Suzi would not do such a thing. But right now it's just Super Saiyan's transformation. For Suzi, this is just the beginning, far from the end. His strength is far from reaching his upper limit. In other words, if Super Saiyan can match Beerus, Suzi will find it boring. Next, I'll show you my power. I saw Suzi clenching his hands into fists, and the momentum in his body suddenly increased crazily at this moment. Golden green air waves enveloped him, rolling and tumbling. Boom! Under this burst of aura, even Beerus' eyes narrowed. Same as Son Goku, Super Saiyan 2's transformation. Beerus looked at Suzi quietly. He still remembers Son Goku's transformation. From Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, to Super Saiyan 3. It's really normal for you to be able to do something with Son Goku's level of strength. Beerus smiled, stayed in place quietly, did not rush to take action, and chose to let Suzi complete the transformation. Boom! The golden green chi spread out, the chi outside Suzi's body turned into a spray, and his hair became more erect. At this moment, Suzi's momentum doubled, jumping directly from 2,500 trillion to 1 million. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air, causing the entire starry sky to tremble at this moment. Just the breath already has this kind of power, as you can imagine. How terrifying is Suzi's power at this moment? It's improved a lot. Beerus' eyes flashed and he spoke slowly, but he was not satisfied with this. But I think this may not be your full strength. You should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Son Goku, so just go ahead and transform, my time is precious. Beerus looked at Suzi without paying any attention. One king's power is said to be very strong, but for Beerus, this power is. But it is still very weak and will not make him feel the slightest concern. Although I can fight Beerus with this kind of power, the battle is not satisfying enough. There was no way to pique Beerus's interest. So Beerus is waiting for Suzi's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. In that case, it will be more fun to take action yourself. Want to see a more powerful transformation? Suzi smiled and glanced at Beerus. He also knew that his current strength was nothing compared to Beerus. But since you want to see it, I will satisfy your curiosity. Suzi's eyes flashed with cold light, and at the same time, a more powerful and violent force burst out from his body. Lord Beerus, watch out! Suzi looked at Beerus calmly, and the same calm voice came from his mouth. The third transformation of Super Saiyan you wanted is here. As Suzi finished speaking, his whole person immediately exuded a terrifying power. This power was so terrifying that as soon as it appeared, a storm suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Under this storm, Suzi's momentum skyrocketed crazily. In just an instant, Suzi's power more than doubled, from first to second. But all this is just the beginning. Under this surge of momentum, the golden-green energy surrounding Suzi's body became more intense. As the lightning flashed more, Suzi's eyebrows gradually disappeared, and her face also underwent some changes. When these changes occurred, Suzi's strength skyrocketed in a crazy way again, from second Beijing to third Beijing directly. If only that was all. Under the surge of momentum, Suzi's hair lengthened and grew a lot in just a few seconds. Super Saiyan 3. Suzi roared, as if she was venting her emotions. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his fighting spirit reached an unprecedented height. It was also at this moment that the final transformation was completed. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Suzi's aura surged in an unimaginable way. This all sounds slow, but actually happens in an instant. In just 3 seconds, Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Forging's power exploded, making Suzi like a god of war bathed in golden light. This can be clearly felt, especially from Suzi's eyes. The kind of confidence that comes from him is not concealed in the slightest. Because now he has the strength to fight Beerus head-on. Master Beerus, this is my Super Saiyan 3, are you satisfied? After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Suzi looked at Beerus and spoke slowly, his expression not fluctuating much. Just like when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His eyes became extremely sharp, as if he was ignoring everything. It is indeed very strong, but it does not exceed my expectations. To be honest, I am still a little disappointed. Although locked by Suzi's momentum, which is equivalent to the fourth capital, Beerus still behaved very calmly. This calmness is not forced. Instead, rely on your own strong strength. Chapter 34. Suzi did not refute what Beerus said, and he could not refute it, but he still spoke. Yet, Suzi smiled. I can tell that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 should be easier for you than Son Goku. Obviously you haven't tried your best. In that case, do you want me to force you to use all my strength, or do you want me to take the initiative? My patience is limited, although you keep me interested. But don't challenge my bottom line, because you can't bear the consequences. Beerus looked at Suzi and raised his eyebrows slightly. What he wanted was a hearty battle, not hiding something, which would make Beerus feel slighted. So he is a little angry now. Of course I took the initiative. After all, although I have confidence in my own strength, I still have self-awareness. It is simply impossible to defeat you with my current strength. I don't even have 1/10 of your strength. Suzi smiled and spoke. He was not careless in the slightest because of his great strength, but when he spoke like this, it was obvious that he was not completely sure. I guess you still have some self-awareness. Beerus nodded. But I'm still curious, how powerful is your fighting ability? Suzi asked curiously, he really wanted to know the gap between himself and gods of destruction. After all, his strength is considered very strong now, but compared with Beerus's bottomless strength, it is still a bit lacking. Don't apply your words to me. Combat power and so on are just your calculation units and have no meaning to me. Beerus spoke with great disdain. Has it reached a point where the combat effectiveness is immeasurable? Suzi smiled bitterly. Beerus's answer could be regarded as another answer. I think you don't have a stronger transformation. In this case, then increase your power to the strongest and fight me. Beerus said. Can. Suzi had no explanation for Beerus' words, and there was no need to explain. In fact, after reaching the realm of God, Suzi had already noticed the changes in his body. When Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan are two, their own godly power and Super Saiyan's power are still separate. In other words, transformation can only improve one's basic strength, but it cannot improve the power of God. But the transformation into Super Saiyan is different. Because it is the final stage of normal Saiyan transformation, the power of God also increases during this period. Let me see how much I can improve after raising my energy to its strongest state and fusion with the power of God. Suzi also has some expectations in his heart. Roar! A low growl came from Suzi's mouth. Under this roar, the power in Suzi's body exploded like it was boiling. Although he did not transform into Super Saiyan 4, he continued to increase his power based on Super Saiyan 3. And with this improvement, Suzi's power surged again in just an instant. 4 Jing, 5 Jing, 6 Jing. Normal Saiyan, even Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 has absolutely no way to improve it that much. But Suzi's Super Saiyan 3 seems to have no limit, skyrocketing like crazy. It's still growing. Doesn't he have a limit? It's impossible. What happened to him? On Earth, although Son Goku and others watching through the light curtain cannot feel it, they can still see it from the light curtain. At this moment, both Son Goku and Vegeta were filled with disbelief. Especially Son Goku, he can do Super Saiyan 3, but he knows that there is absolutely no way for his Super Saiyan 3 to improve his strength so much. He still has Super Saiyan 4 and hasn't transformed yet, and the current Super Saiyan 3 is already so powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying he would be if he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku thought so in his heart, and Vegeta looked at each other in perfect understanding, but they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, I was also fortunate that when Beerus asked about Super Saiyan God, he did not release the news about Suzi. It seems that Lord Beerus has also met a good opponent this time. This should satisfy Lord Beerus a little bit. Whis glanced at Suzi in the screen and spoke slowly. Different from others, although he was also looking at the light screen, he could clearly feel the rising atmosphere of Suzi in the starry sky. Even Beerus looked shocked. I didn't expect that I could improve so much after getting angry. It's really a person who doesn't play according to conventional routines. It's surprising. A smile appeared on Beerus's lips, but this time there was a little more happiness in the smile. It is obvious that after the explosion, Suzi has reached a level that satisfies Beerus. Boom! Suzi's momentum is still increasing. Even he himself found it a bit incredible. I didn't expect that after fusing the power of Super Saiyan with the power of God, it would be able to explode with such terrifying power. Suzi himself was also shocked. 9 Beijing, 10 Beijing, 8 Beijing. Finally, Suzi stopped when his momentum reached 8, which was considered to have reached the limit. It has tripled from the previous Super Saiyan 3, which even Suzi himself was very surprised about. Suzi clenched his fists, excitement showing in his eyes. He can clearly feel how powerful he is now, which is unimaginable. Clenching his fist, Suzi's eyes fell directly on Beerus. Master Beerus, are you satisfied with my power now? Suzi looked at Beerus with fighting intent in his eyes, and he couldn't wait any longer. As for the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, Suzi feels that there is no need to continue. Compared to exposing all his power, Suzi still prefers to hide it. I won't talk about the effect. At least it can have an unexpected effect. Maybe it will be effective at a critical moment. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. With the explosive energy of Super Saiyan 3 and the fusion of God's power, your power can actually reach this level. Beerus clapped his hands and spoke with sincere appreciation. I am very satisfied with your performance, and I should be very excited about the next battle. I haven't experienced such a battle for a long time, and today I can finally move a little bit. After Beerus stretched, his eyes fell directly on Suzi. Chapter 35. Whoosh! Face Beerus. Even though Suzi reached an astonishing 8 Jing combat power after the explosion, he also understood that Beerus's power had never been truly revealed. And as he gets stronger, the more intense the crisis he feels from Beerus. Because Suzi's original strength was not of the same dimension as Beerus's, so he couldn't feel the other's unfathomable strength at all. Just like Son Goku and others standing in front of Suzi, they can't feel what kind of strength Suzi has now. This situation is not very good because it will affect his fighting mood. Although I want to restrain such thoughts, now that this idea has appeared, it's not that easy to press it down again. But if you can't suppress it no matter what. So, Suzi appeared in a flash, and this time, he chose to take the initiative. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of Beerus as soon as he rushed out. Where he originally stayed, there was only an afterimage left. What a speed! Beerus wanted to dodge, but Suzi was too fast. It appeared directly in front of him, sweeping towards him with extremely powerful power. Although he could avoid it, he suddenly thought that he was here to fight, not to practice dodging. It is precisely because of this idea that when Suzi's punch came, Beerus did not choose to avoid it, but the same. He raised his right hand and punched out as well. Boom! Suzi and Beerus' fists directly touched each other. And at the moment of contact, a violent roaring sound immediately came out. It turned into a storm and swept across, extremely huge. Even after the two of them bumped their fists together, there was a ripple visible to the naked eye that spread out from the contact of their fists and spread in all directions. The ripples appeared extremely quickly. After appearing, it immediately spread towards the universe. Earth. Son Goku and others were looking at the light curtain, but at this moment, they suddenly saw a ripple coming. After this ripple appeared, it immediately passed through Son Goku and others and spread farther away. Moment. The whole earth is rippling in ripples. What happened? Satan looked around in confusion. He didn't even know what was going on. Here he is the weakest, less than 100. So you can't feel it more or less like other people. He only felt an irresistible force coming out, making him feel as if the sky was falling. It's over, our entire universe is about to end. In the Supreme Kai world, after the ripples passed, the old Supreme Kai's face was completely pale, without any blood. Even though his face was originally pale. But the fear in his eyes and the despair in his expression clearly showed this. In the starry sky, some relatively close meteorites. The moment the ripples passed, it shattered directly and turned into ashes in the universe. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Haha, so happy! Suzi and Beerus have fought dozens of times in just a short time. Every bombardment sent out ripples. This was caused by the power dissipating during the battle between Beerus and Suzi. The entire 7th universe, especially the northern galaxy, and all life forms feel that an irresistible force is about to emerge. Boom! Beerus clenched his hands into fists and stared at Suzi closely. As for the ripples around them, these Beerus don't care at all. Anyway, this creation is Supreme Kai's business, Beerus won't care at all. What's more, his job is to destroy. After this punch, the universe collapsed. Old Supreme Kai closed his eyes, there was nothing he could do. Disappear! Beerus roared, punched out and approached Suzi crazily. Boom! Suzi looked at the approaching fist and his eyes flashed. After rushing out, he directly collided with Beerus again. At this moment, Suzi directly raised his right hand, and Beijing's power was directly integrated into his right hand. Gathering all his strength, Suzi punched Beerus hard. Time also seemed to slow down at this moment. Boom! Suzi's fist and Beerus' fist collided directly. Boom! A violent roar came out. However, after this punch, universe did not collapse due to the attacks of the two of them. Instead, after the punch, both Suzi and Beerus took a step back at the same time. And the ripples that spread throughout the universe stopped at this moment. And it dissipated immediately, as if it had never appeared. Lord Beerus, let's not do anything that hurts innocent people. After all, this is just a battle between the two of us, right? After the punch, Suzi looked at Beerus and spoke. He also felt that the battle between himself and Beerus had too much impact on the outside world, and he was afraid that many planets would explode after the battle. It's interesting, but how did you do it? Beerus looked at Suzi, a little surprised, although this didn't seem like anything to him. It's simple, as long as I use the same power as you. Suzi's answer was very simple and straightforward. Because that's what he did. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beerus and Suzi both rushed out at the same time. Both of them were extremely fast, and the power they carried was even more powerful. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! For a time, Suzi and Beerus bombarded hundreds of times again. But every time, Suzi would use almost the same amount of power to counteract Beerus' punch. Haha, it seems it's really not a coincidence. Beerus laughed, his eyes showing excitement. Suzi, you are quite capable. If this is the case, then I will take it more seriously. Beerus spoke slowly, with an excited look on his face. He hasn't moved his muscles for who knows how long, because no one can let him do this. He Suzi is the first. So at this moment, he was very excited. I also have this idea, it's time to get serious. Otherwise, this battle between us will be fruitless. Suzi nodded in agreement and spoke calmly. Obviously, in this battle, both sides have a lot of means left, and they are ready to use it at this moment, no longer holding back. Suzi was also very excited about the battle with Beerus. The feeling of having a hearty battle was really good, very good. Chapter 36. In the starry sky, the two stood opposite each other. They all stopped their attacks with a tacit understanding and glanced at each other. Subsequently, boom! Suzi and Beerus collided together again, just like they had said to each other. The roar echoed, and under the huge roar, Suzi's body was shaken, and then he took a few steps back. The arms he had just used to resist Beerus' attack were trembling and numb. Beerus, on the other hand, still stood where he was, acting as if nothing had happened. How can it be? Seeing Beerus, who was not injured at all by his punch and whose body didn't even move at all, Suzi couldn't help but speak in shock. What? Do you need to be so surprised? Don't forget that I am the gods of destruction. Seeing Suzi's surprise, Beerus spoke calmly and acted very calmly in dealing with Suzi's reaction. Suzi, your strength is pretty good. Among the humans I have met, your strength ranks among the top 5. But that's it, no big deal. To deal with your strength, I don't need to bother myself too much. I only need to use 30% of my power to defeat you. Beerus spoke slowly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But it is true that even Suzi felt it himself. Although Beerus said that before, he didn't show much real strength. When dealing with his offense, it was as easy as a child playing house. Can you defeat me with only 30% of your strength? Suzi glanced at Beerus. That's right. Beerus nodded, he was very confident about this. It's not blind confidence, this confidence comes from his confidence in his own gods of destruction strength. If you say that, then I want to see if you can defeat me after using 30% of your power. Suzi roared, and the power in his body immediately exploded, turning into an unimaginable terrifying storm. With Suzi's body as the center, it spread crazily to the surroundings immediately after appearing. Boom! Bang bang! Violent roaring sounds were heard, and some gravel nearby. It collapsed directly under the storm outside Suzi's body and turned into fly ash. Come on, Master Beerus, use 30% of your strength to defeat me, if you can really do it. There was determination in Suzi's voice. He knew very well how strong he was. Although there is no comparison with Beerus, it is not easy to defeat him with only 30% of his strength. Even if the person who said these words was Beerus, Suzi was not someone who would compromise so easily. At least, Beerus must be forced out more of his power. Drink ah! A low growl came from Suzi's mouth. Under this roar, a powerful force immediately burst out from his body. This burst of power was so powerful that it immediately condensed in Suzi's hands as soon as it appeared. Call out! I saw Suzi put his hands together, and the energy in his hands suddenly turned into a ball of light. Although it looks small, the energy contained inside is extremely exaggerated. And with a flick of his hand, the ball of light came out. At an extremely fast speed, he headed straight towards Beerus with a sound that shattered the sky. Pediatrics. Seeing Suzi's actions, Beerus smiled disdainfully and didn't care at all. In the end, that's all you have. Beerus shook his head. When the light ball came, he raised his right hand and pointed lightly towards the coming light ball. Boom! The moment the light ball approached Beerus' finger, the light ball suddenly paused. Collapse! When the ball of light stopped, Suzi clenched his right fist fiercely. Boom! The ball of light in front of Beerus suddenly exploded with Suzi's slight movement. What? Beerus's expression changed. Under the explosion of the light ball. However, he had no way to avoid it immediately. Instead, under the explosion of the light ball, he was immediately enveloped by the terrifying power within it. Suzi did not take action again. He knew that some methods could only be used once. And you can't push yourself too hard, you have to be calm. Otherwise, you will be the only one in trouble in the end. Especially since his opponent this time is Beerus, Suzi must stay vigilant when fighting against such a person. So he chose to stand there and wait quietly. The smoke filled the air and gradually dissipated, and Beerus' figure appeared. But at this moment, he looked a little embarrassed. It seems that I still underestimate you. With your strength. It would be really troublesome if I was careless. Beerus looked at Suzi. When the fog filled the air before, Beerus had already prepared for Suzi to pursue the victory. But he didn't expect that Suzi would let him down and didn't take the opportunity to catch up. This made Beerus a little depressed. It was precisely because of this that Beerus spoke like this after the smoke dissipated. Compared to your strength, your mind is more calm. After Beerus finished speaking, his eyes gradually became sharper, and his eyes looking at Suzi gradually became serious. This was the first time he paid attention to Suzi. Now you still say that you can defeat me with only 30% of your strength. Suzi looked at Beerus and asked the question again. That's right, I only need to use 30% of my power to deal with you. Beerus responded as always, nodding. Oh well. Suzi stopped explaining and looked at Beerus. When I was in the spiritual time and space house, in addition to practicing the power of God, I also practiced some of my own unique skills. Although it had never been used, it seemed like a good opportunity then and now. Suzi looked at Beerus with anticipation in his eyes, which was anticipation for the unique trick he created. Lord Beerus, what do you think of my move? Suzi raised his right hand, and a green energy immediately appeared and transformed on his fingertips. There isn't much chi, and it looks a little thin. But the moment this energy appeared, a powerful force emanated from it. This is... Seeing the power at Suzi's fingertips, Beerus' eyes narrowed and he spoke in confusion. This is my own unique trick, I named it, Skylight Cannon. When Suzi finished speaking, green energy immediately rushed out and spun in mid-air. And with every rotation, a stream of power is drawn from all directions. Thereby integrating into this light group, making the power of the light group even more powerful. In just a few breaths, the light group grew several times in size. And the power within it is becoming more and more exaggerated and terrifying. Chapter 37. Time flies. In just an instant, under the rotation of this light group, a large amount of power gathered crazily from all around. How deep is the universe, and how terrifying is the power that exists within it. Just by gathering them into threads, they can easily destroy a planet. Under this rotation, although a large amount of power was absorbed and the light ball continued to grow, Beerus did not show much concern. Although he also saw the power of this light group, he still didn't take it to heart, because if it was just that, it still wouldn't make him care much. If you want to resist 30% of my power, you must absorb 1/10 of the universe's power. But are you sure you can do it? Beerus looked at Suzi. He was not in a hurry to take action, but looked at Suzi with expectation. Maybe he also has some expectations in his heart, hoping that Suzi can do it and surprise him. Can I defeat you with only 1/10 of my strength? A smile appeared on Suzi's lips. If it was just this request, he really didn't take it to heart, because he could do more than that. Lord Beerus, you said that it would take 1/10 of the strength to cause harm to you. Well, I don't know, if I use 1/4 of the entire universe. That is, after the power of Bay Galaxy, how much harm can it cause to you? Suzi's voice came out calmly. For now, his skylight cannon is far from reaching its limit. So the moment the words fell, a very violent absorption force immediately emitted from the light group. Boom! 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths of time, the entire northern galaxy. As long as the power that has not been absorbed is actually coming towards the light group in front of Suzi at this moment. All this sounds slow, but actually it only takes a moment to complete. The light group in front of Suzi also turned into a ball of light after absorbing the power of the entire northern galaxy. A black ball of light. As soon as the light ball appeared, an unimaginable terrifying force immediately erupted from it. Anything that comes close to it will probably be completely annihilated. After completely absorbing the power of Bay Galaxy, the ball of light in front of Suzi has also expanded to several feet. The scope of the northern galaxy is unimaginable. Such ability is condensed in this light ball of several feet. It can be imagined how terrifying the energy in this light ball has reached. At this moment, after the ball of light was completely formed, even Beerus' eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that you could absorb the power of the entire northern galaxy. I really underestimated you. Beerus' eyes were a little solemn. Suzi's move was indeed beyond his expectation. Sir Beerus, do you think you can still handle it with 30% of your strength? Suzi looked at Beerus and spoke slowly. You have to try this before you know. Beerus' eyes flashed and he looked at Suzi. Skylight cannon. Suzi roared, and the power in his body immediately exploded. He directly controlled the huge black energy and turned it into a momentum, rushing towards Beerus. Boom! Black energy several feet in size roared, approaching Beerus in an instant. At the moment of rushing out, cracks appeared in the surrounding starry sky at this moment, like a spider web. Streams of wind of death blew out from it and fell on Suzi and Beerus. It's just that Suzi doesn't care about this wind of death, because with his current strength, he can completely ignore it. Not to mention Beerus. They both let the winds of destruction blow by. Let me destroy you with this most powerful blow. Beerus had an excited look on his face. When the skylight cannon blasted over, Beerus raised his hands, and purple energy immediately condensed out. Ah! A low roar came out, and a purple ball of light appeared in Beerus's hands, which was condensed by the power of his gods of destruction. Although this light ball is not big, there is a force on it that can shake even the vacuum. This is my strongest performance using 30% of my power. I hope you can block this move. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. He didn't want Suzi's skylight cannon to be just a show. Call out! Purple energy rushed out in an instant, and in an instant it was the sky cannon that was already approaching Suzi. There was no pause after they got close, and they touched each other directly. Either one of these two energies possesses unimaginable power. With the collision, the entire starry sky immediately collapsed. This is such a power that destroys heaven and earth. Everything in front of it can only be destroyed. It would be fine if it was just like this, but this is just the beginning, and neither force has exploded to its strongest strength. I think you won't be disappointed. Suzi's eyes sparkled. In fact, even he himself was not completely sure. After all, Beerus has never shown his true strength in the Dragon Ball world. For such a person whose strength is a mystery, Suzi doesn't know how strong his 30% strength is. But there is one thing that Suzi still believes. That is, facing the power of his own sky-light cannon, the 30% power this time is not false at all, but his most real power. Boom! The collision between the two forces continues, cancelling each other out and competing with each other. Although Suzi's sky-light cannon is formed in a special way and absorbs the power of the northern galaxy, it can be said that the power of this sky-light cannon has far exceeded Suzi's imagination. Although Suzi's power is aging, after the sky-light cannon absorbed the power of the entire northern galaxy, the power it unleashed has far exceeded the power of these 8 capitals. Even the power of the sky-light cannon has been increased 1,000 times. 10,000 times. This is the power of the sky-light cannon. Gather all the forces in the universe and gather them together to unleash the strongest power. When Suzi becomes powerful enough, he can even bring together the power of the entire universe. By then, even Beerus at full strength will have to be nervous. It is precisely because of this that Suzi said that Beerus's 30% power may not be able to block his current skylight cannon. It's not that Suzi thinks that the power of Bajing poses much of a threat to Beerus. He believed that his skylight cannon had absorbed the power of Bay Galaxy. Allows Beerus to use 30% of his power. Chapter 38. Boom! Under a loud roar that shook the starry sky and spread in all directions, Suzi's black energy of several feet was crazily weakened by Beerus' purple energy. In just an instant, it was weakened from several feet to 1 foot, and the power of the black energy was also weakened a lot. I said it, now you should believe it. Beerus looked at Suzi. As expected of gods of destruction, it seems that I still underestimated you before. Suzi shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that he was still careless. But so what? Boom! Just as the words fell, the purple energy suddenly burst out with extreme power. The madness permeated the air, directly covering Suzi's sky-light cannon. The violent power of gods of destruction enveloped it, as if to completely destroy this energy. Give me! Beerus is preparing to completely destroy the skylight cannon. Just when he said these 2 words, the last word was about to fall. But he saw that the skylight cannon wrapped in purple energy was actually emitting a dark light at this moment. What? Beerus' eyes narrowed. Before he could calm down, the skylight cannon condensed with purple energy exploded immediately. Not good. When Beerus faced this explosion, his expression changed. He raised his right hand and waved, and a purple light curtain immediately appeared in front of him. The moment the light curtain appeared, the skylight cannon wrapped in purple energy suddenly collapsed. Boom! The skylight cannon collapsed. But it was not destroyed by Beerus' energy, but Suzi did it deliberately. Although the energy inside was somewhat destroyed by Beerus, the power contained within it is still very terrifying. Especially under this destruction, Beerus' purple energy collapsed directly. There was an explosion from outside. Lord Beerus, you didn't expect this. After the destructive power of the skylight cannon destroyed the purple energy and headed straight for Beerus with unimaginable power, a calm voice came from Suzi's mouth. And all this was just as he planned. Boom! The terrifying storm fell directly on the purple barrier in front of Beerus. Although Beerus responded quickly, there was no hesitation or delay at all. But Suzi has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Boom! So even though Beerus was well prepared, because time was too short, not much purple energy was condensed. There is no problem in blocking most of the attacks, but if you want to block Suzi, you must concentrate the power of Bay Galaxy. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, couldn't do it in a hurry. Under the impact of the destructive power of the skylight cannon, even Beerus did not dare to be careless. The purple barrier in front of him only resisted for an instant before it collapsed. After the barrier collapsed, the terrifying power of the skylight cannon fell directly on Beerus. As strong as Beerus, when faced with such a terrifying power, his expression changed and his body immediately took a few steps back. He was instantly swallowed up by this terrifying force. Lord Beerus, it seems that 30% of your power has no effect on me. After repelling Beerus, Suzi's face also looked a little pale. But the look in Beerus's eyes was full of excitement. You are right, but you don't have much power now. Although the previous attack was very powerful, you probably won't be able to perform an attack like that a second time. Beerus' breathing was a little quick, but overall, he still had an absolute advantage. Because even in the face of such a sudden attack from Suzi, he was still able to stand firm after resisting. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was generally uninjured. I know. Suzi nodded. He did not deny this, but admitted it frankly. After all, this was indeed the case. Although the skylight cannon can be used, with the power Suzi has left now, he can no longer absorb the power of the entire northern galaxy. And if it can't do that, it won't make any sense to a strong person like Beerus. Lord Beerus, although I can't perform the same level of attacks as the skylight cannon before. But if you think that the power I am exerting now is all my strength, then this is also completely wrong. Suzi's eyes flashed and he watched Beerus speak slowly. What's the meaning? Beerus glanced at Suzi, but for a moment he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and was a little confused. I mean the 3 peaks of Super Saiyan, the current 8 combat power. Not all of my strength, just a part of it. Or to be more precise, this is less than 1/10 of my full strength. You should understand what I said very clearly. Suzi smiled and spoke. Interesting. Beerus frowned and glanced at Suzi. Since you say so, then use all your strength to show me. I really want to know how strong your full power can be, and whether it will reach a level that will shock me. Beerus spoke calmly, if Suzi cannot perform the same attack as the previous skylight cannon, then even if he transformed again, it would be meaningless. Call out. In a flash, Beerus appeared directly in front of Suzi. He raised his right hand to make a fist, and with strong wind, he punched Suzi's chest hard. Boom! With one punch, even the space was almost penetrated. In addition, Beerus was extremely fast, so Suzi had no time to react before Beerus' punch landed directly on her. Puff! Suzi's body was shaken, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and he retreated several feet. After forcibly stabilizing her body, Suzi also covered her chest. He looked miserable and looked very weak. It seemed that it was a bit difficult to receive Beerus' blow without any preparation. How about it? If you still have more power, take it out now. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, you will not be able to receive my second punch in your current state. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. The previous punch was just a lesson, nothing more. Okay, I know. And I have decided not to hold anything back, but to use my strongest strength to fight you. Although the result still can't change anything, at least I tried my best. Suzi's eyes showed determination. Chapter 39. Let me see it, your strongest power. Beerus' eyes showed anticipation. For him, the stronger Suzi is, the more excited he is. As for whether he will surpass himself, the answer must be no. Beerus never worried about this happening from the beginning. Because defeating Suzi is inevitable. But before that, the most important thing is to at least make yourself happy. Next will be the show of my strongest power. Lord Beerus, you have to watch out. Suzi looked at Beerus with bright eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Based on your previous performance, it seems that your strongest power may make me very excited. Beerus spoke slowly. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I still have this assurance. The moment Suzi clenched his hands into fists and finished speaking this sentence, a terrifying power suddenly burst out from his body. Beijing's power directly increased a lot with the sudden increase in Suzi's momentum. Has he finally decided to transform into his strongest form? Son Goku stared at the light screen with bright eyes, excitement showing in his eyes. The strongest Super Saiyan 4, the power of returning to our ancestors. I don't know how terrifying his strength will be after his transformation. The Saiyan transformation, which has disappeared since ancient times, finally appears again today. Vegeta is also full of expectations. At this moment, he also hopes that Suzi will become stronger as possible. At least, compared to Beerus's power which is out of reach, Suzi's power is still within his reach. Although this may take a long time, we are all Saiyan. What Suzi can do, Vegeta believes he can do the same. Is there any transformation? Saiyan is indeed a very interesting race. Transforming again and again seems to have no limit, but I don't know how much strength he will be able to match Lord Beerus after this transformation. Even Whis was looking at the light curtain with interest at this time. Whis, can we go watch among the stars? In that case, this battle will be of great help to us. Son Goku put forward his idea and looked at Whis expectantly after speaking. He believed that as long as Whis was willing, this could still be done. Certainly. Faced with Son Goku's request, Whis did not refuse, but nodded. Thank you very much. Whis holds the angel's staff and taps it lightly on the ground. Then a ray of light appeared, taking Son Goku and others away from the earth and appearing in the starry sky. Because of the power of heaven and earth emanating from Whis, Son Goku and others did not suffer any harm. Lord Beerus, something terrible seems to be happening next. You must be careful and don't be embarrassed. Whis appeared and spoke to Beerus, although it was out of concern for him. But it always sounded a bit awkward, which made Beerus feel very uncomfortable. Why does this sound like you are looking down on me? Will my gods of destruction lose to a human? Beerus glanced at Whis with disdain. That's not the case. I'm just worried about the power he will unleash after his transformation. If you are still so careless, you might get hurt. Whis smiled and spoke. Whis is very clear about Beerus' strength. Not to mention Suzi, no one can defeat him even in other universes. Even among the gods of destruction, Beerus's strength can be ranked among the top 3. Master Beerus, you must watch my strongest transformation. At this moment, a very calm voice came from Suzi's mouth. Boom! A crazy power burst out from Suzi's body. Under this momentum, even Beerus stared blankly. This. It's not that the aura bursting out from Suzi at this moment made Beerus afraid, but the aura from Suzi at this moment was extremely violent. It was a completely different momentum than before. Although the previous Suzi felt very powerful, it was only powerful. But at this moment, Suzi was not only powerful, but also had a violent and ferocious aura. Like a lion that had been sleeping for thousands of years, he woke up at this moment. That's how Beerus feels. Here we go. Beerus looked at Suzi. Boom! A powerful momentum burst out from Suzi's body. Under this momentum, the entire starry sky was shaken. The green light on Suzi's body is slowly dissipating, and her hair has turned black. A lot of red hair began to appear on the body, and the body also grew taller. A blush gradually appeared around the eyes, and the hair became more stylish, looking completely different from before. This is Super Saiyan 4. After the transformation, Suzi's eyes fell directly on Beerus. Boom! None of this moved Beerus. What really shocked him was Suzi's power at this moment. It turned out to be Hakyo who was at the peak of Super Saiyan 3 before. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, it was directly increased by 100 times, almost reaching the limit of Super Saiyan 4. In other words, the moment Suzi transforms into Super Saiyan 4, The combat effectiveness has directly reached 800 Beijing from 8 Beijing. What a terrifying improvement this is! Every transformation can improve greatly, Scion, I am really more and more interested in you. Beerus looked at Suzi. Although he still didn't show much concern, his eyes were a little more dignified than before. Although it's just a hint, it can be seen that Suzi's improvement has already made Beerus feel a little pressure. Is this all your power? If you have more power, you might as well use it. Beerus looked at Suzi, he didn't have much patience anymore. This is just the power of Super Saiyan 4 just after the transformation, and it is not the full power. Suzi spoke slowly, and as the words fell, immediately, an even more terrifying force burst out from his body. The so-called limit of Super Saiyan 4 is 50 times only for ordinary Saiyan. But for Suzi, this is not his full power. Super Saiyan Quad full power, this is my peak power. Suzi said, and continued to increase his momentum. He fully displayed the strongest power in his body. And with this explosion, Suzi's power began to increase crazily from the original 800 to a more powerful place. Chapter 40. Suzi's power at this moment was still rising crazily like a spring, reaching an extremely terrifying level in an instant. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. You have enough time to show your full strength. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke slowly. Drink ah! While Suzi was roaring, the momentum in his body was still booming. Just 2 more seconds passed, and his momentum increased several times. The storm roared continuously, centered on Suzi's body, and spread crazily around. The starry sky at this moment is constantly shaking. Because the power emanating from Suzi is so strong that even the starry sky is a little unbearable at this moment. After all, before this, Suzi used the Tianyuan cannon to extract all the power of the entire northern galaxy, so the current northern galaxy is very empty. Under such circumstances, it is easy to understand that Suzi cannot withstand the power that Suzi unleashes, and there is nothing to be shocked about. The momentum increased wildly. After a few seconds, Suzi's momentum increased a lot. It skyrocketed from 800 Beijing to 8000 Beijing. 10 times, another 10 times improvement. Boom! After the momentum increased tenfold, Suzi also reached the full power of Super Saiyan 4 and reached the top. Especially after fusion with the power of God, Suzi exuded a unique aura. 8000 Beijing, Lord Beerus, this is all my power now. Suzi looked at Beerus with a very serious expression. To be able to reach this level, Suzi has tried his best. This is the strongest power he can achieve so far. But he knew that even so, his current power was still no match for Beerus. Now he is only slightly stronger than Super Saiyan Red, and not as powerful as Super Saiyan Blue. But being able to reach this point is indeed Suzi's limit. He wanted to improve again, but he had no choice. 8000 Beijing, although it is still very weak, it is enough. To be honest, it is beyond my expectations. Beerus looked at Suzi, and he had to admit this. If that's the only way, then he is still fearless. Lord Beerus, come on! Suzi's figure flashed and went straight to Beerus. Whoosh! In a flash, Suzi came directly in front of Beerus, so fast that it was difficult to catch it with the naked eye. After the moment approached, Suzi didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his right hand, clenched his fist and punched Beerus hard. Under the bombardment, the extremely domineering fist power actually caused the starry sky to shake, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Boom! With one punch, he went straight towards Beerus. It's too late, it's fast. Just when the punch was launched, it was only 3 inches away from Beerus. But he saw Beerus raising his right hand casually and slapping it easily. Boom! The roar echoed. Suzi's body shook, and he felt an unimaginable huge force rushing out of Beerus's hand and falling into his own hand. This power is transmitted directly to the whole body along the arms. It directly eliminated the power contained in his punch. Not only that, there was actually a force even more domineering than his own blow pouring into his body. Even with Suzi's current strength of 8,000 yuan, facing this power, he still took a few steps back under the huge shock of his body. What a powerful force, worthy of the gods of destruction! Suzi's eyes narrowed, and while his right hand shook and lost its strength. Looking at Beerus' serious eyes, he spoke. You're not bad, even though you only have the strength of 8,000 Beijing. But you were able to block my attack. It seems that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Beerus had some words of appreciation, as he had just used some gods of destruction. But I'm still not your opponent, and I'm not even worthy of being your opponent, am I? Lord Beerus. Suzi laughed at himself. After all, you are a human being and you have not been practicing for a long time. If you want to surpass me, you still have a long way to go. There is no need to expose yourself and give up now. You were wrong, I didn't give up. It's just that I'm not your opponent yet, but when we meet next time, I think I should be qualified to be your opponent. Just as Suzi finished speaking, the power in his body exploded at this moment. 8,000 Jing's strength gathered together and turned into a huge light ball on his fist. This is a move I created myself. I named it the God-destroying punch. Suzi's eyes showed a firm fighting spirit. This is another move he learned while in retreat. Just like its literal meaning, Suzi hopes that under this punch, even the gods will be afraid. God-destroying punch? It's a very domineering name, but can it be done? Beerus' eyes flashed as he said this, but he was still looking forward to it. After all, Suzi brought him too many surprises today. It also made him feel the thrill of fighting for the first time in a long time. Whether it can be done or not is not up to me. It's not you who has the final say, but you have to look at the power of this punch to know. After Suzi finished speaking, all the remaining power in his body had been concentrated on his right fist. Destroy the god. I saw Suzi raising his right hand, and the power outside his fist merged with his fist in an instant. You won't notice any difference when you look at it. One punch. Suzi roared and punched directly with his right hand. Boom. When the punch was launched, the starry sky shook and a huge fist shadow appeared. This fist shadow is almost substantial, and the power bursting out from it is even more terrifying. Boom. After the fist shadow appeared, it immediately came towards Beerus. It's just a small skill. Although it looks very strong. But in fact, it is completely vulnerable and has no effect on me. Don't you understand this? Beerus was a little disappointed. He originally thought he could see some exquisite moves, but now it seems that his expectations for Suzi were still too high. Yet, Suzi didn't explain, just smiled slightly. All the results will have to wait until Beerus receives this punch. Boom. Beerus raised his right hand and pointed forward sharply, and his fingertips directly touched the shadow of the God of Destruction's punch. At the moment of contact, the God of Destruction punch suddenly shook and collapsed immediately. I told you, it's a small trick. Beerus spoke nonchalantly. But the moment he said these words, Beerus' expression suddenly changed, as if he felt something. Looking around suddenly, even Beerus' pupils could not help but shrink. Chapter 41. The huge fist shadow attacked Beerus. How many more times do you want to play the same move? 99 fist shadows immediately appeared around Beerus. Although the size of these fist shadows is not as huge as before, and they are also half virtual and half real. But these 99 fist shadows formed a circle and completely enveloped Beerus. In other words, under the previous God-destroying fist. Regardless of whether Beerus destroyed it or ignored it, he was already surrounded by the God-destroying punch. This is the real subtlety of the God-destroying punch. Don't forget that this move of mine is called the God-destroying punch. If it's as ordinary as it looks, Do you think I would be able to use it? Suzi spoke confidently. Collapse. Suzi spit out one word directly from his mouth. And the moment this word fell, the 99 fist shadows that had surrounded Beerus also started to move in an instant. At an incredible speed, it landed directly on Beerus. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Violent roaring sounds echoed. Thick smoke rose and enveloped Beerus. It was impossible to see clearly what was going on inside, only the roaring sound continued. Countless fist shadows, although they are said to be very numerous, the moment they fall only lasts for a moment. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and before it completely dissipated, a cold voice came from the smoke. A god-destroying punch, what a god-destroying punch! This kind of power is truly extraordinary. But just like the previous skylight cannon, even you can only use it once with your current strength. Beerus's voice came out slowly. The smoke finally dissipated, and Beerus was seen in a slightly embarrassed state, and he was not even standing as straight as before. But the look in Suzi's eyes showed unprecedented excitement. No matter what, at least this blow has some effect on you. Suzi smiled and spoke. He had never thought of defeating Beerus with this blow. At least for now, he was satisfied with the power of this blow. Of course it works. Beerus' figure flashed, and when he raised his right hand, a purple ball of light immediately appeared. Now it's my turn to take action. The finger moved slightly, and the ball of light immediately came straight to Suzi at an extremely fast speed. Although I have consumed a lot of power now, it's not like this level of attack can defeat me. Suzi's eyes flashed, and at the moment when the purple light ball came, the whole person rushed out, made a fist with his right hand, and punched the purple ball of light fiercely. Boom! When the violent roar sounded, the purple light ball collapsed under Suzi's punch. The purple energy also dissipated across the universe. Call out! Suzi's figure appeared directly in front of Beerus without any pause. He struck out at extremely fast speeds, not giving Beerus any chance at all. Because Suzi didn't dare to give him a chance. Just like Beerus said. He has used up all his killing moves. Without any other means, he can only use this tactic. Faced with Suzi's rogue style of play, Beerus did not feel disgusted, but had a smile on his face. Haha, you now allow me to experience some of the feelings I had when I was weak and young. Beerus spoke with a smile while fighting Suzi rapidly. Both of them are very fast. And the trend is gradually continuing to accelerate. Even Son Goku and Vegeta had a hard time seeing Beerus and Suzi's movements clearly. Fortunately, with the presence of Whis, his slow motion allowed Son Goku and Vegeta to see things more clearly. So strong, such a battle is beyond our imagination. Son Goku's eyes showed excitement. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. I seem to have clear ideas about these two different paths of cultivation. Vegeta murmured, before he had not decided which path he should take, but now he has indeed made up his mind. Like him, Son Goku is also well prepared and knows which direction he should practice. Suzi's strength is indeed very strong, as is Saiyan. Son Goku, Vegeta, there is still a big gap between the strength of the two of you and him. Whis glanced at Suzi, and then spoke to Son Goku and Vegeta beside him. Audiobook. Suzi kept taking crazy shots without any pause in between. Every time he took a shot, Suzi exploded with all his power. Beerus also showed unprecedented excitement on his face. In this battle with Suzi, even though the difference in strength was still huge. But under his suppression, he was able to experience the feeling of a hearty battle that he had not seen for a long time. Beerus has not experienced this feeling for a long time. Now that I think about this feeling again, the excitement is still indescribable. Boom! After another collision, Suzi and Beerus also took a few steps back, with excitement that could not be concealed on their faces. Suzi, your strength has been recognized by me. Next, I will let you experience the strongest blow with 30% of the force. I hope you can withstand it. Beerus was very optimistic about Suzi and couldn't help but speak like this at this moment. I will try my best. Suzi nodded. Ah! Beerus roared, and then his entire figure flashed and appeared in front of Suzi in an instant. So fast! Suzi only felt that his eyes were blurred and he could not see clearly. Boom! Beerus came with a punch and hit Suzi directly. Ah! Even Suzi's body was shaken by this punch, and he let out a scream while spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Boom! Suzi's body fell directly and hard into the distance. At the same time, his momentum also dropped rapidly, and he could no longer maintain the state of Super Saiyan 4, but returned to normal. The redness around her eyes gradually dissipated. The hair that was originally slightly standing up straightened down. Is this the only extent of my power? Suzi couldn't help but frown at the severe pain radiating from his body. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that the battle between him and Beerus was completely over. I lost, and I lost very embarrassingly. And it's still the kind of failure that occurs after someone has had enough of being played with and teased by others. Chapter 42. Suzi's defeat in the light curtain. Let's go, this battle is over, there's nothing left to see. Whis waved the angel staff in his right hand, and immediately the figures in the starry sky disappeared and reappeared in the temple square on earth. You lost. Originally, according to my style, the earth was going to be destroyed. But even though you lost, you also made me excited once, so for the sake of this kindness, I will let you go this time. Beerus looked at Suzi and he spoke quietly. This time on earth, Beerus has gained a lot. Especially Suzi's son Goku and Vegeta, these three people have great potential. If you train a little bit, your growth will be unlimited in the future. After all, Beerus is the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. Although destruction is his job, the seventh universe is at the bottom of many universes in terms of strength. If the three of them can be properly cultivated, the seventh universe's strength may be improved. This is Beerus' truest thought. It is precisely because of this idea that he did not destroy the earth. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Suzi and Son Goku looked back and spoke to Beerus. After all, this is the best result for Suzi and the others. Whis, let's go back. Beerus said, yawned, and spoke to Beerus beside him. He was really sleepy. Although there was a lot of frustration in this battle, it didn't stop Beerus from getting tired. Okay, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. The angel's staff in his hand touched the ground and immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the earth. It's finally over. After seeing Beerus and Whis leave completely, Son Goku also breathed a sigh of relief. Suzi, you are really strong. You can actually be on par with Beerus, although you still lost in the end. Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke seriously. Although he also saw that Beerus did not use his full strength, compared with Son Goku himself, it was indeed amazing. Vegeta didn't speak, but looked at the direction Whis and Beerus were leaving, wondering what he was thinking. I was seriously injured in this battle. I won't accompany you now. I'm leaving first. After Suzi finished speaking, he waved his right hand and the whole person left instantly and disappeared. Son Goku, who originally wanted to keep Suzi for a good exchange, had to give up the idea because of this. Vegeta, we. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and was about to speak, but before he could finish speaking, just saw Vegeta's figure flash and turn into a rainbow and leave. He looked at the direction the two people were leaving and could only sigh helplessly. Time flies, 3 months have passed since Beerus arrived. During these 3 months, the earth was calm and no enemies came. Of course, guests from universe still show up often. The one that comes the most is Whis. And every time Whis comes, it always comes to Vegeta and the others. Over time, I don't know when there was a Vegeta missing from the earth. No one knows where he went. If there is, then only Bulma knows. Only Son Goku found Suzi in a valley a month ago. Since then, he has not left the valley and has stayed there. But it is no exaggeration to say that things are calm on Earth now. In an endless mountain range about 100,000 kilometers away from Zidu, there are two people here. Son Goku, it's been a month since you came here. What's going on? Suzi, who had been practicing in seclusion for 3 months, opened his eyes on this day. He glanced at Son Goku not far away, frowned, and spoke slowly. 3 months ago, he was seriously injured by Beerus, and then he practiced here for 3 months. In fact, his injuries have already recovered a long time ago, and he spent most of his time improving his strength. After all, the benefits from the battle with Beerus were so great that even Suzi needed 3 full months to digest them. Although 3 months have passed now, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes from before. Even Suzi himself found this very surprising. But it must be because of the system. After all, he is different from Son Goku and others. Logically speaking, as long as you keep practicing, you can keep getting stronger. And coupled with Saion's special physique, that's why we can progress so quickly. As for Son Goku, he came a month ago. After arriving, he didn't say anything, nor did he disturb Suzi's practice. He just sat there and waited for Suzi to wake up. Seeing Suzi wake up and speak to himself at this moment, Son Goku perked up and stood up immediately. Suzi, I want you to teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku stated the purpose of his trip very directly. This is also due to Son Goku's character, there are not so many twists and turns. Super Saiyan 4. Suzi glanced at Son Goku. He didn't expect that the other party would choose such a path. Yes, I chose to follow the same path as you, which is Saion's path to return to his ancestors. Son Goku looked at Suzi. As far as I know, Vegeta seems to have gone to the gods of destruction world with Whis. With his guidance, I want to transform into Super Saiyan God, or even surpass Super Saiyan God. Since Vegeta has chosen this path, why do you have to take the path of transforming into Super Saiyan 4? Suzi looked at Son Goku, and he wanted to know what Son Goku was thinking. Because I know your choice must be the right one, even though this path may be difficult. But once it succeeds, the power gained is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Son Goku spoke slowly. In fact, he chose this path after careful consideration. With Son Goku's character, he rarely has such determination, not to mention that this is the most critical step on the road to cultivation. Can you teach me Super Saiyan 4's transformation? Son Goku spoke with firm eyes. Are you really willing to take this uncertain path? Suzi did not refuse, but also did not agree, but continued to ask questions. I've made my decision. Son Goku nodded. In this case, I will teach you. Suzi did not refuse. In fact, in his heart, he could understand Son Goku's decision. Chapter 43. It's okay if you want me to teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan, but your current strength is still too weak. Saion's transformation mainly relies on the power of normalcy. I've told you this before. The stronger you are under normal conditions, the greater your improvement will be after transforming into Super Saiyan. Suzi spoke slowly. I've said this before, you should be able to remember it. You must know that in previous battles, especially after you were able to transform into Super Saiyan, you began to gradually rely on his transformation. Although he has not stopped cultivating his normal strength, he is not as dedicated as before. This is actually the disadvantage of transformation, because after transformation to increase strength, people will become numb. Suzi spoke slowly. After listening to Suzi's words, Son Goku also nodded. He has discovered this a long time ago, so usually during battles. Except when absolutely necessary, he will generally not transform. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan 4, I won't teach you how right away. But since you already have this idea, the next training will also be a very big challenge for you. Saiyon's power mainly comes from his tail, and your tail is gone. But since it's a Saiyan, it doesn't matter much if it doesn't have a tail, as long as it can grow back. Suzi smiled and spoke. Tail. Son Goku was stunned for a moment, glanced at Suzi, and found that Suzi had no tail just like him. Do I have to have a tail if I want to transform into Super Saiyan 4? But don't you have a tail too? How can I transform into Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku looked at Suzi with doubts. Suzi was stunned, but he didn't know how to answer Son Goku, and couldn't answer his question. Don't worry about so much, let's start training, that's the most important thing. But there are a few things I want to mention to you before training. I will only train you if you can do it. If you can't do that, then go to the Gods of Destruction world with Vegeta and choose the Super Saiyan God path. Suzi spoke slowly. Although his voice was very soft, it contained unquestionable determination. Don't worry, now that I'm here I won't back down. Son Goku nodded, he was very confident about this. It's best to be so natural. Suzi said, also nodded and continued to speak. My request is very simple, mainly the following points. The first is that in my training, you must deal with it as a Saiyan, and you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Second, you are not allowed to leave the valley for a year and must live here. Third, in exchange, you need to give me the method of using Kaioken. Suzi also listed 3 points as he spoke. After all, he couldn't really train Son Goku in vain, he still had to get what he deserved. No problem. Son Goku also agreed without any hesitation. Then let's start training. As Suzi finished speaking, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly burst out from his body. This pressure was so powerful that as it spread, it enveloped the entire valley. What? Son Goku under normal circumstances, when faced with this pressure, there was no strength to resist at all, and his body immediately fell down from the shock. This. Son Goku's body was shaking and he wanted to get up several times, but with his normal strength he simply couldn't do it. This is only 1/10 of my normal pressure. If you can resist it, your strength will definitely increase a lot. When you can move freely under my pressure, you will have passed this first test. Suzi's voice came out slowly. Son Goku's face was pale, and he tried his best to resist this pressure under normal circumstances. 2 months passed in a flash. Although the time is not long, only 60 days. But for Son Goku, every day of these 60 days was torture. Even with his character, he once thought about giving up, but in the end he was unwilling to give up. But he endured it forcefully and tried his best to resist Suzi's pressure. Suzi's pressure has also been adjusted, from the original 10% to the current 100%. It took 2 full months, but Son Goku was finally able to face the full pressure of Suzi in a normal state and move freely. Although the process is very painful, the results achieved are also very obvious. At least Son Goku's strength has been greatly improved. Yes, after 2 months, you can now move freely under my pressure. Your strength should have improved a lot now, so you might as well feel it for yourself. Suzi glanced at Son Goku and spoke. He could also clearly feel the changes in Son Goku. Boom! Son Goku didn't hesitate at all, and immediately burst out with his strongest power under normal conditions. Suddenly a storm rolled up, and the surrounding gravel collapsed and turned into fly ash under this momentum. This. Son Goku's eyes showed disbelief. How is it possible? How could my strength improve so much? Son Goku said in shock. He found that his normal power was the same as before when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Even stronger than that time. Didn't you expect that? Your power can reach 35 billion under normal conditions. It has only taken 2 months, and even I am a little surprised by your growth. 35 billion. Son Goku felt the changes and clenched his fists. Now he feels that even under normal circumstances, he can shatter the world with one punch. Just like nothing in this world can stop me. This great power is good. Son Goku's face showed excitement. You're too happy too early. This is just the first phase of training. It's just the most basic. I'm not surprised if you can survive the first level, but you may not be able to survive the second level. Before Son Goku could be happy for long, Suzi's words had already fallen in his ears. Don't worry, I won't give up in order to improve my strength. Son Goku spoke very firmly. Unlike before, he didn't know before. But now that he can clearly realize that he can achieve huge improvement, how could Son Goku give up? I hope so. Suzi smiled and didn't explain much. Chapter 44. Suzi, I have passed the first level, can the second level start now? Son Goku spoke impatiently. Are you so anxious? Then let's enter the second level now. Suzi smiled and spoke very casually. He himself doesn't care, but since Son Goku has said it, let's get started. What's the second level? Boom! Son Goku's answer was the sudden burst of power from Suzi. Now Suzi's power is far stronger than before. What a powerful force, much stronger than when fighting Lord Beerus. Son Goku stared at Suzi. Son Goku, my normal power has reached 100 trillion after the battle with Beerus. After bursting out with all his strength, Suzi looked at Son Goku and spoke slowly. According to your statement, it is equivalent to a power of 100 trillion. This power is beyond your imagination now. I don't expect you to be able to defeat me without transforming into Super Saiyan. As long as you can endure 1/10 of my normal strength for an hour without transforming into Super Saiyan, then you will have passed the second level. Suzi spoke slowly. Of course, in this process, in addition to transforming into Super Saiyan, all methods can be used, including Kaioken. Be it Spirit Bomb, you can try any method you can think of. Suzi talked about the challenge of the second level. 1/10? You should still get what you get in 1 hour. Son Goku looked at Suzi. Whoosh! Son Goku rushed out and headed straight for Suzi at extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that even Suzi's eyes froze after seeing it, and he was a little surprised. I didn't expect this guy's strength to improve so much. It really surprised me. Suzi spoke in shock. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Son Goku attacks continuously, each time at a very fast speed. And not only the speed, but also the power has always been maintained at the same level. If that's all, that's it, it's not a big deal. But what really worries Suzi is that Son Goku's attacks are getting stronger and stronger. As expected, he is a scion from a fighting clan, which suits him very well. Suzi is very satisfied with Son Goku's performance. But despite this, his strength far exceeds Son Goku after all. Under such circumstances, no matter how hard Son Goku tries, it will have no effect. His attack had no effect on Suzi at all. Even with a full blow, Suzi will not be hurt. But the reverse is different. Suzi's casual attacks are a huge challenge for Son Goku. Even a slight touch can leave Son Goku with serious injuries. And Suzi finally experienced the thrill of fighting Beerus. It's just that this time he is in Beerus's position, and Son Goku is the weak one. Under such circumstances, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the battle between Son Goku and Suzi continued. However, the results every time were without exception, and they all ended after Son Goku was seriously injured by Suzi. This situation does not happen every day, but every hour. In other words, Son Goku would be seriously injured at least 20 times a day. And every time after being seriously injured, Suzi did not let Son Goku swallow the fairy beans, but let him recover on his own. It can be said that during these 3 days, Son Goku's life was like a nightmare. The daily battle with Suzi makes militants like Son Goku feel a little miserable. Every time he recovers from an injury, it is a torment for him, which is somewhat unbearable. But Son Goku is not completely without improvement. At least he lasted longer. In the beginning, I could only hold on for a few seconds, but now I can hold on for a few minutes. This is growth. Although it is still very early before Suzi's 1-hour request, don't forget that only 3 days have passed. While Son Goku was going through hellish training in the valley, Vegeta, who was in the world of gods of destruction, was obviously not having an easy life either. Although Whis' training method is a little different, it is still a challenge for Vegeta. Time passes unconsciously, and in the blink of an eye, 1 year has arrived. And during this year, both Son Goku and Vegeta have made huge improvements. And Suzi, by helping Son Goku train for a year, he also successfully learned Kaio's unique skill, Kaioken. And with his improvements, his Kaioken will not be like Son Goku. Compared to Son Goku, Suzi's Kaioken does not have any side effects and does not cause any load on the body. In other words, under Kaioken, Suzi can improve his strength without worrying that his body will not be able to bear it. As for his strength, he has completely mastered it in this year. It can be said that the current Suzi is his strongest state. Son Goku, after a year of training, you now have the strength to transform into Super Saiyan 4. But transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is not a problem for you, but it is still a human being after all. You still need the breath of God, that's the only way. Only then can one sense the aura of God and survive in the starry sky. Suzi looked at Son Goku. Now transform into Super Saiyan and show me. Seeing the tail that had reappeared behind Son Goku, Suzi spoke with a flash of light in his eyes. No problem. Son Goku nodded. After a year of training, his normal combat power has reached 80 billion at this time. And after transforming into Super Saiyan, he will be even more powerful. Boom! An extremely powerful force burst out from Son Goku. The combat power of 80 billion skyrocketed crazily at this moment. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 100 times, 300 times. Son Goku's power skyrockets like crazy and has no limit. Good. Suzi nodded, still very satisfied with Son Goku's improvement. Boom! A lot of hair began to appear on Son Goku's body, and his hair changed from blonde to black. It was also at this moment that he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. An extremely powerful force burst out from Son Goku, containing unimaginable terrifying power. Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 45. Son Goku looked at his body, feeling the power contained in his body at this moment, and couldn't help but look excited. Very powerful. Son Goku spoke excitedly. As a reward, Son Goku, I will give you the method of cultivating the energy of God. With your talent, I think it won't be long before you succeed. At that time, you will be the Saiyan God. After transforming into Super Saiyan, he becomes Super Saiyan God. Suzi looked at Son Goku and spoke slowly. Son Goku, I hope the next time we meet, you can successfully master the energy of God and become a Super Saiyan God in your own right. Suzi looked at Son Goku and waved his hand after finishing speaking. Suzi, are you leaving? Son Goku looked at Suzi with reluctance in his eyes. After all, after spending so many days together, although he spent every day in Suzi's torture, Son Goku still had deep feelings for Suzi. Goodbye, if it weren't for Lord Beerus. I might have left long ago, after all, on Earth. I have nothing to remember, it's time to go somewhere else. Suzi smiled slightly and spoke. Goodbye. Suzi spoke, and after speaking, the figure disappeared instantly on the spot, and left the valley directly. You can leave the valley now. Now you. No one on earth is your match, not even Vegeta. After Suzi disappeared, his voice came out and fell clearly into Son Goku's ears. In the starry sky, Suzi's figure appeared. He took a look at the earth, the place where he had been living since time travel. It's been a while and it's time to go. Suzi spoke softly, knowing that there was no need for him to stay here any longer. And with his current strength, he can travel around the universe. Even if there are people who don't open their eyes, Suzi is not afraid. With my current strength, I have no chance of winning against gods of destruction, but I still have some confidence under gods of destruction. Suzi is very confident in his own strength. After all, during this period of time on Earth, he has improved too much, and his strength has doubled many times. Especially after the battle with Beerus, coupled with this year's accumulation, his strength has reached its limit. Although there is still no way to break through the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, it is enough for Suzi. Suzi is not particularly anxious about transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Because he knew very well that it needed an opportunity. Standing among the stars, Suzi looked into the distance. The starry sky is pitch black, but for Suzi, she can feel everything in the starry sky without looking at it with her eyes. There's nothing big going on in the 7th universe. If that's the case, it's time to leave. Suzi spoke softly. But Suzi has not yet thought clearly about where to go after leaving the 7th universe. Forget it, let's go to the 6th universe first. As a brother universe, I wonder how Hit, the strongest killer in the 6th universe, will compare with my current strength? Suzi's eyes showed anticipation. Call out. Suzi's figure flashed and immediately flew away into the distance. The moment the sound of breaking through the sky sounded, Suzi had disappeared far away. I've reached the fastest speed, but I'm still far from the fastest in the universe. As Angel, Whis shows just how powerful he is. Suzi used to think that having the fastest speed was nothing, but now it seems that she has underestimated Angel. Maybe my current speed is not even 1%, or even 1%, of Angel's. Suzi shook his head, he didn't care about the speed requirement. The 7th universe is very big, Suzi wants to span the universe. At his speed, it would be impossible to do it in less than a few years. After galloping for a long time, Suzi immediately launched instant transmission. Although it is instant transmission, the distance is not too far. Fortunately, casting instant transmission does not consume a lot of power, so Suzi can cast it continuously. But even when using instant transmission, Suzi used it for a whole day and night. Finally, after using it countless times, I finally came to the edge of the universe. The reason why we know this is the edge of the universe is because there is a light curtain near here. The existence of this light curtain is extremely conspicuous and can be seen from a long distance. It is very difficult to pass through this light barrier, unless you are recognized by a god or under the leadership of an angel. Of course, some rare treasures can also penetrate the universe, such as penetrating blocks. Although Suzi's instant transmission is good, there is no way for him to directly instant transmission from the 7th universe to the 6th universe. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Suzi knew that he had only one choice if he wanted to enter the 6th universe. Forcibly opening the universe shield and entering it is my choice. There is no other way. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Suzi slowly spoke. In fact, he had already thought of this before arriving, so he was not surprised by the existence of the light curtain. Let me see if I can break it open with my current strength. Suzi's eyes showed anticipation. Although he also knew that if he did this, it would most likely be noticed by the gods of destruction in the 6th and 7th universes. But there is no other way. And it doesn't matter if he is discovered, Suzi doesn't really care. After all, with his current strength, even if he cannot defeat gods of destruction. But if you want to escape, you can still do it easily. Suzi made a fist with his right hand, and the power in his body condensed instantly. Looking at the protection in front of him, Suzi punched directly forward. Boom! Suzi was not polite at all with this punch, but instead unleashed his strongest power under normal circumstances. With such a powerful punch, it landed directly on the protection. Boom! The punch landed and the protective shield shook. But it only shook for a moment and then recovered, and nothing else happened. Interesting. A smile appeared on Suzi's lips. His normal full-strength punch did not break down the defense. It doesn't even have any effect on protection. I want to see how strong this protection is and whether I can break it today. The power of protection also aroused Suzi's strong interest. At this time, there is no rush to enter the sixth universe. Destruction of protection is the first priority. At the very least, you must insist on opening a gap so that you can enter safely. Chapter 46. At this time, Suzi no longer cares whether he will be discovered. He only wanted to rely on his own strength to break through the protection. Since the power of 100 megabytes cannot break it, then I will use the power of 2.5 megabytes. Suzi's eyes showed determination. He really had to break through the protective shield today. He clenched his hands violently into fists, and then the power in his body suddenly burst out. A strong wind swept across with him as the center. Green light suddenly appeared and filled the whole body. Suzi also transformed into Super Saiyan. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Suzi's power increased dramatically from 100 to 2.5. However, Suzi did not stop, but continued to improve his combat effectiveness. It wasn't until his strength reached forging that he stopped. Jing's power spread, and the moment Suzi raised his hands, an energy ball immediately appeared. Call out! In a flash, the energy ball went straight towards the protection. Boom! The whole body of the protection shook, and a counter-shock force came from it. However, the protection did not suffer any damage and was still there, intact. It's interesting. Does Wu Jing's power still have no effect on you? Suzi laughed. Boom! Suzi's power surged again, and the air outside his body turned into a spray. There was even lightning movement, and Suzi's combat power directly reached Tenjing. When Suzi destroyed the protection. When he destroyed the protection for the first time, in the gods of destruction world of the 6th universe and 7th universe, Beerus and Kampa were suddenly startled, as if they felt something. Someone destroyed the protection and seems to want to get in. Beerus and Kampa both said the same thing. Whis, go check it out. Beerus immediately spoke to Whis. Vados, I want to see who dares to destroy the protection. Kampa also spoke like this in the 6th universe. Call out! A ray of light rushed out from the gods of destruction in the 7th universe and went straight to the location where the protective wave was transmitted. Call out! In the 6th universe, Vados and Kampa also come. It's just that compared to the 7th universe, their 6th universe is closer. Although Angel is very fast, it still takes some time to get here. Even if the 6th universe is closer, it still takes about 3 minutes. After Suzi transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he attacked the defense like crazy. Under his constant attacks, the ripples of universe's protection became larger and larger. But no matter how Suzi attacks, it still has no effect on this protection. As for breaking it open, it is even more impossible. It seems there is really something different. If that's the case, then I'll just transform into Super Saiyan 3. In that case, it shouldn't be difficult to break through the protection. Suzi's eyes flashed. The power of this protection was beyond his imagination, and even shocked him. Boom! An even more powerful momentum burst out from Suzi's body, turning into a storm that roared in the starry sky. At the moment of transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Suzi's strength also began to skyrocket. In just an instant, it skyrocketed from the previous 10 Beijing to 100 Beijing. This power is not enough, I want more powerful power. A low growl came from Suzi's mouth. Boom! His strength was still skyrocketing crazily. In just an instant, his strength was fixed at a height of 160 Beijing. The current strength should be enough. Suzi's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fist and was about to punch out. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed slightly, he suddenly looked into the distance, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Coming! As Suzi finished speaking, a rainbow suddenly came from the sixth universe. Changhong's speed was too fast. 1 second she was far away, but the next second she was close. People from the seventh universe. Changhong disappeared, revealing a man and a woman inside. The woman among them has a slender body and an extraordinary appearance, giving people a sense of tranquility. It's just that the color of the skin is a bit unfriendly and looks a bit strange. But if you put aside the skin color, this woman can definitely make everyone who sees her go crazy for her. Even Suzi, although he has seen Vados in the anime. But at this moment, when he saw the other party for real, he was still shocked by her beautiful appearance. As for the man, he was a fat man. Except for the different body shape, the rest is almost the same as Beerus. These two people are none other than Kampa, the gods of destruction from the sixth universe, and Vados, the angel of the sixth universe. Stop! Seeing Suzi preparing to bombard the defense, Kampa immediately spoke to stop it. No matter who you are, if you dare to destroy the protection between you, I will never let you go. Kampa looked at Suzi with an extremely ugly expression. Threaten me. There was a smile on Suzi's lips, that's what he is like. It might be useful if you talk to him in a nice voice. But if you threaten him, then the situation is different. Because the blood flowing in his body at the moment is ancient Saiyan, warlike Saiyan. And what Saiyan seeks the most pressure from is threats. Although I am not your opponent, I will not accept your threats. Suzi made a fist with his right hand, raised it directly under Kampa's gaze, and punched out fiercely. A huge fist shadow appeared instantly, containing terrifying power, and it roared directly onto the universe protection. Boom! The roar echoed. Universe's defense shook, and a gap appeared. But as soon as the gap appeared, it was restored in a moment. Kampa's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that someone would dare to provoke him like this in front of him. Kampa would never tolerate such a thing. Especially this person, he is also a strong man in the seventh universe. This made Kampa feel even more gloomy. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Kampa's voice was cold, and he looked at Suzi and spoke gloomily. Heard it. Suzi glanced at Kampa, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Now that you've heard it, how dare you take action? Kampa's voice was cold. It even revealed a murderous intent. After saying this, Kampa took a step forward. Directly ignoring the previous protection that Suzi could not break, he entered the seventh universe. Chapter 47. After Kampa entered the seventh universe, Kampa did not hesitate at all. He flashed and went straight to Suzi. The speed was very fast, disappearing from the place in just an instant. I made you pay the price for ignoring me. Kampa's eyes showed a cold light. He was very fast, he was a god of destruction after all, and he was approaching Suzi in an instant. Facing the coming of gods of destruction, others might have been frightened to their core. But Suzi had no fear. He had dared to fight Beerus when he was not as powerful as he is now. Not to mention how he could be afraid of Kampa now that his strength has increased dramatically. What's more, in the gods of destruction, Kampa's strength is not very strong, only about average. Even below average. With such strength, Suzi will naturally not be afraid. So he had no intention of running away at this time. No way. Suzi gave up on attacking Universe's protection, but turned around suddenly, his eyes falling directly on Kampa. Lord Kampa, I know that you are the most powerful among the gods of destruction, I have no other intention of coming here this time, mainly because I want to fight you. Suzi looked at Kampa. Anyway, things have reached this point, so Suzi could only speak like this. Boom! Suzi's momentum exploded, and he stared at Kampa with a strong fighting spirit in his expression. If it was Beerus in front of him at this moment, he might still hesitate, but if it was Kampa... Humph! What a shame! After listening to Suzi's words, Kampa was not angry, but smiled. Challenge the gods of destruction? I don't know where you got the courage. Kampa shook his head, feeling that Suzi's idea was too incredible. It can even be said to be a sign of arrogance. How dare you, a human being, challenge the gods of destruction? I really don't know if you really don't understand, or if you just want to die. Kampa spoke. Whoosh! Kampa's figure flashed, rushed out and was already in front of Suzi. Boom! Just when Kampa was about to take action against Suzi and wanted to teach this human being who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. But he suddenly frowned, then turned around and looked into the distance, his pupils shrinking slightly. Why is he here too? Kampa muttered. What should Master Kampa do? Vados glanced at Kampa and said, as Angel. It is necessary to remain absolutely neutral, so just listening to Kampa's words is enough. As for whether it is right or wrong, that is not something Vados can consider, and it has nothing to do with her. Suzi also felt the aura and looked into the distance. In the direction he looked, Changhong was speeding towards him, and Beerus and Whis appeared not far from him. Suzi, this is the 7th universe, I allow you to do anything. As long as I'm here, you can continue to destroy the protection, and as for other things, you don't have to worry. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. It was obvious that he had already understood the situation here when he came, so he spoke like this. As for why he protects Suzi so much. Because he also discovered that in this meeting, Suzi's strength had improved a lot compared to before. There are 2 levels at all. Such a powerful force makes Beerus stare blankly. It's improved a lot compared to the first time we met. Beerus was a little surprised. Beerus, what do you mean? Kampa looked at Beerus and spoke gloomily. It's not interesting. He is in my 7th universe now, so everything he does has nothing to do with you. Beerus glanced at Kampa and spoke casually. You. Kampa pointed at Beerus, his face looking very ugly. But he had no choice. Suzi was right. He is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe and has no right to interfere in the affairs of other universes. But what Suzi is doing now is to open the protection of the universe and enter the 6th universe from the 7th universe. Kampa obviously cannot allow such a thing. But Kampa also knew that with Beerus here, it was obviously impossible for him to prevent Suzi from breaking through the protection. Now he can only hope that Suzi can't break through the protection. Other than that, Kampa has no other option. Beerus, I won't let this matter go. Although he is in the 7th universe now, once he breaks through the universe's protection. Entering the 6th universe, I will use my full strength. By that time, I didn't think he could escape from me. Kampa looked at Beerus and spoke harshly, there was no way he could be no match for Beerus. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as cruel as he is now. If you want to say that the person Kampa hates the most in gods of destruction, then this person would be none other than Beerus. I know. Beerus spoke slowly. But Beerus suddenly changed the subject and looked at Kampa. Kampa, you have always said that your 6th universe is stronger than our 7th universe. It is forbidden to fight among us gods of destruction. In this case, I want to compare the others with you, what do you think? Beerus spoke. How to compete? Kampa was stunned and looked at Beerus. Let's bet on whether the strongest person below the gods of destruction between our 2 universes is stronger, the one in your 6th universe, or the one in our 7th universe who is stronger. Beerus looked at Kampa. He knew that with Kampa's character, he would definitely agree to this competition. Because Kampa has been suppressed by him for so many years, he must not let it go as long as there is an opportunity to retaliate against him. However, no matter what, Beerus's proposal is absolutely beneficial to the 7th universe. Of course, for Suzi, this opportunity is even more rare. If you don't dare, then forget it and pretend I didn't say it. Seeing Kampa's hesitation, Beerus spoke calmly. Don't you dare. Kampa spoke immediately. Joke. How could I not dare? It's just for your consideration. Kampa opened his mouth to explain. Stop talking nonsense, just tell me whether you dare or not. Beerus spoke directly in this way, especially when it came to something like this. Kampa had no choice at all. If you refuse, it means you are really afraid. Would Kampa choose this? Of course not. Okay, I promise you. This Suzi is the strongest person in your universe, so I won't bully you. Vados, find the strongest man in our universe, no matter what the cost. Kampa looked at Vados and spoke. Chapter 48. Suzi ignored the exchange between Beerus and Kampa, but planned to continue taking action. As long as no one comes to stop you from breaking through the universe's protection, you'll be fine. After all, he has Beerus' support this time, so Kampa will not break the agreement. As for anything else, Suzi doesn't want to pay attention to it now. And for Suzi, the purpose of coming to the 6th universe this time is to fight against the strong. If Beerus could help him, at least he would save himself a lot of trouble. Suzi, you go ahead, no one will disturb you. Although the universe protection is powerful, it is still very easy to open it with your current strength. Beerus watched Suzi speak, his eyes flashed, and he instantly saw Suzi's strength. The current Suzi has only transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and has not transformed into Super Saiyan 4. But even so, the momentum that burst out from Suzi at this time was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At least according to Beerus, it is still possible to break through the universe's protection. I don't believe he can break through it, even if his strength is indeed quite strong. Kampa looked at Suzi with disdain on his face. Because this protection is not an ordinary thing, it cannot be easily broken open by others. Master Beerus, don't worry. As Suzi finished speaking, he raised his hands and put them together, speaking very simply. After this action was made, the powerful force in Suzi's body suddenly began to circulate and immediately integrated into his hands. This is... Seeing Suzi's movements, Beerus was stunned for a moment and remembered that this was a move that Son Goku had used. Turtle. Suzi put his hands together, stopped on the right side of his body, and said a cold word in his mouth. The moment the first word fell, a light spot appeared in Suzi's hands. And the energy in his whole body was also mobilized crazily at this moment, and even the energy around him began to gradually pour into his palm. Groob. Although it was just a point of light, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly appeared around Suzi's body. And this power emanates from the light spots in his hands. Gas. The moment the third word fell, the power in Suzi's body surged crazily, and a large amount of energy condensed out in just an instant. As a large amount of chi was integrated into his hands, the light spots in Suzi's hands slowly expanded under the absorption. From a point of light to a ball of light. As the ball of light formed, an unimaginable huge force suddenly erupted from it. Even Beerus and Kampa stared at each other at this moment. Because of the energy in Suzi's hands, even they were slightly surprised. Why is he so strong? Kampa looked at Suzi and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He didn't expect that Suzi's strength could reach such a level. Although his protection is strong, his strength is also very strong. According to this case, maybe this universe protection really can't stop him. Although Kampa didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but speak after seeing the power burst out from Suzi. Good guy, he has improved so much in just 1 year. He really doesn't want to fight. Beerus looked at Suzi. Compared to a year ago, Suzi was obviously much stronger now. Even Beerus was sincerely appreciative. Achievement. The fourth word came from Suzi's mouth. At the moment when the fourth word fell, Suzi's eyes turned cold and became extremely sharp. Wave. With the last word spoken, Suzi pushed forward with both hands. Boom. Immediately after this launch, a huge Kamehameha wave roared, heading straight for the protection ahead at extremely fast speeds. The speed of the Kamehameha wave is too fast, especially this time the Kamehameha wave is performed by Suzi with all the power of Super Saiyan 3. This shows how powerful it is. Boom. The Kamehameha wave landed directly on the guard. Boom. 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 Loud noises came from it. The roaring sound echoes endlessly. In just a few breaths, the light curtain collapsed directly under Suzi's Kamehameha wave. However, at the moment of collapse, a strange light appeared, causing the collapsed gap to be repaired extremely quickly. Whoosh! Suzi's figure flashed, and he rushed out when the protection contracted extremely quickly. His speed was too fast, and when he rushed out, he directly followed the crack of the gap and entered the sixth universe. About 3 minutes after he entered the sixth universe, the gap that he collapsed was restored again. I succeeded. Standing under the starry sky belonging to the sixth universe, Suzi stopped. Looking at Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados from the seventh universe, their expressions were very calm, without any sign. Yes, I really saw you right. Beerus nodded, then took a step forward and passed through the protection. You really turned me on. Kampa was also stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly and spoke. Unexpectedly, he actually let Suzi do it. It's just luck, no big deal. Suzi spoke very modestly, saying that there was nothing she could do. After all, he can't be too arrogant now, otherwise it will inevitably make people think he is a bit arrogant. Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados also entered the sixth universe. Kampa, the competition should begin now. Let the strongest in our respective universes decide the outcome of the contest between us. Beerus looked at Suzi. He was very optimistic about Suzi. Knowing that if Suzi takes action, there should be no problem, even if the opponent is also the strongest person in the sixth universe. Vados, have you found the strongest man in our universe? Kampa looked at Vados and spoke. He frowned slightly, as if he was very dissatisfied with Vados' work efficiency. Master Kampa, I have found him, should I bring him here now? Because the distance is a bit far, it will probably take 10 minutes to go back and forth. Plus convincing him, 15 minutes should be enough. Vados spoke softly. Hurry up, don't take too long. Kampa nodded and spoke. He must find face somewhere else. Chapter 49. In the Gods of Destruction world of the sixth universe, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, Suzi, and others are coming. Suzi, this battle is related to the overall strength of our seventh universe, I hope you won't let me down. After defeating the sixth universe, you can propose it to me if you have any conditions. If I can satisfy you, I will never refuse. Beerus spoke to Suzi, because this battle is also about the face of the seventh universe. So even though Beerus is very confident about Suzi's strength, he still has to say it again. I want to shuttle between blocks. Suzi didn't hesitate for too long, but directly said what he wanted. Shuttle block. Beerus was stunned and took a deep look at Suzi. You must know that the shuttle block is exclusive to Gods of Destruction. Handing it to a human has never happened before. Okay, as long as you can get it in this battle, I will give you the shuttle block. Beerus hesitated for a moment before agreeing. For him, as long as he can make Kampa look ugly, he will be very happy. Although the shuttle block is expensive, it is nothing to Beerus. If that's the case, then I'll let the sixth universe experience our power in this battle. Suzi spoke slowly. Although his voice was calm, it contained a kind of firmness and an unparalleled confidence. Because he has absolute confidence in his own strength. No matter who the sixth universe sends, he can easily defeat them. Cut. Kampa shook his head disdainfully. Vados, hurry up. In his heart, Kampa was still a little anxious. He couldn't stand Beerus' arrogance. At the moment, he just wanted Vados to call the strongest person in the sixth universe to educate Suzi. At that time, he wanted to see how Beerus could get off the stage. Time passes slowly. 15 minutes passed quickly. A long rainbow penetrated the sky, descended from the sky, and appeared directly in the world of gods of destruction. He even stopped in front of Beerus, Kampa, and others. The light dissipated, revealing two figures. Vados, you are finally back. Kampa immediately became excited, jumped up suddenly, and came directly in front of Vados. Master Kampa, this is Hit, the strongest human in our sixth universe, and he is also a killer. Vados spoke softly. Hit, Vados has already told you, right? Defeat this guy and I can agree to some of your conditions. Kampa also began to imitate Beerus. I have already discussed my conditions with Vados. Hit glanced at Suzi, and then slowly spoke to Kampa. Master Kampa, his condition is to travel through the square, and I have agreed to it. As long as he can win, give it to him. Vados smiled and spoke. This. Kampa hesitated. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter if I give it to you. Kampa has made up his mind, Beerus can give it, why can't he? Okay, now that people have arrived. So don't waste time, hurry up. Beerus glanced at Hit, yawned and spoke. Suzi, the rest is up to you. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. Whoosh. Suzi's figure flashed and appeared directly in an open space. The power of Super Saiyan 3 burst out from his body at this moment. Hit, it's up to you. Kampa also looked at Hit and spoke. Bring it on. Hit's eyes were a little solemn. He could feel that Suzi was very strong and put a lot of pressure on Hit. Your name is Hit, right? The number one killer in the sixth universe, the most powerful person under the gods of destruction. Suzi spoke slowly, he was no stranger to Hit. Your name is Suzi, and you are also the strongest person under the gods of destruction in the seventh universe. It also broke through the universe's protection, so its strength is very good. Hit also spoke slowly. Although Richter usually has a cold image, he is also more concerned when encountering opponents with similar strength to himself. And Suzi is definitely a rival for Hit. Even facing Suzi, Hit felt that he might not have much chance of winning. Whoosh! Suzi's figure flashed and went straight to Hit. So fast! Hit's eyes narrowed, because Suzi's speed was so fast, and Hit's strength actually made him unable to react. Boom! The moment is approaching. He didn't even pause once he got close. He directly raised his right hand and made a fist, then punched out hard. Suddenly, the roar echoes. Under this punch, when Hit didn't react, he was immediately punched down, hitting him hard. What? Hit's expression suddenly changed, and he felt an unimaginable force rushing directly into his body. Under this power, even Hit had to take a few steps back before releasing Suzi's power. He is worthy of being the strongest person in the seventh universe. This power is indeed very strong, but it is not enough. Hit looked at Suzi with solemnity and fear in his eyes. Whoosh! Suzi didn't hesitate and punched out again. Whoosh! Hit also rushed out at the same time. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Suzi and Hit are extremely fast, especially in this battle. While maintaining extremely fast speed, their attacks are not overly generous. Although it has not exploded to its full power, the power of Suzi's Super Saiyan 3 should not be underestimated. However, even so, when facing Suzi's attack, Hit did not fall into a disadvantage, but fought back and forth with Suzi. Although he was always at a disadvantage, this also made it impossible for Suzi to end the battle in a short time, and the two men fell into a stalemate. Beerus and Kampa looked at each other. Although this battle has reached its peak at the beginning, for them, this is just the beginning. Boom! With a violent roar, Suzi and Hit immediately pulled away from each other with great tacit understanding, and their expressions showed strong excitement. Haha, so happy! Suzi laughed and spoke. It's exciting. Hit also spoke excitedly, with a rare expression on his face. Suzi's strength was something Hit had never encountered before in the 6th universe. It is naturally very rare for Hit to be able to fight against a strong person like Suzi at this moment. After all, he has no such opponent in the 6th universe. Chapter 50. Hit, show your true power, otherwise you will not be my opponent at all. You should be very clear about this through previous testing, so I don't need to say more. Suzi looked at Hit and spoke. For him, Hit is also a good opponent. Especially the flash time skill, even though Suzi knew how to deal with it, he still had a headache. After all, there was no way he could suddenly increase his speed thousands of times. The only thing he can deal with is predicting actions. This is Son Goku's method for Hit's flash time kung fu. Use all your strength. Hit smiled. Although he has always been at a disadvantage in the battle with Suzi, Suzi's power has not reached a point where Hit can't bear it. In this case, Suzi's words would inevitably sound somewhat arrogant to Hit. Moreover, the most important point is the battle with Suzi, which made Hit's strength that had not changed for a long time grow again. This is what excites Hit the most. Whoosh! Hit rushed out in a flash and ran straight towards Suzi at great speed. Do you use me as a whetstone to hone your strength? Suzi frowned, he could naturally see what Hit was thinking. But for such a thing, Suzi is obviously unwilling. Suzi doesn't want to be a sparring partner. Boom! At the moment when Hit arrived, Suzi's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his right hand and punched directly. The moment this punch hit, the storm immediately reversed, and a huge fist shadow appeared. What? Hit's expression suddenly changed. A very powerful force emitted from this fist shadow. Even with Hit's strength, he was shocked when faced with this power. The body even retreated without hesitation, not daring to delay at all. He knew very well that if such a fist fell directly on him, even he would be seriously injured. The idea is good though. And also knows the stakes. But it is not that easy to escape and hide. Not to mention that the distance is very close at this moment. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Hit to avoid it, and he cannot do this. Boom! The shadow of the fist fell directly. At this critical moment, Kampa had no choice at all. When the fist shadow came, when it was only an inch away from Hit, the fist shadow directly penetrated Hit's body. Beerus' eyes narrowed and he took a deep look at Hit. It's interesting. I didn't expect a human being to be able to master such power. Whis also looked at Hit with bright eyes. Obviously they all saw what move Hit used just now. So close. Kampa also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was going to be over, but now it seems that everything is still very early. Have you finally come up with your special move? Suzi was not surprised, but looked at Hit and spoke. Of course, if there is anything to hide at this time, it will be over. Hit's face looked a little ugly, but it was nothing serious. After all, although Suzi's previous punch was powerful, it did not cause much damage to Hit. The next battle is our real contest. Hit looked at Suzi and spoke. Suzi shook his head. He felt a little naive about Hit's idea. Hit, although you are very strong, there is still a gap between you and me. If it were normal times, I might have a good fight with you, but not now. Suzi spoke slowly. After hearing this, Hit's eyes flashed and he looked at Suzi. Do you think you are powerful enough to defeat me easily? Hit asked rhetorically. If you grow up, I may not be able to do it. But now, I can do it. Suzi nodded. Because this time it is a contest between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Although Suzi didn't care about the result, since he agreed to Beerus. I also took his shuttle block, so I naturally had to work hard. Defeat Hit at the fastest speed, this is the best way to express Suzi. Looking at how confident you are, I want to know if you can do it. A cold light flashed in Hit's eyes, he was a little unhappy at being looked down upon. Boom! Hit raised his right hand, and immediately a large amount of purple light condensed out. As soon as these purple rays of light appeared, an extremely powerful force burst out. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook. After a large amount of power was integrated, a purple ball of light about 1 foot in size suddenly appeared. After the light ball appeared, it immediately turned into 9. Suzi, seeing how confident you are, then try this trick of mine. Since I researched it, everyone who has seen this trick has died. I hope you can be an exception and survive my attack. As for the name of this move, it's called the 9U Sky Cannon. As Hit's voice came out, 9 purple light balls flashed immediately. Call out! Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo-hoo! 9 purple light balls rushed out immediately and appeared around Suzi's body in an instant. Even after these light balls appeared, although they were separated by a certain distance, they were connected by light. Looking from a distance, this scene is obviously very amazing. Juyu Sky Cannon? What a good name for a second grader, but I like it. Suzi was stunned for a moment. Apparently, Suzi had never known that Hit had such a move. It's normal to say that, after all, in the Dragon Ball world, Hit has never used this kind of killing technique, so Suzi doesn't know about it, and there's nothing wrong with it. After watching the Juyu Sky Cannon coming towards him and containing a very powerful force, Suzi's eyes showed a strong light. You are much stronger than I thought. It seems that I want to defeat you. It's really not as easy as imagined, and it may take a little time. Suzi admitted that if he didn't transform into Super Saiyan 4, he really wouldn't be able to kill Hit instantly. Innocent. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hit's mouth, and the Juyu Sky Cannon was approaching in an instant, less than 10 feet away from Suzi. As he approached, Suzi raised his right hand, and a large amount of golden light immediately appeared in his hands. I should be serious too. Suzi's eyes flashed as he watched Hit speak slowly. Although he said this, it can be seen that Suzi was not intimidated by Hit's strength. Chapter 51. It was only after Hit revealed his killer move that Suzi became interested in Hit. Because this move was something he had never seen before. As for the final result, in this battle, he must win, and he must win beautifully, and win as expected. Juyu Sky Cannon, so what if it's this, it won't have any effect on me today. Suzi's voice was cold. Now let me destroy your 9 universe Sky Cannon. Suzi raised his right hand and waved. Boom! With this wave, a storm immediately roared up. As soon as the storm appeared, it immediately centered on Suzi and spread crazily to the surrounding areas. This. Hit's eyes narrowed and his expression became much more solemn. At this moment, Suzi's strength immediately increased sharply, reaching a level that even shocked Hit. Juyu Sky Cannon! Destroy him for me! Hit roared and pushed his hands forward. Boom! The Juyu Sky Cannon moved with a bang, and immediately went straight to Suzi, surrounding Suzi in an instant. At this moment, the 9 purple light balls from the Juyu Sky Cannon began to crash towards Suzi's body crazily. Each purple light ball contains an absolutely powerful and terrifying force. At this moment, 9 light balls arrived at the same time. The first purple light ball collided with Suzi's body. In fact, this first purple light ball did not really touch Suzi's body. But when Suzi's body was only 3 inches long, he was shocked and collapsed. As the first ball of light collapsed, the second one followed, also coming directly. There is no difference from the first one. This second purple light ball was also shaken when it was only 3 inches away from Suzi. It could not hold on under the sweeping storm, and then exploded with a bang. The collapse of the 2 purple light balls failed to touch Suzi. They were all outside his body, and they collapsed the moment they were not touched. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's decide the winner with one blow. When the third purple ball of light arrived, just 3 inches away from Suzi, a calm voice came out of Suzi's mouth. He made a fist with his right hand and punched the approaching purple ball of light directly. Boom! With one punch, Suzi's fist directly touched the third purple light ball. At the moment of contact, the third purple light ball also collapsed directly. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth. In the blink of an eye, 6 balls of light collapsed. Immediately afterwards, Suzi worked hard again and defeated the other 2 light balls. At this moment, there is only the 9th purple ball of light left, which is the last one that has not collapsed. The power contained in this last purple ball of light is also very powerful, and it is the strongest power of the 9 universe sky cannon. This is the concentration of the strongest power of my 9 universe soaring cannon. Suzi, use your power. Hit roared, and then the 9th purple ball of light approached instantly. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. After the 9th ball of light approached, Suzi put his hands together and said in an indifferent voice. Even as this voice came out, a golden ball of light condensed in his hands. Wave. Just when the 9th light ball was only 7 inches away from Suzi, Suzi pushed forward with both hands, and a huge Kamehameha wave was directly released. Boom! As soon as the Kamehameha wave came out, it immediately turned into a huge energy and collided with the 9th purple light ball. Boom! Violent roaring sounds were heard. Under the collision, a huge pit appeared directly on the ground, and the storm swept away in all directions. Break it for me! Suzi roared, and a more powerful force was integrated into the Kamehameha wave, causing the power of the Kamehameha wave to reach its peak at this moment. Boom! The 9th purple light ball collapsed directly at this moment. As the ball of light collapsed, the Kamehameha wave hit directly. A huge beam of energy suddenly engulfed it. Ah! A scream came from Hit's mouth. Impossible! Under the power of the Kamehameha wave, Hit spit out a large mouthful of blood. After being forcibly pushed back dozens of feet, it stopped. It's just that he was seriously injured at this moment. Although he did not fall, he had no strength to fight anymore. You lose. Suzi looked at Hit and spoke slowly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Hit looked at Suzi, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of unwillingness, and spoke after a long time. You met me. If it were someone else, maybe the outcome of this battle would be different. But this is also a very good experience for you. There is nothing surprising about losing to me, but if someone else is your opponent, no one can beat you. Suzi smiled and spoke. Although he defeated Hit, he also understood that no one in the 7th universe could be Hit's opponent except himself. After this battle, Hit had a sufficient understanding of his own strength. Then in the next battle in the ring, the power Hit can unleash will be even more powerful. Thanks. Hit suddenly spoke. You are the first person who made me experience failure. Although this feeling is not good, it is very precious to me. Because failure can make me question my own strength, so I will be more motivated to practice. I know you didn't use all your strength this time, but I don't blame you, I can only blame me for being too weak. I hope I can see you at your best when we meet next time. Hit looked at Suzi seriously. I lost, his strength was too much beyond mine, but next time, I will beat him. Hit spoke firmly and wanted to leave after speaking. After losing, do you still have the nerve to leave? Or do you think I will let you leave? At this moment, Kampa's cold voice came out and fell on Hit's ears. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly appeared and fell directly on Hit. Boom! Even Hit shuddered under the pressure and looked at Kampa with a pale face. You must know that Hit was seriously injured now, so under the pressure of Kampa, he felt a life and death crisis in an instant. Of course, for Kampa, it doesn't mean anything to him whether Hit is seriously injured or not. Because they are all the same. Chapter 52. Kampa's face looked a little ugly at the moment. I don't care if you are a killer or not, and what kind of abilities you have. In my opinion, as long as you lose, there is only one end. That is death. Kampa stood up slowly and looked at Hit, who wanted to leave, with a gloomy expression. Lord Kampa. Vados glanced at Kampa. She didn't expect that Hit would lose, let alone that Kampa would be so angry after Hit lost. In fact, if Hit simply lost, Kampa still wouldn't care. But now, the stakes are between two universes. Vados, you don't need to say anything. He must die today. It will be useless no matter who comes. Kampa's voice was firm at the moment. Want to kill me? Hit's eyes flashed. Although death is the destination of killers, even if you are the gods of destruction, I will not go easy on you. Hit looked pale and stood up under Kampa's pressure, looking at Kampa with cold eyes. It's good to have such an awareness, but it doesn't mean you can leave alive today. I saw Kampa raise a finger on his right hand, and immediately a large amount of purple light condensed. Suzi, I originally thought that I could fight you again in the future, but it seems that there is no such chance. As a killer, I naturally have the ultimate trick, and today I will show you how to use it. After all, you are the only one who makes me feel comfortable, and you are also my only opponent. Hit ignored Kampa's attack and spoke to Suzi. Because he knows that no matter how strong he is, he will never be the opponent of gods of destruction. Haha, you still dare to ignore me. It seems that I really have no weight in your heart. The murderous intent in Kampa's eyes became even more intense. The last resort? Isn't it a little too early to say it now? After all, I haven't used all my strength until now. If you show it now, it means I have time to think of a way to deal with it. Suzi smiled and spoke. What? Hit was stunned and glanced at Suzi. What do you mean? Although Hit guessed what Suzi was thinking, he still couldn't believe it. Suzi dismissed his suspicion. He smiled slightly, took a step forward, and then slowly spoke. Haven't you always wanted to see my full power? Now let me show you. Suzi stood in front of Hit. Suzi, this is not our matter, don't interfere, let them solve it on their own. Just when Suzi was about to make a move, Beerus's voice came over. But Suzi turned around. Lord Beerus, a sparring battle is about friendship, not life and death. What's more, if he kills someone because of his anger. It would be fine if I wasn't here, but now that I'm here and something like this happens, I won't allow it to happen. Maybe my power cannot compare with gods of destruction, but no matter what. I have to try my best, even if I know the result will fail, but I still don't care. Suzi spoke firmly. As the words fell, the power in Suzi's body exploded, and he and Kampa's pressure began to confront each other. You wanna die? Seeing that Suzi dared to openly confront him, Kampa's eyes flashed coldly. I know your character. Since you have decided to do this, I will allow you to be arrogant for once. Use all your strength. Since you have to do your best for a long time, I am here to keep you safe. Beerus is also a very protective person. He is very optimistic about Suzi, so he will never allow anyone to harm Suzi. Not to mention in front of him. Master Kampa, you can choose to blame me. But one day you'll thank me, because it won't be long. You will know that what I do is very necessary for your sixth universe. Suzi spoke slowly. Hit, you go first, leave this place to me. I'll come find you after I'm done with things here. Until then, we will have another happy battle. Suzi looked at Hit and spoke. I won't leave. Hit looked at Suzi with firm eyes. Well, today the two of us will fight gods of destruction together, let gods of destruction see our power. Suzi laughed and spoke. Good. Hit also took the risk. Boom. Powerful power burst out from his body, but he no longer held any reservations, preparing to fight the gods of destruction with Suzi. Very good, just two humans. Although your strength is at the pinnacle among humans, in my opinion, it is not worth mentioning at all. Since you are seeking death on your own initiative, I will help you. Kampa took a step forward and appeared in mid-air, looking at Suzi and Hit with cold eyes. Boom! Unimaginable power came from his body. Under this power, the sky and the earth changed color, and the starry sky became dark. It seemed that no power could compare with this energy. Superior. Suzi and Hit looked at each other and spoke almost at the same time. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, headed towards Kampa from two directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were very fast, and they were already approaching Kampa in just an instant. Boom! Boom! The two of them raised their right hands, clenched their fists, and struck hard at Kampa. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Human beings are human beings. In the final analysis, they only have this level of power. Facing the attacks from Suzi and Hit, Kampa raised his hands and easily caught their fists. Boom! The moment he grabbed the fists of Suzi and Hit, Kampa swung his hands and immediately threw Suzi and Hit out. So strong, is this the power of gods of destruction? Hit's eyes showed shock. It's very powerful, but compared to Beerus, it's still a bit inferior. Suzi murmured after feeling it. Although they are both gods of destruction, there is still a certain gap between gods of destruction and gods of destruction. Beerus's strength is already considered top among the gods of destruction. Kampa's strength is only average, or even below average. It was precisely because he knew this clearly that Suzi dared to fight when Kampa was angry. Although Kampa is not as powerful as Beerus. But it's more because Suzi's strength has improved so much after the battle with Beerus. In addition, Beerus was here at this moment, giving him the promise that he would not be in any danger. Therefore, without any worries, Suzi can naturally unleash his strongest strength to fight Kampa with confidence. Especially since I am not alone, but with Hit. Chapter 53. Three figures were fighting at high speed in the sky above the world of gods of destruction. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to see their movements clearly with the naked eye. All you can see is the strong wind howling continuously. Whatever you encounter can be completely crushed. However, even the combined strength of Suzi and Hit did not pose any threat to Kampa. Under this crazy battle, more than 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. However, the siege of Suzi and Hit was only comparable to that of Kampa, and they did not pose any threat to him at all. If that's all, forget it. However, it can be seen from the battle that Kampa has not used his true power yet. It didn't even use much force, it looked very easy. For him, the power of Suzi and Hit can only be used for fun at best. If he wants to be serious, these two people are not qualified enough. Even if the two of them join forces. I thought there would be some different effects after the two of you join forces, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. After another bombardment, the three of Suzi also distanced themselves from each other. Kampa spoke coldly. It was just a warm-up before, now it's the real battle. Suzi glanced at Hit beside him, and after confirming that he was fine, he spoke to Kampa. Warming up? If it was a warm-up before, then the real battle should start now, right? Kampa spoke jokingly, without showing any concern, just thinking that Suzi was making a death struggle. That's enough, Even if you don't tell me, I'm still going to use my real power to deal with you. Suzi looked at Kampa and spoke. Yet, although I don't have much hope for you, I am still willing to look forward to it. Maybe you can bring me a surprise. Kampa looked at Suzi. Boom! A powerful force burst out from Suzi's body. The power of Super Saiyan 3 was unreserved at this moment and exploded to the extreme. Under this explosion, Suzi's power directly reached 320 Beijing. However, after reaching 320 Beijing, there was no pause, and it was still in a more. The methods of violence proliferated. 500 Beijing. Under this explosion, Suzi's power was finally fixed at the level of 500 Beijing. This is Super Saiyan 3. He has actually reached such a level. It's really surprising. Looking at Suzi's transformation and the power bursting out of his body at this moment. Even Beerus spoke slowly while his eyes were focused. Compared to his first stop with you on Earth, he has grown so much. Whis also spoke softly. Obviously, even Whis was very surprised by Suzi's improvement. Let me go first. Just when Suzi burst out with 500 Beijing's power and prepared to fight Kampa, Hit's voice came out slowly. Fell into his ears. Hit. Suzi paused and glanced at Hit. This has always been my battle, and through previous battles, I have also discovered a way to improve my strength. Although I won't improve my strength through transformation like you Saiyan, God is fair. Hit took a step forward and stood directly in front of Suzi. What? You're not going to tell me that you have to fight me alone, are you? Kampa looked at Hit and spoke. Although I know you won't be happy to say this, I still want to tell you that this is the truth. Hit spoke slowly. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Kampa's eyes flashed coldly. Ah! A low growl suddenly came from Hit's mouth. Boom! Under this roar, a very violent force immediately burst out from Hit's body. Ah! The roar continued to echo, and rich purple energy burst out from Hit's body. Looks like things are going to get interesting. Beerus frowned, glanced at Hit, and spoke in a calm voice. That seems to be the case. Whis also smiled and spoke. Master Kampa, it seems like something unexpected will happen. Vados smiled slightly and looked at Hit quietly. I want to see what you can do. Although Kampa also noticed something was wrong, he had absolute confidence in his own strength, so he didn't care at the moment. After a moment, Hit stopped growling. The purple energy on his body also returned to his body in an instant, as if nothing had happened. What happened? Beerus' eyes narrowed, and what he imagined did not happen. Hit clenched his fist. He knew exactly what happened to him. Lord Kampa, here I come. Hit's figure flashed and then rushed out. Whoosh! In a rush, Hit appeared directly in front of Kampa. So fast! Kampa was stunned. He found that Hit's speed increased a lot at this moment. Boom! Hit punched out, heading straight for Kampa's body. Court death! Kampa's eyes flashed coldly, and he punched out in the same way. Boom! However, when Kampa punched out, it did not hit Hit's body as expected. Kampa's eyes narrowed. But at this moment, Hit's fist suddenly appeared and landed directly on the left side of Kampa's body. The power of this punch was extremely powerful, and it directly touched Kampa's body with unparalleled strength. Even though he was as strong as Kampa, when he was hit by Hit's punch without any preparation, his body could not help but take 3 full steps back in shock. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to him, it was able to make him retreat, which is already very rare. How can this be? Kampa looked at Hit in shock, with disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't figure out how Hit's attack landed on him. Because with his speed, he can definitely crush Hit. Is it flash time Kung Fu? Kampa muttered to himself, because there seemed to be no other possibility. He knew that the flash time skill could only jump for 0.1 seconds, but in this case, Hit would not be able to touch him. Your flash time skill can only jump for 0.1 seconds. There is absolutely no way you can hit me with this. Do you have any other means that you haven't used yet? Although Kampa was confused and thought of other possibilities. But I still couldn't make sense, so I watched Hit speak at this moment. Chapter 54 0.1 Hit looked at Kampa, then continued to speak. My time blinking skill could only jump for 0.1 seconds before. But I have never mentioned the time drifting skill, which is only the ability to jump for 0.1 seconds. And the jump of 0.1 seconds was just before. Through the previous battle with Suzi and the battle with you just now, I have found a way to become stronger. Under your pressure, my strength and flash time skills have grown. Now the jump time of my flash time skill is not 0.1 seconds, but 0.3 seconds. In other words, the flash time skill has been increased twice, and my strength has also been increased by a full 2 times, almost 3 times. Hit spoke slowly and explained this. He didn't worry at all that telling Kampa the truth would become his flaw. Growing up. Kampa smiled. Is that so? It's interesting. Before, I thought that killing you would make other gods of destruction laughable, but now you have the ability to let me destroy you. At least after I kill you, others won't laugh at me for it. Kampa spoke with a smile, murderous intent in his eyes. Killing me may not be as simple as you think. It may waste some of your time. Kampa didn't care. After all, he had already reached this level. Even if he said something nice, it wouldn't be of any use. It would be better to just say it openly. Then I would like to see how troublesome it is to kill you. Kampa laughed. Hit, no problem. Suzi was also a little worried about this and watched Hit speak. Don't worry, I don't like 2 people fighting together, that will hinder my attack. Compared to this, I still prefer fighting alone. Because only in that way can I bring out my own strength to the greatest extent. And I also want to know, under the pressure of destroying the 263 God, how much can I grow and how far can I reach? Hit spoke slowly. In that case, I respect you. Suzi nodded. Master Kampa, come on, I still have the strongest attack. I have never used this attack before, and you are the first. After Hit finished speaking, his figure flashed. Whoosh! Hit appeared directly in front of Kampa. Do you still want to use flash time kung fu? Kampa frowned and raised his right hand to wave. With this wave, a rich purple storm immediately came. Boom! Purple energy immediately appeared in the 3 inches outside Kampa's body, making it impossible for Hit to approach Kampa from any direction. This time, your flash time skill will have no effect. Kampa spoke confidently. Really? If you think so, you are totally wrong. A smile appeared on Hit's lips. He didn't care about the power 3 inches away from Kampa's body that made his heart tremble. Instead, he rushed towards Kampa at a faster speed. Whoosh! Hit is extremely fast. What does he want to do? At this time, Beerus, Vegeta, Suzi, and others all looked around. No one knew what Hit was thinking. And in full view of everyone, Hit came to Kampa in an instant. As for the 3 inches of purple energy, Hit ignored it as if he hadn't seen it at all and entered within 3 inches. However, although he entered 3 inches, Hit did not suffer any damage. Hit raised his right hand, and when he was 3 inches away, he suddenly punched Kampa. Boom! An invisible ripple appeared directly, enveloping Kampa in an instant. This is... Kampa's eyes narrowed, and he felt a strange force falling on him at this moment. Although it didn't cause him any harm, it gave him a very bad feeling. It seemed that something terrible happened to me at this moment, but I didn't know what happened at all. Whis and Vegeta stood up immediately, looking shocked. Time has actually been used by him to such an extent. Who is he? It was very rare for Angel to find something unbelievable, but what Hit did at this moment shocked them all. The rules of time and space, at this time the three supreme forces. When these three forces merge into one, the angel type is born. Forget about the power of space, it's not surprising that humans can master it and make use of it. After all, among the three powers, the power of space is the weakest. The two powers of time and rules are equivalent, but they are simply not something humans can achieve. Not to mention humans, even gods are difficult to master. At least gods of destruction do not have such ability. As for the power of rules, it is supreme. Angel and Grand Priest are the only ones who can master the power of rules. Vados murmured, she was also a little shocked by Hit's methods. Hit's time flashing skill is just the basic use of time. Although it is very rare, it is very remarkable for someone to be able to get a first glimpse of the door. But they didn't expect that Hit would be able to use his time to such an extent, which really surprised them. Lord Kampa, this is the strongest attack I just learned. It was also my desperate attempt to defeat you, a blow in which I combined all my strength. Hit spoke slowly, his expression unhelpful. I didn't feel scared just because I was facing the gods of destruction. After these words fell, 4 words came out of Hit's mouth. Time cage. Boom. An invisible force of time suddenly appeared, directly wrapping Kampa's body in it. Kampa is still there, but at this moment he was trapped by Hit in a special way, trapped in time. Success. Hit breathed a sigh of relief. This was an attack that he had just understood. Although he was not very sure, he still had the idea of all is all at this moment. But I didn't expect that it would actually succeed and trap Kampa inside. Ka. Cracks appeared one after another, and then the time cage collapsed. At this time, Kampa also forcibly broke out of the time cage. You deserve to die. Kampa, who broke out of the time prison, looked angry. The moment he raised his right hand, he slapped Hit hard. He wanted to slap Hit to death. At this time Kampa was very angry. He also didn't expect that he would suffer a loss at the hands of a human because of his carelessness. This is a great insult to his status as gods of destruction. In Kampa's hands, purple energy continues to emerge. Boom! The terrifying energy condensed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a purple palm appeared. I want you to die. After the palm appeared, layers of ripples emitted from it. Hit looked pale and looked at the purple palm that appeared above. Although there was a terrifying force in this palm that he could not imagine, Hit still looked calm and did not have any fear. For him, being able to trap Kampa with one blow. Although the time is so short that it is completely negligible. But being trapped is being trapped, no matter how long it takes, even if it is just a short breath. Seeing the huge palm roaring towards him with a power that could destroy the world and make any living thing tremble, a smile appeared on Hit's lips. I have no regrets in this life, it's settled. Hit spoke slowly, already accepting his imminent death. After all, he had survived for 1,000 years and had killed countless people during that time. He had long been tired of this kind of life. Now, even with the power of Kampa, Hit can face the crisis of death calmly. And when the palm came suddenly, even though it had not touched Hit yet. However, the terrifying power contained in it has already inspired Hit's clothes. Under the terrifying power, Hit is about to be destroyed at the moment. But a voice suddenly came out. Wave. The moment this sound came out, a huge Kamehameha wave boomed over. It approached at an extremely fast speed, without any pause, and directly bombarded Kampa's huge palm. A loud roar echoed throughout the gods of destruction world, and Kamehameha waves and palms collided with each other. Suzi! Hit turned sharply to look at Suzi. Hit, if you die like this, wouldn't I lose an opponent? You have just found your way to become stronger, and your future is unlimited. Although you are not strong yet, I will give you enough time. I believe it won't be long before your strength is destroyed to an unimaginable level. Death is indeed not terrible, but I think it is not worth it if you die like this. Suzi's voice came out calmly. Leave the rest to me, you don't have to worry. Although Kampa is powerful, it is not so easy for him to kill me. Besides, Lord Beerus is here, so I'll be fine. Suzi spoke to Hit. Thank you very much. Given the chance to survive, Hit would naturally not give up. He also immediately understood what Suzi meant. I've recorded the favor today and will return it to you next time. After finishing speaking, Hit's figure flashed and disappeared directly. If he continues to stay here, it will only make things difficult for Suzi. Suzi. Kampa looked at Suzi with a gloomy look on his face. Master Kampa, aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you attack a human like this? Suzi smiled and spoke. Drink, ah. As the words fell, all his strength immediately exploded. The Kamehameha wave immediately burst out with the strongest power, directly colliding with the huge palm, and made an even stronger roaring sound. 0. A moment later, a loud noise echoed, and the Kamehameha wave collapsed directly. The huge palm fell suddenly, but not far from Suzi. Suzi smiled slightly and immediately used instant transmission to avoid it. The huge palm falls, the whole gods of destruction. The whole world was shocked, and a huge palm print appeared on the scene. And because the power was so powerful, even the entire gods of destruction world was directly penetrated after this palm fell. Beerus, you have to give me a reasonable explanation for this. Otherwise, I will never let go of what happened today. Kampa didn't look at Suzi, because no matter how Suzi jumped around, in his eyes, he was an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. He watched Beerus speak, and he was extremely angry at this moment. So he almost roared these words. Lord Beerus, this is my own business. No matter what the consequences are, I, Suzi, will bear them alone today. Suzi also looked at Beerus. Beerus was silent for a while and looked at Suzi. After seeing the fighting spirit in Suzi's eyes, Beerus also knew what Suzi was thinking. Suzi, I have already said that I will allow you to be arrogant once today. As long as I am here today, no one can stop me from taking you away. Beerus's words were calm, but they contained unquestionable determination. And he, Beerus, always does what he says. In that case, thank you Lord Beerus. Suzi smiled. Use all your strength and don't embarrass the seventh universe. Don't worry, even if you don't tell me, I will be ready to do this next. Suzi spoke slowly, and then turned to look at Kampa. The expression on Kampa's face at this moment is very exciting. Lord Kampa, all my power will come next, so be careful. Suzi reminded. Ah! After Suzi said this, he clenched his hands into fists and let out a low growl. Under this low roar, a powerful momentum burst out from Suzi's body. Originally, Suzi's power had reached 700 kyo, but now it was increasing in an even crazier direction. 800.900. In just an instant, Suzi's power reached the level of 900 Beijing. The strongest transformation, Super Saiyan 4. Suzi roared, and a lot of hair immediately appeared on his body. At the same time, his hair also turned dark green, which was caused by the transformation of the ancient Super Saiyan 4. And the moment he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Suzi's power increased dramatically, reaching 1200 Beijing. Can you still transform? Kampa's eyes narrowed and he took a deep look at Suzi. This is Super Saiyan 4, but this is not all my power. My real power is Super Saiyan 4 full power. The moment Suzi finished speaking, his momentum skyrocketed again, and finally stopped after reaching 1500 yuan. 0.1 Super Saiyan 4 full power, this is my strongest power. After bursting out with the strongest power, Suzi looked at Kampa and spoke slowly. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you are so powerful. It seems that I underestimated you before. Kampa looked at Suzi. Although this power was not very strong for him, but this level of improvement shocked him. Suzi, you don't have to hesitate. Use all your strength to get that guy Kampa injured. Beerus spoke excitedly. Although competition between gods of destruction is prohibited, it does not mean that he cannot let others come. Don't worry, I won't have any reservations about this battle. Suzi nodded and responded to Beerus. In fact, Suzi is very concerned about this battle because his opponent is not a special one in gods of destruction. Although he said that he could not defeat gods of destruction, his current state, coupled with some trump cards, it is still possible to injure gods of destruction. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. In this case, then let me see who gave you your self-confidence. Kampa's eyes flashed, looking at Suzi with strong murderous intent. Suzi rushed out in a flash and was approaching Kampa in an instant. Court death. Kampa snorted coldly. When dealing with Hit before, although Kampa also had murderous intentions, it was more of a training for him. It's just that this way of exercising is a little too cruel. After all, he can be considered a member of his sixth universe. If you can bear it, then everything will be easy. But if you can't bear it, it won't be fun, and you will die if you die. But now he was facing Suzi, the strongest person in the seventh universe. Chapter 55. You may regret it or show mercy when facing Hit. But the situation is different when it comes to Suzi. As a genius from another universe, Kampa thinks the best solution is to kill him. Just when Suzi was an inch behind Kampa, a purple light suddenly spread out. This purple light was extremely fast and was approaching Suzi in an instant. Under this purple light, Suzi also condensed his eyes and immediately felt a strong crisis. God-destroying punch. At the critical moment, Suzi didn't hesitate and punched Kampa hard with his clenched fist. The surrounding power gathered crazily and turned into a huge fist in front of him in an instant. Destroying the god with a punch, he suddenly appeared. After the god-destroying punch appeared, it immediately fell on Kampa. Boom! With a loud noise, the god of destruction's punch directly touched the outside of Kampa's body. At the moment of contact, purple energy suddenly condensed within 2 inches of Kampa's body. Under the concentration, he directly touched Solo's god-destroying punch. Boom boom! Violent roaring sounds were heard, and the aftermath of the reverberation swept across all directions. Even this space is trembling. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're only this strong. I'm really disappointed. Kampa's voice came out, and after the words fell, he raised his right hand and pointed toward Suzi like a wolf. With one finger, the storm immediately surged, and even touched Suzi's god-destroying punch. Although the god-destroying punch is very powerful, it also possesses unimaginable terrifying power. Even so, at the moment when Kampa's finger came, even the god of destruction punch could not withstand this power, and collapsed in the next second. As the god-destroying punch collapsed, Suzi's body shook violently. Immediately, the power of Kampa's finger rushed into his body. Because this force was so powerful, Suzi's body was shaken and she couldn't help but take a step back. But it was just a step back. After taking a step back, Suzi clenched his fists with both hands and roared, resisting the severe pain in his body. And after turning these 10 pieces of pain into strength and integrating it into his fist, he punched out and hit hard. Boom! Even Kampa didn't expect this. He did not expect that Suzi could withstand the force of his blow and simply took a step back. And to be honest, although Suzi is very strong, but in the battle with Suzi, Kampa was not particularly serious. For him, killing a human does not require him to be particularly serious, he can just do it casually. But Suzi's strength exceeded Kampa's expectations. Although she is protected by the energy outside her body, Suzi at this moment, with one punch in his anger, an unimaginable power erupted. Under this power, even the protection outside his body is useless and cannot stop him at all. Boom! The protection outside Kampa's body collapsed. And after its collapse, Suzi's fist fell directly on Kampa. Boom! But even so, there is still an unimaginable gap between the strength of the two of them. Although his fist touched Kampa. However, the power of the fist was too much weakened by the energy protection. It can't shake Kampa at all, let alone cause any harm to him. So after the punch landed, Kampa didn't care. Call out! Not only did Suzi's attack not cause any damage to Kampa, but after the punch landed, Kampa caught the gap. Kampa punched Suzi hard with his right hand at an extremely fast speed. But just when Kampa's fist was about to touch Suzi's figure disappeared instantly. He used instant transmission again to avoid Kampa's attack. Are you just going to hide? Kampa glanced at Suzi. My strength is not as good as yours. If I don't escape, wouldn't it be equivalent to waiting to die? Suzi smiled. Although he was embarrassed and even at a disadvantage, he didn't care. He still had too many methods to use, so he was not in a hurry. After all, this opportunity to fight gods of destruction is very rare. And although Kampa didn't use all his strength at this moment, he still used at least half of his strength. This is much inferior to Beerus. At least Beerus wouldn't show the expression on Kampa's face at the moment when he was dealing with him. With a look of disdain, there was also a bit of anger. Apparently it was caused by Suzi avoiding Kampa's attacks one after another. But if Kampa wants to defeat Suzi with this power, it is obviously impossible. At least that's what Suzi thinks. On one side, Beerus, Whis, Vados, and others were watching the battle quietly. Even they feel that if Kampa is not serious, he may only suffer more losses at the hands of Suzi. Beerus, on the other hand, looked like he was watching the show the whole time, just waiting for Kampa to collapse in Suzi's hands. Despite this, Beerus is still paying attention to Suzi's growth. His strength has improved a lot. Beerus set his sights on Suzi, who looked young and weak compared to the last time he fought with him. This time when fighting Kampa, Suzi was able to show enough calmness. And it is becoming more and more comfortable to deal with special situations. He saw all this. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Although Beerus doesn't know the specific reason, he thinks that Suzi has been practicing very hard in the past year. This person has good strength. In the human field, he has reached a very high level. Vados looked at Suzi, then spoke to Whis and Beerus after a moment. However, his strength is only at the human level. Compared with gods of destruction, there is still a certain gap. Vados looked at Suzi and commented again. For Angel, Suzi's strength is not particularly outstanding and can only be regarded as average. It didn't even include the surprise that Hit's burst of power at the last moment brought her. However, as a human being, Vados was a little surprised that he could reach this level just by relying on his own training. In addition, Suzi is the strongest human being that Vados has ever seen, so he pays a little more attention to him. Or should I say curiosity? Kampa raised his right hand, and suddenly purple rays of light condensed out. These rays of light appeared from all around, slowly condensed on his fingertips, and turned into a ball of light. This light group has not yet been formed, and it has an irregular shape. But in this irregular light group, there is an unimaginable terrifying power. I admit that you are very strong, but I don't know how you can face it this time with my energy. After the irregular light group appeared, a calm voice came from Kampa's mouth. I saw his fingers move slightly, and the light ball immediately broke away. Call out! The light group was extremely fast and rushed straight towards Suzi. Is it like this again? Looking at the approaching light group, Suzi was also a little speechless. I don't know why, but it seems that many gods of destruction like to play this trick. However, he was speechless. Suzi couldn't be careless about the power contained in this light group. After all, this is the energy exerted by gods of destruction. If you are careless, the consequences will be very serious, and it will not be easy to bear. Since you care about me so much, I can't help but reciprocate. As the saying goes, it is disrespectful to come back and not reciprocate. After Suzi finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. Boom! Without using any moves, Suzi's body directly hit the incoming irregular light group. What? Beerus was also stunned after seeing this scene, and he couldn't understand why Suzi did this. Whis was also stunned and looked at Suzi blankly. He never expected that Suzi would respond in this way. What does he want to do? Could it be? Kampa was also stunned, and was a little speechless about Suzi's fighting style that didn't follow the routine at all. Isn't he a fool? Can't you see that this is the energy that belongs exclusively to the gods of destruction and can destroy everything in the world? It seems very interesting. Vegeta was also stunned for a moment, and then opened his mouth with a smile, and looked at Suzi with more interest. At the moment when everyone was watching, Suzi's body had collided with the irregular light group. At the moment of the collision, there was a loud roar. A storm roared, and thick smoke billowed up, blocking all sight. How is he? Beerus had this question in his mind. Isn't he dead? Kampa looked at the billowing smoke ahead and couldn't help but speak in confusion. If Suzi really died like this, he deserved it and had to take responsibility for his recklessness. It's okay. Whis glanced at the thick smoke and became interested in Suzi's method of dealing with it. What a strange person, but also very interesting. Vegeta also murmured inwardly. The smoke slowly dissipated. After it completely dissipated, Suzi's figure was also revealed. At this moment, he did not suffer any injuries from actively hitting the irregular light group cast by Kampa with his body. Surprisingly unscathed. Hey, Master Kampa, I don't want you to be merciful. Suzi looked at Kampa and smiled and said. Noisy. Kampa snorted coldly when he saw this. Although it was indeed the same as what Suzi said, he did not use all his strength. But to him, he is the gods of destruction. If you still need to use all your strength to deal with a human being, then you will be embarrassed and embarrassed. What's more, Kampa also knows that Beerus is here. If Beerus is really determined to protect Suzi, he really can't do anything to Suzi. At least he can't kill Suzi. Himself a gods of destruction to a human being. He tried his best, but was still unable to kill the opponent in the end. If this kind of thing spreads and other gods of destruction know about it, they will definitely laugh so hard that they can't close their mouths. But if he didn't use his full strength, it would be completely different. He could be said to be training others. All things considered, the final priority is your own face. After all, there aren't many things that gods of destruction cares about. His face has always been very important. If you don't use all your strength, you may not be able to kill me. Suzi continued to speak with a smile. So far, Kampa's reaction has never been what he wanted. What he wants is a gods of destruction Kampa who uses all his strength, not a Kampa who has so many worries and never dares to kill him. Don't worry, you won't have a chance to leave here today. Although Kampa knew that he might not be able to do anything to Suzi today, verbal threats were still necessary. Of course, Kampa also knew very well that Suzi would not care. But it's your business whether you care or not. At least you have to let me vent my emotions. Master Kampa, next I will also let you experience my power. Although it is your first time to use it, you should not be disappointed with its power. It may even shock you, but not necessarily. Suzi looked at Kampa and his eyes became firm. As the words fell, Suzi's power exploded, and there was no longer any reservation. Then let me see it, I hope it will shock me. Kampa became interested in Suzi and looked at Suzi and spoke slowly. 737 This guy's methods are really extraordinary. Maybe this time he will be able to impress us. Beerus also looked over expectantly. Although it is good to watch others fight, it takes too long. Especially for someone like Beerus, his hands felt a little itchy and he wanted to go up and join in. But this thought was quickly suppressed by him. But deep down in his heart, Beerus has already thought about it. After returning from the 6th universe, I must fight Suzi again. Your Super Saiyan 4 should not only have this little power, show me your strongest power. Kampa looked at Suzi and spoke. Of course, next I will let you see what the Super Saiyan 4 full power zone is. Suzi looked at Kampa with confidence in his expression. Then hurry up. It's very shameful to waste so much time with a human being. Kampa's eyes flashed and he spoke. The full power of Super Saiyan 4 spreads out from Suzi. Suzi raised his right hand and waved. And with this wave, 9 Suzi immediately appeared in the surroundings. 9 clones, plus 1 body, this is Suzi's unique skill. Of course, this is just the beginning. Kampa obviously knew this, so after seeing Suzi's 9 clones, he didn't pay too much attention. You must know that things like clones are very useless in the eyes of gods of destruction. Because the clones not only fail to improve their own power, but also disperse their own power. This approach can be said to be more gain than loss. However, although the clones Kampa knew were usually like this, he also believed that Suzi would definitely not know this. Is there something unique about his clone? Kampa thought so. Master Kampa, my strongest attack is here. 9 Suzi spoke at the same time, all focusing on Kampa. Suzi's clones are different from ordinary clones. Although each one is not as strong as the main body, it still has more than 70% of the strength of the main body. And the most unique thing about these clones is that they can increase the power of Suzi's attack by nearly 10%. In other words, these 9 clones are all manifestations of Suzi's strongest attack. So instead of saying that there are 9 clones, it is better to say that there are 9 ways that are ready to unleash the most powerful blow at any time. 10 times. 9 Suzes spoke at the same time, even their movements were exactly the same, and they said the same words. I. Uniform voices came out from the mouths of 10 Suzes, and immediately a light group appeared in the hands of each Suzi. This light group is not big, but it contains an unimaginable huge power. Especially when 10 Suzi were used at the same time, the surrounding chi immediately became chaotic. Chapter 56. Interesting. Kampa couldn't help but his eyes lit up after seeing this scene. Although it is a clone, the power it exerts is not much inferior to the original body. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Kampa smiled and spoke. He raised his right hand and waved, and suddenly a rich purple light condensed. These purple lights were so intense that as soon as they appeared, they centered on Kampa's body and dispersed crazily around, turning into a 3-foot-sized energy. Suzi, this is my full strength against you. If you can block my attack, then today's matter will be wiped out. For Beerus' sake, I can let you leave the 6th universe alive. But if you can't do it, then there will be no future. Because under this power, you will die. Kampa's voice came out slowly. He actually didn't mean it to Suzi. He didn't care what Suzi thought at all. What he really wanted to tell was Beerus. The implication of his words was very obvious, that is, he told Beerus. If you think Suzi can't do it, then do it yourself. Beerus naturally understood what Kampa meant, but he just hesitated and did not get up, but looked at Suzi. Suzi, I know that you are very powerful, and you have other means that you have not yet used. I don't care what method you use, don't embarrass the 7th universe to me. Beerus said slowly. Suzi didn't speak, just glanced at Beerus, and then nodded. Die! Kampa roared, and then a 3-foot-sized purple ball of energy rushed out, heading towards Suzi's 9 clones and the main body. The moment he saw the purple ball of light approaching, Suzi's mouth also showed a smile. "I've been waiting for the moment you take action." Suzi murmured inwardly. "Wave." The last word came out from 10 Suzi's mouths at the same time. As the last word fell, 10 Suzi pushed forward with both hands at the same time. 10 huge Kamehameha waves rushed out directly, blasting out with unimaginable power, heading straight for Compass 3-foot ball of light. There are 10 Kamehameha waves, one of which is the most powerful, while the remaining 9 are relatively weak. After the 10 Kamehameha waves were blasted out, they directly collided with Compass energy light ball. Upon contact, the 10 Kamehameha waves immediately begin to weaken. Especially the 9 Kamehameha waves cast by the clone are insignificant under Compass 3 feet of power. The 9 clones roared at the same time. At the same time, the bodies of the 9 clones dissipated immediately and merged directly with the energy of the Kamehameha wave, making the power of the Kamehameha wave 10 times more powerful. Even after all 9 clones dissipated, the power of the 9 tenfold Kamehameha waves was almost the same as the one displayed by Suzi. "Break it for me!" Suzi yelled. 10 tenfold Kamehameha waves instantly burst out with the strongest power, trying to forcibly destroy Compass 3 feet of energy. Violent roaring sounds continued to echo. In just a moment, 3 of the 10 tenfold Kamehameha waves collapsed. And Compass 3-foot energy was only slightly dimmed. The terrifying power contained within it is still very powerful and terrifying. Has the power of gods of destruction really reached such a terrifying level? Suzi was a little surprised. "I don't believe I can't destroy this mere energy of yours." Suzi growled, with a firm look in his eyes. He used all his strength to try to collapse Compass 3 feet of energy. Suzi's heart fluctuated greatly at this moment, because only by truly facing this 3-foot energy ball can he feel the terrifying power within it. The kind of power that can destroy almost everything cannot be matched by him after all. Is this my limit? Suzi's heart was full of unwillingness. This result was not what he wanted. Losing is not terrible, but Suzi did not want to admit that he did not achieve the effect he wanted. According to his idea, he should be able to destroy Compass 3-foot ball of light. But he didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous ball of light contained such terrifying power. Especially under this 3-foot purple ball of light, 7 of his 10 tenfold Kamehameha waves have collapsed, leaving only the last 3. And Compass 3 feet of purple energy still has a history of unimaginable horror. Suzi knows very well that judging from the current situation, even after all 10 times of his Kamehameha waves collapsed, he was unable to destroy Compass 3-foot purple ball of light. Although he still had a trump card, Suzi didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Because it is not Suzi's character to expose all his methods. "Break it for me." He gave up on the idea of using Kaioken. He will use his current strength to fight. While roaring, Suzi integrated all the power of his body into his hands, and with crazy concentration, he continued to move crazily towards the 3 feet of purple energy. "I don't believe it anymore. I can't break this 3-foot-long force with my own strength. Even if it is cast by the gods of destruction, I must destroy it." Suzi's eyes showed determination. Then the energy between his hands continued to increase, and almost all the power in his body was mobilized by him at this moment, just to destroy Compass purple energy. He exploded his own power in full force, constantly confronting the 3 feet of energy. In just a moment, Suzi felt that his strength was not enough. And although the 3 feet of purple energy did not finally fall, the terrifying power emanating from it made Suzi feel a lot of pressure. It is an existence that no matter how hard you try, you cannot fight against it. Roar! A violent roar came from Suzi's mouth. The world shook, and Suzi's power merged into the tenfold Kamehameha wave again. With his unwillingness, he rushed out together. It's useless. In the final analysis, it is still a human being. Even if you have cultivated to the realm of gods, it is neither fish nor fowl. Kampa spoke slowly, but the expression on his face was still so calm. To be honest, Xiang was shocked by Yin's strength. But the words he spoke were still full of disdain, because he wanted to completely defeat Suzi like this. Let him know the consequences of being an enemy of gods of destruction. Suzi's eyes were red. At this time, he couldn't pay attention to what Kampa said. He just tried his best to fight against it. Although Suzi has tried his best, even though he has exploded all his strength areas. But the final result didn't change anything. Under the power of Kampa's 3 feet of purple energy, the 10-fold Kamehameha wave finally collapsed, and all the energy was destroyed. However, at the moment of collapse, Beerus' eyes narrowed and he was about to take action to save Suzi. But suddenly a great power burst out from Suzi. Beerus also stopped because of this. Drink ah! A violent roar came out. With this roar, the world immediately became dark. There were even streaks of lightning appearing in the sky. It seemed to be venting Suzi's unwillingness. The change in this scene made Beerus and Kampa stunned for a moment. Ah! The roar continued, mixed with thunder from the sky. As Suzi's roar became more and more violent, the vision of this world became more and more terrifying. What happened? Kampa's expression changed, and he subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. Even with his strength, his scalp was numb at this moment and he felt a very bad feeling. How can it be? Beerus was also stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. Suzi's momentum also increased crazily at this moment. The power from 1,500 Beijing skyrocketed crazily. 2,000 Beijing, 3,000 Beijing, 4,000 Beijing. In just an instant, Suzi's power skyrocketed from 1,500 to 800. Peace was restored between heaven and earth again. Suzi stood there, with looming qi appearing around his body. What happened? Kampa and Beerus looked at Suzi at this moment. Although Suzi's appearance has not changed at all, it is still the full power transformation of Super Saiyan. But at this time, Suzi's momentum was completely different from before. If the previous Suzi was just strong, it didn't make someone as powerful as Kampa, who is gods of destruction, care. So Suzi at this moment feels unfathomable. It would be fine if only humans felt this way, but it is gods of destruction like Kampa and Beerus who feel this way. Suzi closed his eyes and stood there, giving people a very strong pressure. Especially the aura on Suzi's body is full of weirdness. The 3 feet of purple energy that Kampa had used before was also forcibly impacted and collapsed by the powerful force when Suzi's aura surged. Are you Suzi? Beerus looked at Suzi, narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Even Beerus couldn't believe it. A sharp gaze burst out from Suzi's eyes when he opened his eyes. The sudden lightning in the sky slowly dissipated at this time, as if it had never happened. I am Suzi. A calm voice came from Suzi's mouth. But beneath this calm voice, there was a feeling that even the gods of destruction was frightened. Although this is just a feeling, it is extremely real. Especially Beerus and Kampa, their expressions became serious at this moment, because they were very sensitive to this smell. No matter what happened to you, the battle between us is not over yet. Kampa said coldly, he would not stop because of this. Even though Suzi's aura suddenly increased so much at this moment, it doesn't mean that he will be afraid. As the words fell, Kampa rushed forward and headed straight for Suzi. Even after arriving, he raised his right hand and pointed out. Call out! A ray of purple light rushed out directly, heading straight for Suzi at an incredible speed. If it were in the past, faced with such a fast attack, Suzi can hardly do it even if he tries his best. Avoid it, because at his speed, it is simply too late. After all, this is also an attack by gods of destruction, and there is absolutely no room for Suzi to be careless in the slightest. But that was before after all. The previous Suzi had not experienced that strange transformation, so his strength was only at the limit of human beings, and was far from reaching the point of being the strongest human being. At that time, although Suzi could barely fight against gods of destruction. But it can't gain the upper hand, and sometimes it won't even be played. Although it can occasionally be done to injure weaker gods of destruction like Kampa. But that was just an accident, and the chance of it happening was very small. It is no exaggeration to say that in the previous battles, Suzi was just being teased and teased. Perhaps for gods of destruction, the battle with Suzi is just to make themselves happier. Suzi is actually very clear about this, although he also wants to change. But he knew that he was not strong enough to make such a change. But at this moment, with Kampa's attack coming. After experiencing the transformation, Suzi did not show any concern. Although the purple energy in this finger is still very fast, this speed is not unacceptable to Suzi at this moment. Even for Suzi, this Kampa's attack speed is not as exaggerated as before. Just so. He just watched Kampa's attack coming with a calm expression. All this sounds slow, but in fact it only takes an instant. A smile appeared on Kampa's face. The energy at his fingertips is less than 7 inches away from Suzi. At such a distance, it is impossible to avoid Suzi's strength. However, the moment the smile just appeared, it stopped abruptly. I saw Suzi lifting his right foot and taking a step to the left. At the same time, his body also turned slightly. It was such a simple action, but after the action was made, the energy from Kampa's fingertips whizzed past Suzi. A storm broke out. The energy from the fingertips landed directly on the ground in the distance. In an instant, the ground collapsed continuously, and the energy from the fingertips exploded, annihilating the ground inch by inch, leaving only a huge pit. This was even after Kampa restrained himself immediately. Under the loud noise, Suzi's previous actions seemed very incredible to him. Could it be? Subconsciously, Beerus thought of a possibility. But before he could think deeply, he shook his head. It's impossible, it's probably just a coincidence. Although it seems unlikely, Beerus still thinks so. Because in his opinion, only the word coincidence can explain the actions Suzi imitated before. Coincidence, this must be a coincidence, otherwise you would not have been able to avoid my attack. Kampa was also stunned for a moment. Because Suzi's actions just now were too simple, not even a trace of superfluous action. It was with such random movements that he avoided his own attack. Is it a coincidence? If you think it's a coincidence, then you can try again. Suzi looked at Kampa and spoke very calmly. To be honest, Suzi is not too familiar with his own power now. The strange improvement before made him a little stunned. Even now, he still hasn't figured out what happened. However, in his heart, as time passed, he gradually found some reasons for his previous promotion. Even if you don't say it, I will definitely do it again. If you can avoid it intact this time, then you can face that what happened before is not a coincidence. Kampa looked at Suzi with cold eyes. Suzi looked at him quietly without speaking, just standing there waiting for Kampa's second attack. As for the power of gods of destruction that terrified him before, in Suzi's view, it turned out to be only this level. Boom! Kampa raised a finger on his right hand. Under this finger, a large amount of purple energy immediately appeared in the world. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of purple light balls appeared in the sky. These light balls don't look big, but they are very numerous. There are a total of 99,000 energies here. If you can avoid them all, it will prove that it was not a coincidence. Kampa looked at Suzi with a cold light in his eyes. And this attack is completely different from the previous one. Call out. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 57. 99,000 energy balls rushed towards Suzi at the same time at this moment. With the energy to destroy everything. There are too many, especially when they fall towards Suzi at the same time. It can be said that the sky is full, with no gaps at all. It can be imagined how difficult it is to avoid them all with so much energy. But this is only for ordinary people, and for Suzi now, it is not a difficult problem. Suzi looked up at the dense energy balls, which were condensed from the energy of gods of destruction and were very powerful. He didn't dodge or try to avoid these energy balls according to Kampa's words. Because there are thousands of roads and many ways to solve problems, you don't necessarily have to follow Kampa's requirements. What's more, Kampa doesn't have the right to ask Suzi what to do. Avoid it. Suzi looked at the energy ball, murmured, and then shook his head. I'm not interested, but I can choose another method. Suzi whispered, but Kampa heard it. What way? Kampa was stunned. My name is Suzi, you should know this. But I have another name, and this name is called, the God of Ancient Super Saiyan. Suzi's voice is not loud, but it can be heard by everyone here. What? After hearing the name, Beerus suddenly focused his eyes and gave Solo a meaningful look. Gradually, Suzi's figure began to overlap with the figure in his dream. Super Saiyan God? This is the name you gave yourself. Kampa spoke indifferently, obviously taking Suzi's name as a joke. Also Super Saiyan God. As a mere human being, he still dares to call himself God in front of him? Kampa didn't give Suzi any face, and laughed out loud at this moment, as if he was laughing specifically for Suzi. Suzi didn't want to explain anything to Kampa's ruthless ridicule, because even he found it a bit ridiculous, let alone others. It's okay for you to think so. Suzi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the coming 99,000 purple energy. His expression was as usual, without any concern. I saw him slowly raising his right hand. With one wave. With this wave, a terrifying storm immediately burst out. It was not an exaggeration at first, but after just 3 breaths, it turned into a strong wind. The strong wind raged instantly, enveloping all the energy in the blink of an eye. Boom boom! Under the strong wind 433, violent roars came from it. In just an instant, all the 99,000 purple energy Kampa displayed collapsed. And with the collapse of these energies, the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth also became extremely chaotic. That's due to the remnants of the power of gods of destruction. The power of gods of destruction is nothing more than this. It is not exaggerated. After all the energy collapsed, a calm voice came from Suzi's mouth. The storm dissipated, and Suzi still stood there, unscathed. Kampa was stunned. If an ordinary person said this, he would definitely get a blow from Kampa. But at this moment, Suzi clearly has the confidence. Kampa was completely stunned because of this, and his eyes looking at Suzi showed disbelief. He didn't expect that a human being could crush his own energy so easily. Such a thing was almost impossible to happen before. However, such an impossible thing was actually happening in front of him at this moment. Moreover, it was his own power that was destroyed. This kind of thing made Kampa feel like he was in a dream. No way, you can destroy Kampa's energy so easily. Beerus also looked shocked, and it took him a long time to react. Looking at Suzi's eyes was like looking at a monster, full of disbelief. Although Kampa is several steps weaker than Beerus. But it doesn't mean that anyone can break the attack containing the power of his gods of destruction so easily. It's interesting that he succeeded so easily. How far has he grown? Whis touched his chin and opened his mouth. Even he was attracted by Suzi's sudden growth. To be able to destroy Master Kampa's power so easily, it seems that he is not simple. Vados looked at Suzi and smiled, becoming more interested in Suzi. Suzi's expression was very calm. It seemed that the previous actions were just random and nothing to him. How did you do that? Kampa looked at Suzi and asked the question he was most concerned about. If this problem is not clarified, Kampa will have trouble sleeping and eating. How did you do it? Suzi repeated it, and then shook his head, as if he didn't want to pay attention to this issue at all. In fact, I don't need to explain this at all, you should be very clear about it yourself. Suzi looked at Kampa as usual and spoke. Baff. What? Kampa was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood. Kampa appeared directly in front of Suzi. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and punched out directly. Boom! After the punch containing huge power was fired, it directly touched Suzi's body. Under this force, Suzi only took 3 steps back. It was only 3 steps. After the 3rd step fell, Suzi was still standing there. He raised his right hand and patted his body gently. Gods of destruction seems to be nothing special. Do you think I am right or wrong? Master Kampa. Suzi looked at Kampa and dropped the hand that was patting him at this time. And the more he did this, the angrier it made Kampa feel. You are looking for death. The power of gods of destruction is beyond your imagination. Although your strength has suddenly improved a lot for some reason, it is still very easy for gods of destruction to kill you. Although I hate Beerus, he is also a god of destruction after all, so I still have to give him some respect. It is precisely because of this that I did not use my true strength in the previous attacks. But now you are so ignorant and want to seek death, then I will help you. Kampa spoke slowly, with murderous intent in his eyes. As for what he just said, whether he used all his strength in the previous battle, I don't know whether this sentence is true or false. Because only he himself knows how much Kampa contributed. Beerus, I think you will have no objection to my decision. Kampa looked at Beerus and spoke. Don't worry, Mr. Beerus, I will never lose. What's more, I don't think I've ever seen the true power of gods of destruction. Suzi also looked at Beerus and chose to take the initiative to speak. You can solve your own problems yourself, don't ask me. Beerus hesitated for a moment and then spoke. He said this to let Kampa and Suzi start a real duel. Regardless of the outcome, he will not take action, let alone stop it. Thank you Lord Beerus. Suzi said to Beerus. If Beerus insists on taking care of this matter, then facing 2 gods of destruction, Suzi has no chance of winning. But now it seems that if there is only 1 gods of destruction in Kampa, Suzi can handle it more than enough. With a power of 800, to be honest, it is not a particularly big threat to Kampa. But Suzi not only has 800 power at this moment, but also has the realm of God in his body. And just because of his breakthrough, his strength can grow again. Suzi, I have a question to ask you before this. I hope you can give me the correct answer. Before the official decisive battle, Kampa did not take action immediately, but looked at Suzi and spoke. If I knew what the problem was, I would definitely tell you. Suzi nodded, and he would not hide it deliberately. I want to know why your strength suddenly increased so much. And with your current strength, it is impossible to scare me. But why does it make me feel frightened when it comes to you? If you know about this problem, I hope you can give me the most thorough explanation. Kampa looked at Suzi and asked the question he was most concerned about. Do you want to know? After listening to Kampa's words, Suzi was silent for a moment, and then looked at Kampa and spoke after a moment. Certainly. Kampa also nodded. Such a thing seemed too strange to him, and it was simply impossible. However, at this moment, it is really happening in front of him. If such a thing is not curious, it is completely false. Since you want to know so much, it's not impossible for me to tell you. Suzi spoke slowly. In this short period of time, why did my strength suddenly increase so much? Suzi has found the answer, but the answer makes him a little confused. The answer I can give you is only 2 words, that is what you want. Pray. Kampa was stunned and didn't understand. Yes, the prayers from Sion, or rather those that have died out in ancient times. But there is great power in the Scions, the energy they gave me. Scion was very powerful in ancient times, but for unknown reasons those strong men fell one after another. Although Scion died, the fighting spirit has been passed down. And the reason why my strength suddenly increased so much is because I obtained the energy of the ancient Scion. They told me that the most powerful person in the world is not a god, but a Scion. Even facing the gods of destruction, I have to defeat them. This is the spirit of Scion and the meaning of the energy they give me. Suzi spoke, although he felt a little strange, but it was just like that. With their blessing, at this moment my bloodline has become pure ancient Scion bloodline, and I have become a true god among the Scion clan. In other words, I am a god like you now, and this is different from the realm of gods that I cultivated on my own before. Because it only allowed me to become a god, without actually entering it. But at this moment, with their prayers, I became a god, the Scion god. Suzi's voice was very calm and without traces. Even he himself didn't believe it when he said these words. But believe it or not, this is the fact, even though it sounds a bit ridiculous. Although I don't know whether what you said is true or false, it is still an explanation. Kampa glanced at Suzi and had no intention of asking further. As he said, what Suzi said is true. It may be a lie, but at least Xiang chose to believe it. Because there is no other reliable explanation. The exchange is finally over. When Kampa finished speaking, his eyes became sharp, and his cold and stern aura was revealed. Let's begin, this state of power. I can't last long now, so let's fight quickly. Suzi also looked at Kampa with sharp eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of Suzi and Kampa moved at the same time, as if they had agreed to each other. Boom! The moment the figure moved, the two of them had collided directly. Under this touch, a roaring sound immediately echoed out, and it was endless. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, the figures of Suzi and Kampa flashed rapidly. 1 second it was still 100 meters away, the next second it was across an unknown distance, and the speed reached the limit. It can almost be said that it was hit from one end to the other. Wherever they went, everything exploded because they couldn't bear their aftermath. There were roars one after another, and each roar was the remnant of Su and Kampa's full force bombardment. A battle of this level is called a real battle. Compared with the previous playful battle, the battle between Suzi and Kampa at this time can only be described as intense. In just a short moment, Suzi and Kampa had already taken action hundreds of times. The two of them are very powerful, one is the strength of gods of destruction. The other is Suzi who has become a god and has greatly increased his strength, and he is also a Super Saiyan God. It can be said that at this moment, the two of them are about the same level of strength. And Suzi also truly felt what real power is. Compared with the previous battle with gods of destruction, Suzi could not force the opponent to use more power even if he tried his best. But now, it is different. He can really make the opponent take action without reservation. I really didn't expect that in such a short period of time, his strength would have improved so much. If this continues, maybe he can really become a being that surpasses the gods of destruction with human strength. There are people like this in other universes. Could it be that people like this will appear in our 7th universe today? Beerus looked at Suzi, murmured to himself, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly when looking at Suzi. Although Suzi's strength surprised him, the speed of improvement was even more exaggerated. Logically speaking, he should be happy to have such a strong person in his universe. But at this moment, Beerus couldn't be happy, and was even a little depressed. He is indeed growing very fast, but I don't know if this so-called ancient Scion's prayer will always exist. If so, then... Whis also spoke slowly, as if thoughtfully. As an angel, there weren't many things that could surprise him. But he had to admit that there was something in Suzi that even Whis couldn't see through. Vados also had beautiful eyes, looking at Suzi with a strange look. Like Whis, Vados is increasingly interested in Suzi. But maybe even Vados himself didn't realize that he was so interested in a human being without even knowing it. Haha, so happy! Compa roared loudly, and when he blasted out his right hand, the heaven and earth immediately roared continuously. A huge fist shadow appeared instantly, heading straight for Suzi with great speed and great power. Drink! Suzi yelled and immediately raised his right hand. Then a light group appeared, filled with terrifying energy. After the light group appeared, a terrifying force burst out directly. In an instant, a burst of energy rushed out and collided with Compa's huge fist shadow. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the two forces roared against each other, and finally collapsed at the same time. The aftermath of a strong storm raged, sweeping in all directions immediately after the collapse of the two attacks, spreading over an endless distance. At this moment, even the entire gods of destruction world seemed to be shattered. The collision between the two was actually so powerful. Chapter 58. The terrifying storm spread crazily in all directions at this moment. It swept across and almost affected the entire gods of destruction world. Under the roar of the storm, ravines appeared on the land of gods of destruction, and even the entire world became devastated by collisions. It would be fine if it was just that, but as the storm passed, Suzi and Compa stood in mid-air, not paying any attention to the previous storm. Even the slightest trauma had never appeared on the two of them, and they simply chose to ignore it. Haha, I haven't been this happy for a long time. Your strength is so strong that you should be considered one of the top among humans. It's a pity that you are from the 7th universe. Otherwise, if you were in my 6th universe, I would definitely make you the successor of the god of destruction. Compa looked at Suzi and spoke. Do you want to consider leaving the 7th universe and coming to my 6th universe? As long as you come, is it possible that your status is below me? You can even be equal to me. Even Supreme Kai needs to be polite when he sees you. Compa spoke slowly, with a very serious tone. Not interested in. Suzi shook his head and directly rejected Compa's somewhat malicious request. Because Suzi also knows very well that if he really agrees to Compa, I'm afraid Beerus will still be angered by that time, not to mention that he has no such intention. TCH, that's really boring. Compa shook his head. It would be a good thing if Suzi could really agree to him. Of course, it was just too heavy for him. Since you are so ungrateful, then I will let you see the true power of gods of destruction. The reason why the gods of destruction are able to become the strongest people in their respective universes is. It's not because of how strong he is, but because of an ability. You are the first person who allowed me to use this ability, and at this point you can feel proud. But under this power, you will feel an unprecedented despair. Compa's voice sounded slowly, and its calmness contained a determination that could not be doubted or denied. I'm looking forward to it and hopefully I can block it out. Suzi did not have the slightest fear, but showed excitement. Because this is also a challenge for him, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. How strong is the real power of the so-called gods of destruction? When I competed with Beerus before, I was not worthy of him using this power zone. And now, he can finally get his wish in the hands of Compa. Destroy! Compa roared, and immediately a dark purple energy appeared. This is the destruction that I used 50% of my power. Its power is strong enough to destroy everything. Although your strength is very strong, there is absolutely no way you can persevere under the destruction. Compa spoke with confidence. He even saw the scene after Suzi's defeat. Can he succeed? After Compa performed destruction, Beerus, Whis, and Vados looked at Suzi at the same time. Although their power exceeds that of Suzi, they are not very sure whether Suzi can withstand the destruction. After all, this is an ability unique to gods of destruction. The destructive power came straight towards Suzi, and it was already approaching Suzi's body in an instant. And under this destruction, a power that made Suzi tremble came out. Even though Suzi obtained the prayer of the ancient Saiyan, under this destruction, he deeply felt the crisis of life and death. Please give me more prayers. I will make Saiyan's glory spread throughout the universe. Suzi murmured inwardly. A breath that no one could detect but that only Suzi could feel suddenly appeared in the gods of destruction world at this moment. It was just a shadow that didn't exist. The glory that Saiyan has lost since ancient times will definitely reappear in the world today in the hands of me, Suzi, and will take him to an unprecedented height. Suzi glanced at the shadow and let out a low growl. Roar! Suzi made fists with both hands. At the moment of making fists, the shadow that appeared in the sky and could only be seen by Suzi also clenched a huge fist. Seen from a distance, that huge shadow. His movements and Suzi's movements have reached the same level, just like the incarnation of Suzi. With this punch, I'm going to hit everything. With this punch, I will crush everything. With this punch, I will restore Saiyan's glory. With the same punch, I will use this punch to crush your destruction and see who is better. Suzi looked at the coming power of destruction and felt the power contained in it. Suzi clenched his fist and rushed out, blasting towards the destructive energy. Whoosh! Suzi went straight towards the incoming destructive energy. His figure was like a moth, and at this moment he pounced on the purple flame-like energy. Is it really the moth looking for death? Maybe not. When Suzi rushed out, the huge shadow dissipated at this moment. However, this dissipation is not a real disappearance, but integrated into Suzi's body. To be more precise, it was integrated into Suzi's raised and clenched fist. Break it for me! Suzi roared, and when he was only 1 foot away from the destructive energy, he punched forward directly. Boom! The world suddenly changed color. A huge black fist actually appeared, with unimaginable power, and slammed into the destructive energy. Although all this is slow, it is actually only an instant. Its speed is so fast that it only takes a moment. With the collision of the two energies, Suzi gathered all her strength. A punch with the power of ancient Saiyan immediately dissipated rapidly after contact with the destructive energy. The power contained within it is also slowly dissolving, being destroyed by the power that belongs exclusively to gods of destruction. After all, in the face of destructive energy, all attacks are in vain, even Suzi's strongest punch. That is destruction in the truest sense. It's useless. In my opinion, all your resistance is just in vain and has no effect. It is impossible to destroy my destructive energy. Not to mention you, even the existence of gods of destruction is difficult to do. Destructive energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be offset. You probably don't know this yet, right? Kampa looked at Suzi, and then spoke slowly, with a look of regret. Suzi is very strong, but it has not reached the point where Kampa feels scary. Can't destructive energy be destroyed? Although I have heard of some, I don't seem to agree with this situation. As long as it is energy, it can be destroyed. What you say cannot be destroyed. It can only be explained that the level of destructive energy is very high, and it cannot be destroyed by ordinary energy. But I believe that although the level of destructive energy is very high, it is definitely not the highest level. In other words, ordinary power cannot destroy destructive energy, but there must be other ways. Suzi spoke very calmly. You mean you've found another way? Kampa looked at Suzi speaking like this, and it was obvious that he didn't care at all. No, but I know another way, which is to use more powerful force to destroy it. Suzi's words revealed strong confidence. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Kampa snorted coldly. He is obviously used to Suzi's arrogance. Although this attitude is not very good, Kampa does not hate it. On the contrary, sometimes he thinks Suzi is quite interesting. Boom! The violent roaring sound continued to echo, and under this roar, the medical waves cancelled each other out as they swept across. You said you could use stronger power to destroy my destructive energy. Since you said so, I have to give you a chance. Let me see the powerful power you speak of that can destroy destructive energy. Kampa looked at Suzi and spoke. Don't worry, this is the final blow. After this blow, the battle between us will come to an end. Suzi spoke calmly. Immediately after his words fell, an unimaginable power burst out from Suzi's body. Because this force was so powerful, it directly merged with the huge black fist when it exploded. You must know that this black fist shadow had already possessed unimaginable terrifying power before. Only part of it collapsed under the energy of destruction. However, even so, the power contained in the black fist shadow is still very terrifying. At the very least, Kampa's 30% destructive power cannot be destroyed in a short time. In other words, Suzi's own power, coupled with the power of ancient Saiyan's prayer. There is also the power to become a Super Saiyan God. Under fusion, this power is already comparable to the destructive energy. Although it cannot be said to be equal, it can be said to be competitive. There is a gap, but it is not a big gap. With the integration of Suzi's power, more powerful power immediately burst out from under the black fist shadow. Under such an explosion of power, the fist shadows immediately started a violent collision with even more powerful power and destructive power. After about 3 breaths, the two forces immediately reached their peak. After reaching the extreme, the two forces collapsed at the same time. Following the collapse, a storm immediately spread. Even Beerus, Whis, and Veto's expressions changed slightly when facing the approaching storm. He raised his right hand and waved, and a purple protection suddenly appeared, stopping the storm from falling. And under this storm, because Kampa is too close. Therefore, even with his strength, when the storm came, his body shook slightly and he involuntarily stepped back. Even after the power of the storm rushed into his body, Kampa felt a sweet sensation in his throat. 0 request flowers. Kampa couldn't hold it back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Similarly, Yin's situation is not that easy either. He, too, stood at the center of the storm. In the aftermath, he took a few steps back. Even though there were ancient Saiyan's prayers, the storm was too terrifying, so even the prayers had no effect. Similarly, Suzi spit out a mouthful of blood. His face also became very pale, and he must have been seriously injured. But the sparkle in his eyes did not go out because he was injured, quite the contrary. The fighting spirit in his eyes became even stronger after seeing Kampa injured. The roaring storm slowly dissipated as time went by. After it completely dissipated, Suzi fell from mid-air. At this moment, he was seriously injured in his body. The same goes for Kampa, but he is still standing in the air, looking at Suzi with cold eyes, showing some shock. His strong self-esteem forced him not to look even more embarrassed than Suzi. After all, even he himself did not expect that he would actually be injured by Suzi's attack. I didn't expect you to be able to do this, but in the end, I won. Kampa looked at Suzi and spoke. No, you haven't won yet. Under my attack, wouldn't you have been injured even if you are the gods of destruction? In my opinion, gods of destruction doesn't seem to be that high-minded. If you don't believe it, are you continuing with me? Although Suzi looked pale and was seriously injured, there was no fear in his eyes when he looked at Kampa. He thought that he could still fight again, and the blood that belonged exclusively to the fighting nation was surging. I admit this. Kampa nodded, not denying it, but a rare admission. But so what? Don't you really think that with your own strength, you can really compete with gods of destruction? It's true that I was injured on your hand, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. Enough. Just when the two of them were at war with each other and were about to have another big fight, Beerus spoke, interrupting the conversation between the two. What Suzi said is true, but isn't what Kampa said also true? If the two of them continue to fight like this, it will do no good to anyone. Okay Suzi, you two have had enough fighting, let's go. Beerus glanced at Kampa and Suzi, and his figure flashed forward and spoke. You just want to leave like this? Kampa frowned. What? Could it be that you prepared something delicious? Beerus looked at Kampa with a cold light in his eyes. And Kampa also immediately understood what Beerus meant. This was a step down for himself. So he immediately pretended to be cold and put his hands on his back. Okay. I have the slight upper hand in today's battle. Next time, I will definitely crush you completely with the power that makes you despair. Seeing Kampa's appearance, Suzi was too lazy to argue with him. However, he believed that the next time he met Kampa, he would not be as embarrassed as he was today. Let's go. Beerus glanced at Kampa one last time, and then gently tapped the angel scepter in his hand. He took Beerus and Suzi away from the gods of destruction in the 6th universe and headed to the 10th universe at the fastest speed in the universe. Master Beerus, you are so anxious to take me back to the 7th universe, maybe it's not just because you don't want me and Kampa to continue fighting, right? Suzi glanced at Beerus. Suzi can guess this, and it is easy to guess. Do I still need to tell you the reason why I brought you back? Beerus looked at Suzi. Haha, is it because of Super Saiyan God? Suzi laughed. Yes, when I fought with you before. The aura you erupted after you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 is already familiar to me. But at that time, because you cultivated yourself to become Super Saiyan God. So the breath is still a little different from the person in my dream. Beerus watched Suzi speak, his eyes shining. On your way back to Universe 7, you recovered from your injuries as quickly as possible, and your strength also improved. After returning to the 7th universe, I will fight you again. Beerus' eyes were solemn and refused to allow Suzi to refuse. Why? Suzi also sighed secretly when he heard this. He was a little tired at the moment. After all, fighting against a strong man like gods of destruction was inherently tiring. But now it seems that after returning to the 7th universe, he still cannot avoid fighting the gods of destruction. What? Your tone sounds like you are not happy at all. Beerus glanced at Suzi. Well, since Lord Beerus has given the order, I will fight you again after I go back. Although Suzi had no choice, his tone was full of helplessness, and in the end he could only agree. Chapter 59. Beerus, on the other hand, didn't care about Suzi's attitude at all. Anyway, in this fight, Suzi had to fight even if he didn't want to. Whoosh! Whis' speed was extremely fast, and he had already entered the 7th universe in the blink of an eye. And after returning to the 7th universe, Whis' speed did not slow down at all, but went towards the gods of destruction of the 7th universe at a faster speed. Whoosh! The rainbow pierces the sky. After a while, Whis took Beerus and Suzi back to the gods of destruction in the 7th universe. As soon as they came back, they immediately saw the person not far away. The man was wearing a combat uniform, his hair stood up, and a unique Saiyan aura emanated from his body. This is none other than Prince Saiyan Vegeta. Ever since Beerus' incident on Earth, Vegeta followed Whis to the world of gods of destruction to practice. More than a year has passed, and with Vegeta's talent and hard work, he has now greatly increased in strength. Vegeta, who do you think is coming? Vegeta, who was practicing, couldn't help but stop after hearing Whis' voice. He looked around, but suddenly he was stunned for a moment. Suzi! To be honest, Suzi's appearance here really surprised Vegeta. Moreover, the other party came back with Beerus and Whis, which surprised him even more. Long time no see, Vegeta. Suzi smiled, he was not surprised to see Vegeta here. He also felt that Vegeta's strength had indeed improved a lot compared to before. Although this improvement is nothing to Suzi. But Vegeta's strength has also improved a lot this year. Suzi, I heard that Kakarot is practicing with you. I don't know how much his strength has improved in more than a year. Vegeta asked Suzi. This is the question he is most concerned about now. Moreover, this 977 remark clearly contains elements of provocation. Suzi knows Vegeta's character very well and knows that this guy likes to do things when he has strength. As Black Goku from the Zamasu period said, the title of appetizer is quite suitable for Vegeta. His improvement is okay, but not a lot. Suzi smiled. He didn't want to dwell too much on this topic, but just dealt with Vegeta casually. Suzi, I see that your strength has improved a lot. I remember the first time I fought with you, I was completely crushed by you and had no power to fight back. I just don't know if we fight again now, will the situation change? Vegeta looked at Suzi seriously. After all, of the three people here, he can't beat Whis, and he can't beat Beerus. It seemed that only Suzi had the smallest gap between him and him. As for Son Goku, to be honest, these days in the Gods of Destruction world, Vegeta already feels that he is far behind Son Goku. In other words, Son Goku at this time is no longer qualified to be taken seriously by Vegeta. Of course, how much has Son Goku's strength improved? To what extent it has reached, Vegeta doesn't know. Why? Seeing the strong fighting spirit in Vegeta's eyes, Suzi shook his head, dumbfounded. Really are? Suzi didn't want to fight Vegeta. Because the injuries in his body have not fully recovered, he tried his best not to take action without taking action. And that's it. He still has a battle with Beerus next, and that is the most important thing. What's more, even with Vegeta's current strength, how many moves can he take against him? What? Could it be that you don't dare to fight me? Seeing Suzi shaking his head, Vegeta was stunned for a moment and spoke with some dissatisfaction. In his opinion, Suzi is not a timid and weak person, and should not refuse the request to fight with him. Vegeta, although your strength has improved a lot, I don't want to fight you. Because it doesn't make sense. Suzi spoke softly. Cut. Vegeta snorted coldly. But since you want to fight me so much, if I refuse, you will say that I am afraid of you. In this case, I will ask others to fight you. Suzi spoke slowly. Call someone else? Kakarot. Vegeta looked at Suzi and asked. Yes. Suzi nodded, then glanced at Beerus and Whis. I will be right back. As Suzi finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. Earth. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes. And just when he opened his eyes, Suzi's figure appeared directly in front of him. You're back. Looking at Suzi who suddenly came back, Son Goku spoke calmly. Good. Suzi's eyes narrowed and fell on Son Goku, and he could see at a glance the improvement in Son Goku's strength. During the period of his absence, Son Goku did not waste his time, but practiced crazily here. It has only been a short time, but you have actually mastered the energy of God. It seems that you have worked very hard during this period of time. I promised you that I would practice trance energy when we meet again. Son Goku rubbed the back of his head and opened his mouth. In fact, Son Goku had already cultivated the energy of God a day ago. After a day of familiarity, he can now fuse the energy of God and the energy of Saiyan. But your strength seems to have improved a lot. Son Goku glanced at Suzi, even with his current strength. After seeing Suzi, I also felt a lot of pressure from him. It's natural. Suzi nodded. You have improved a lot during this period. Now I will take you to a place. Suzi looked at Son Goku. Where? Son Goku asked. Gods of Destruction, go fight Vegeta and let him see that your choice is not wrong. Suzi looked at Son Goku and said. Gods of Destruction, for Vegeta. Son Goku nodded, also thinking of this. To be honest, I haven't seen him for a while, and I don't know how his strength in the gods of destruction world has improved. Son Goku's eyes showed anticipation. After all, my improvement can be clearly felt, but with Vegeta's guidance, the improvement must be very big. As for who is stronger if he and Vegeta really fight now, it's really hard to say. Let's go. Suzi put his hand on Son Goku's shoulder, and then a divine energy appeared, and Son Goku disappeared directly. Gods of Destruction, 3 minutes after Suzi left. Still at the same place as before, Suzi's figure suddenly appeared. There was another person who appeared with him, it was Son Goku. Son Goku. After seeing Son Goku, Beerus slowly spoke. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, long time no see. Son Goku looked at Beerus and Whis and smiled. It's been a long time indeed, and your strength has improved a lot. There is a saying on earth that goes something like this, after 3 days of separation, you should look at each other with new eyes, and I am talking about you. Whis didn't speak, just looked at Son Goku with a smile on his face. Kakarot, I haven't seen you for more than a year. I don't know how much your strength has improved. Today, let me test your strength. Let me take a closer look to see which one has improved more, you or mine. Vegeta's eyes showed fighting spirit, his aura exploded, and he looked at Son Goku with bright eyes. Kakarot, come on. Vegeta immediately assumed a fighting stance. Son Goku, show him your power, you're welcome. Suzi has great confidence in Son Goku. I know. Son Goku's eyes also showed excitement. He had long wanted to give Vegeta a try. Vegeta, here I come. Son Goku's eyes flashed, and the momentum in his body suddenly burst out at this moment. It turned into a storm and filled the whole body, and also prepared for battle. Come on! Kakarot! Vegeta roared, and his whole body erupted. Whoosh! He's extremely fast. Vegeta! Son Goku responded with the same action and walked towards Vegeta. Both of them were very fast, and they even made fists with their right hands as they rushed out. Boom! After the two people approached, they raised their right hands and punched each other fiercely with great power. Suddenly, the two fist magnet boys came together. Boom! With a roar, a terrifying storm swept across. After the punch, Vegeta and Son Goku retreated at the same time. It's just that Vegeta took 10 steps back, while Son Goku only took 1 step back. Boom! Under this touch, a loud noise immediately erupted. Only after the loud noise, the power of Vegeta and Son Goku's attack became clear at a glance. How can it be? Vegeta looked at Son Goku with shock and disbelief on his face. How come your strength has increased so much? Actually, it has reached such a point. Vegeta thinks he has improved a lot. In fact, this is indeed the case, but the battle with Son Goku has just begun at this moment. It was just a normal collision, and the gap between himself and Son Goku was clearly revealed. This was unacceptable to Vegeta. Vegeta, although your normal strength has improved, the improvement is not particularly obvious. Son Goku smiled, he could see the difference between Vegeta and himself from the beginning. After these words fell, Son Goku's whole person flashed out again. Whoosh! Son Goku was extremely fast, and he came directly in front of Vegeta as he rushed out. Boom! Another punch came, landing directly on Vegeta. Although the moment the punch landed, Vegeta had already reacted and put his hands in front of him to resist. But the power in Son Goku's punch is extremely powerful. Under this power, Vegeta took a few steps back again, his face a little gloomy. 0. How is that possible? What has he experienced in this year? Why has the power of normality increased so much? I was shocked by Son Goku's normal power. Because although there was a gap between me and Son Goku before, the gap was not as big as it is now. Audiobook. Son Goku did not pause, but bombarded him even more crazily. And every time, There was no mercy, but all his strength was unleashed. Under such continuous attacks, Vegeta was completely at a disadvantage, unable to put up any decent resistance. It's okay, but Vegeta's strength is more than that, why doesn't he transform? Beerus took a look and felt a little bored. To him, a fight of this level was not as good as a child's fight. Vegeta! Son Goku roared again. After the roar fell this time, a ball of light also appeared in Son Goku's hands. All the energy in the body is gathering crazily. Turtle, Pi, Qigong. Wave. The moment the last word fell, Son Goku's hands thrust forward. What? A white Kamehameha wave instantly rushed out of Son Goku's hands, and instantly came to Vegeta at an incredible speed. Son Goku's normal Kamehameha wave fell directly and bombarded Vegeta. After the continuous attacks, Son Goku stopped. Looking at the billowing black smoke that appeared after being bombarded by the Kamehameha wave, he looked very calm. Ah! The thick smoke slowly dissipated, but at this moment, a powerful force suddenly came out of the thick smoke. Have you finally shown your true power? Son Goku looked at the smoke, and after the smoke dissipated, he saw Vegeta's body glowing with golden light. Vegeta, both of us have improved a lot this year. In this case, we should not hold back and use all our strength to fight. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and made a suggestion. Kakarot, are you teaching me? Don't think that your normal strength means you are stronger than me. In this year, you are not the only one who has improved. I have worked hard in the world of gods of destruction this year in order to defeat you and leave you far behind. Now, without you having to say any more, I will let you see the results of my cultivation in this year. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and roared. In fact, Vegeta knows it very well. Although he doesn't know what Son Goku has gone through. But the opponent's current normal combat effectiveness has far surpassed his own. The transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 make no sense. All he has to do is come up with his latest transformation. Because only in this way can he defeat Son Goku. This is Vegeta's true method. After all, only Vegeta himself knows how much his strength will increase after that transformation. Kakarot, use your strongest power to decide the outcome. 3.6, this is our fateful battle. Vegeta looked at Son Goku, and as he finished speaking, he clenched his hands into fists. At this moment when he clenched his fist, the crazy strength of the earth-like bones burst out from Vegeta's body. OBJ! The roar echoed and kept coming. A storm also emitted from Vegeta's body at this moment, spreading crazily around him. Some of the surrounding rubble collapsed directly under the storm, and there was no point in existing at all. As for the ground, cracks appeared one after another due to the continuous increase in Vegeta's momentum. Under the sound of "ka-ka," a series of hums appeared. Son Goku's expression changed slightly, he subconsciously took a few steps back, and looked at Vegeta with a look of shock. I didn't expect Vegeta's strength to have improved so much. How is this possible? Son Goku said with an incredulous look on his face. Vegeta's improvement far exceeded his imagination, which made Son Goku very shocked. But then, Son Goku's face also showed strong excitement. But this is the best, otherwise I wouldn't be interested. Now, it should be enough. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, looking at Vegeta with fighting intent in his eyes. Boom! Vegeta's power reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2 in a blink of an eye. But it didn't stop, but went crazy towards a higher level. Ah! The roar continues to echo. Vegeta's body was trembling faintly, and a force that was almost unbearable burst out, and his whole body felt like it was about to explode. Kakarot, this is the latest form I have cultivated during my year in the Gods of Destruction world. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and spoke. Boom! Chapter 60. A blue light emerged at this moment, directly filling the whole body. Vegeta's whole person was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Even Vegeta's aura dissipated, and Son Goku was almost unable to notice it. This is the transformation beyond Super Saiyan God. I call this transformation Super Saiyan, Blue. After transforming into blue, Vegeta's eyes fell directly on Son Goku. His expression was calm and full of aloofness. Super Saiyan Blue color. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a shocked expression. This. Son Goku was completely stunned. He didn't expect Vegeta to be able to achieve such a degree of transformation. This is a transformation that even Suzi has never accomplished. Especially the powerful aura emanating from Vegeta is simply too powerful to resist. Kakarot, this is my strongest transformation, and it was something I achieved after practicing hard for this year. Now it's your turn. Use all your strength. This time I will defeat you openly. Vegeta's expression was full of confidence. Super Saiyan Blue? Looks great. Suzi glanced at Vegeta and spoke slowly. So much nonsense. Beerus also frowned. Facing Super Saiyan Blue, what should Sunwoo do? Or can he reach a higher level? Whis looked at Son Goku, he was quite curious about this. Although Whis also discovered that there is a huge hidden power in Son Goku, but despite this, if you want to face the Super Saiyan Blue color, I'm afraid it's still a little difficult. Now that you've taken out the Super Saiyan Blue color, I've never seen this before and can't transform it into one. Then in the same way, I will use my strongest strength to fight you. Faced with the pressure emanating from Vegeta, Son Goku did not flinch, but his fighting spirit became more intense. The strongest power? I'm really looking forward to it. Let me see your improvement this year. Vegeta couldn't wait. He believes that no matter how Son Goku improves, they will never surpass themselves, and they will definitely be left behind by themselves. Hurry up, don't waste time. At this moment, Beerus's voice came out. 10 As for watching Son Goku fight Vegeta, Beerus would rather fight Suzi. Beerus knows that in the previous battle between Suzi and Kampa, there may be other trump cards that have not been used. Even if Suzi is allowed to use his full strength, Kampa may soon fall into a disadvantage. Okay, Beerus Day population. Son Goku glanced at Beerus, smiled and then spoke slowly. Boom! A powerful momentum exploded, and golden light emerged instantly. Son Goku didn't pause at all and transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in just an instant. And after he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Japan's terrifying power also burst out from his body. It's very strong, but I know that this kind of power is far from your limit. You have more powerful power, right? Otherwise, if you only have this little power, you will disappoint me and be unworthy of being my opponent. Vegeta is very confident. Of course, if I only had this power, I wouldn't come. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and reaching the peak, Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and spoke. Let you see my new transformation. Son Goku raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Transformation? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he? Vegeta glanced at Son Goku, and suddenly saw Son Goku's tail, and his expression changed slightly. No. It can't be. An unpleasant feeling came to Vegeta's mind. Son Goku's momentum grew crazily and surged in an unimaginable way. Just for a moment. Son Goku's power has increased several times. And his appearance also changed at this moment. First the hair, then the hair, and finally the eyes. This transformation is Super Saiyan 4. You actually learned the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. This. Seeing Son Goku's appearance after transformation, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat and he looked shocked. Super Saiyan 4, that's just part of it. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta and spoke slowly. After the words fell, Son Goku slowly closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, a strange power burst out from his body. This breath is not strong, but it contains an extremely high level. God, the energy of God. Vegeta was completely shocked at this moment. After the appearance of God's energy, Son Goku's power star also increased sharply again. Vegeta, come on now, this is my full strength. After exploding with all his strength, Son Goku watched Vegeta speak slowly, a sharp look flashing in his eyes. It's a bit interesting. Beerus took a look, and now he was somewhat interested. Now the power of Son Goku and Vegeta has fully exploded. One is transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and the other is transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. These two are completely different paths. Although the gap still exists, compared to the one-sided situation under normal circumstances, the two of them can now fight. It's just that anyone with a discerning eye can see it. In fact, even without fighting, you know that Son Goku will win this battle. After all, Son Goku's normal strength is still much higher than Vegeta, so it is natural that Son Goku is stronger. Even Vegeta himself knew that he would not be Son Goku's opponent after facing Son Goku's full power explosion. But things have reached this point, and it is obviously impossible for me to back down. And Vegeta's own pride doesn't allow him to do this. Therefore, there is only one way waiting for him at this moment, which is to fight with all his strength even though he knows he is defeated. Whoosh! Son Goku rushed out, with the unparalleled power of Super Saiyan 4, and rushed directly towards Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta looked gloomy, but he had reached this point. He had no way out. When Son Goku rushed towards him, he also rushed towards Son Goku. The two men approached each other instantly and punched each other hard. Boom! In an instant, the roar echoed. After the punch, Son Goku's expression showed strong excitement. Vegeta, on the other hand, took a step back. Such a powerful force, how could he improve so much? Under this punch, Vegeta was shocked. I originally thought that after this year's hard work, I could leave Kakarot far behind. But now it seems that it is not that I have left Kakarot behind, but that I am getting further and further away from Kakarot. I cannot be reconciled. Vegeta roared and rushed towards Son Goku with all his strength. Vegeta, it's useless. Facing Vegeta's crazy attack, Son Goku frowned. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Under fierce roars, Son Goku and Vegeta fought dozens of times in a short period of time. Vegeta rushed out instantly and punched Son Goku. Boom! Vegeta's punch landed directly on Son Goku. But just after the punch landed, before Vegeta could feel proud, Son Goku raised his right foot and kicked Vegeta hard on the head. Vegeta's body was hit by a strong impact and flew backwards into the distance. Son Goku, on the other hand, was holding his stomach and showing a look of pain. Vegeta lost. Beerus took a look and found that compared to Vegeta's dignified treatment, Son Goku was obviously much more relaxed. And the most important thing is that Vegeta is not familiar with Super Saiyan Blue color. He is not familiar with the power to control this form, so the power consumption is relatively large. This is not the case with Son Goku. Compared to Vegeta's transformation of Super Saiyan Blue, which is maintained with all his strength, Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4 is obviously much easier. Others may not be able to see this, but Beerus, as the gods of destruction, can still see it at a glance. Kakarot, this is my last blow, let's see how you face it. Vegeta put his hands together, and the power in his body was gathering crazily at this moment. Sky Cannon! Vegeta roared, and immediately a huge cannon rushed out, blasting towards Son Goku. Groob! Ev! Achievement! When the cannon came, Son Goku looked normal. The hands were put together and stopped on one side of the body. And as the words fell word by word, a ball of light appeared in his hands. A powerful force emitted from the light ball, and it took shape in an instant. The bombardment of cannons in the sky is approaching. This is the sky cannon used by Vegeta with his Super Saiyan Blue color power. Its power has reached an unimaginable level. It can even be said to be Vegeta's strongest attack in his current state. Vegeta's meaning is also very clear, he wants to prepare to decide the outcome with this blow. Wave. When the sky cannon was only 1 foot away from him, the last word came out of Son Goku's mouth. After the last word fell, Son Goku pushed forward with both hands. With a push, a huge Kamehameha wave rushed out of Son Goku's hand. Boom! As soon as the Kamehameha wave appeared, it immediately went straight to the sky cannon with unimaginable power. Both forces are very powerful. Any one of them can easily destroy hundreds of planets. But at this moment, as the two forces approached, the power above them exploded in an instant. But at this moment, as the two forces approached, all the power above them exploded in an instant. The Kamehameha wave directly collided with the sky cannon, and the roar echoed between these two forces. When they collided together, whether it was the Kamehameha wave or the sky cannon, the most powerful force was unleashed. Ah! A growl came from Vegeta's mouth. Break it for me! Son Goku roared, and the power of the Kamehameha wave exploded. The two strongest forces collided together, and the destructive power contained in them exploded. The 100-foot range around Son Goku and Vegeta's bodies roared and collapsed at this moment, and a huge crater appeared. Under this touch, it only lasted about 3 breaths. Vegeta's sky cannon collapsed directly under Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. As the sky cannon collapsed, the Kamehameha wave also fell directly on Vegeta. However, after the sky cannon collapsed, the Kamehameha wave also relatively consumed part of its energy. Under this attack, the Kamehameha wave suddenly collapsed and completely dissipated when it was 3 inches in front of Vegeta. Although the Kamehameha wave was shattered, Vegeta looked pale. Super Saiyan blue color, he currently cannot maintain it for too long. Originally he wanted to end the battle in a short time, but he didn't expect Son Goku to be so powerful. At this moment, after collapsing the Kamehameha wave, Vegeta's breathing became obviously rapid. Beads of sweat were pouring down from his eyes. Vegeta's situation at the moment was not optimistic. Vegeta, you lose. Son Goku did not continue to attack, but looked at Vegeta. He knew that Vegeta had no way to maintain the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, so he spoke like this. Ah, yes. Vegeta smiled bitterly. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he couldn't deny it. Vegeta's aura weakened rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he exited the Super Saiyan Blue transformation state and returned to normal. Kakarot, you are indeed very strong, I have to admit this. But I just can't control the Super Saiyan Blue color now. As long as you give me enough time, I will definitely catch up with you. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and spoke. Although he lost, Vegeta would not accept it. I know you won't give up easily, but I won't let you catch up so easily either. Son Goku didn't mind, just smiled and spoke. Suzi, I did not disappoint you. Son Goku looked at Suzi and spoke with a smile on his lips. You have good control over the power of Super Saiyan 4. But don't get too complacent too soon, you can only be considered as having just entered Super Saiyan 4 now. If Saiyon's transformation is divided into 4 stages, then you are only in the first stage of Super Saiyan 4. There is still a big gap between this level of strength and the 4th stage of Super Saiyan 4, which is Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Suzi spoke slowly. Even so, Suzi's admiration for Son Goku can still be seen. Obviously Son Goku's performance this time made Suzi very satisfied. After all, Son Goku defeated Super Saiyan Blue with Super Saiyan 4. The battle was so exciting, it made my hands itch. Beerus clapped his hands and spoke slowly. Lord Beerus. Son Goku turned to look at Beerus, with fighting intent in his eyes. What? You are no match for me. And I don't have much interest in you, my goal is him. Beerus glanced at Suzi and ignored the fighting spirit in Son Goku's eyes. Sir Beerus, I think with my strength, I should be able to fight you. Although it's not as good as you, it's definitely better than the last time. Son Goku looked at Beerus, the fighting spirit in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. It seems that if I don't fight you, you won't give up. Beerus looked at Son Goku. Certainly. Son Goku's answer was also very straightforward and decisive. If that's the case, then come on. Let me see how much your strength has improved in this year. Beerus looked at Son Goku and spoke slowly. It will satisfy you. Son Goku answered very confidently. A powerful storm burst out from Son Goku's body. At the same time, his momentum reached its peak in an instant. This makes Son Goku magnificent at this moment, possessing unimaginable power. And this is just the beginning. Within a few moments, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 again. Chapter 61. And after fusion with the energy of God, his power reached an unimaginable level. Lord Beerus, here I come. As Son Goku finished speaking, he rushed forward and headed straight for Beerus. Whoosh! Son Goku is very fast, that is, approaching Beerus. However, as he approached, Beerus did not show the slightest concern. He raised his right hand and waved, and suddenly a purple storm roared out. Boom! As soon as the purple storm emerged, it immediately headed straight for Son Goku. The terrifying power contained in it exploded directly and fell towards Son Goku. Son Goku's eyes narrowed and his body paused. At this moment, Beerus appeared directly in front of Son Goku. He raised his right hand and turned it into a palm knife, then lowered it towards Son Goku's shoulder. Too weak. At the moment when the palm knife was about to touch Son Goku's body disappeared instantly. At this moment, he appeared next to Beerus. Son Goku roared and swept his right leg forward, landing directly on Beerus. Being dropped by this powerful force, even Beerus' body couldn't help but tremble. I underestimated you. Beerus looked at Son Goku, his eyes gradually becoming more solemn. It takes all your strength for a lion to fight a rabbit, not to mention I'm not a rabbit. Son Goku looked at Beerus and spoke seriously. Seeing Beerus and Son Goku fighting together again, Suzi couldn't help but retreat a little. My injury has almost recovered. Although the battle between the two of them will not last long, there is still no problem for me to fully recover from my injuries during this period of time. Suzi murmured. No more watching the battle between Son Goku and Beerus. Because you don't need your daughter-in-law, so long, to know the result. What he has to do now is to calm down while Son Goku and Beerus fight. Sitting cross-legged, the roaring in his ears slowly disappeared from his ears. He can actually continue practicing in this state. He is really a strange guy. Vegeta glanced at Suzi and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ignoring Suzi, Vegeta immediately looked back at the battle between Son Goku and Beerus. For him, it is very helpful to be able to watch such a level of battle at close range. It's not simple. He practices quietly without being disturbed by the outside world. It seems that his character is unusual. Whis also glanced at Suzi and murmured in his heart. There are still very few people like Suzi who can practice meditation at this time. Especially at a time like this, it takes a lot of perseverance to not be attracted to the battle between Son Goku and Gods of Destruction. Son Goku and Beerus collided together again, and the violent storm roared and spread in all directions. Haha, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much. It really surprised me. Beerus laughed and spoke. I didn't expect that my strength could improve so much. Son Goku looked at Beerus and spoke. But so what if you have improved so much, you are still the same in front of me. You were no match for me last time, and the result this time will be the same. Beerus shook his head, he also saw Son Goku's growth. But this kind of growth is just like this, and it's not a big deal. In addition, at this moment, Beerus wants to fight Suzi quickly, so he really can't arouse much interest in the battle of Son Goku. Even this kind of battle made Beerus feel a little bored, like an adult playing house with a child. It's just that Son Goku's power has improved a lot compared to before. Under such circumstances, if Beerus wanted to quickly deal with Son Goku, it would not be that easy. But for Beerus to use all his strength, Son Goku is not qualified to do so. In addition, Suzi has not fully recovered from his injuries in the previous battle with Kampa, so Beerus is not very anxious to defeat Son Goku. At least before Suzi, I still have Son Goku to warm myself up, which is also a good choice. Whoosh! Beerus rushed out and approached Son Goku in an instant. Boom! Son Goku didn't hesitate at all and immediately struck back crazily. The battle reached its peak again, and figures flickered in mid-air. Although this speed is not exaggerated, Son Goku has tried his best. And with his best efforts, the strength he unleashed made Beerus a little concerned. On the other side, Suzi looked calm as usual. He is digesting the blessings of the ancient Saiyan. At the same time, after he digested the remaining blessings in his body, he only appeared once since he came to the Dragon Ball world. That was the system that had disappeared when he first arrived, and showed signs of appearing again. The ancient Saiyan's blessing is very powerful. Slowly, Suzi seemed to have entered a strange state. In the blur, he saw a picture. Here, there are too many Saiyans. Each of these Saiyans is very powerful, even those children have great power. It's just that Suzi couldn't see clearly and could only see it vaguely. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Son Goku immediately retreated under Beerus' attack. While spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Yes, you were not seriously injured by my blow, and you still have the strength to stand up. Seeing that Son Goku did not fall down as he expected, Beerus smiled and spoke. But I want to know, even if you don't fall. But how can you continue to fight me while dragging this injured body? You must know that even when you were at your peak, you were no match for me. Now, what can you do to fight me? Beerus looked at Son Goku and spoke slowly, knowing that this battle was over. Drink ah! Son Goku raised his head, his eyes red. I was trying a move originally, but it didn't work yet. If you use it now, there is less than a 20% chance of success. Originally I wanted to wait until I succeeded before dealing with you, but now it seems that I was too naive. Son Goku spoke and glanced at Beerus. What? Beerus was stunned and glanced at Son Goku, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. A trick to deal with me? Beerus murmured. Yes, this is a move I learned from the King of Kai before I transformed into a super demi-human. It's been a long time since I've used it, so I'm going to give it a try now. If I succeed, then my power will increase dramatically. But if I fail, I may explode and die. Even so, I still want to try it. Son Goku looked at Beerus with a solemn look in his eyes. Come on then. Beerus' interest intensified. What will be the King of Kai's special move? Even Whis was stunned for a moment and looked at Son Goku in confusion. Could it be? Could it be? Vegeta glanced at Son Goku and suddenly thought of the move Son Goku used when he first went to Earth. The power in Son Goku exploded instantly, and the power in his body roared continuously, stimulating the cells of his body. King of Kai. 2 words came from Son Goku's mouth. The moment these 2 words fell, Son Goku's power increased crazily. Fist. Son Goku's body was shaking, and big beads of sweat were streaming down his face. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, causing Son Goku's expression to show pain. Thing. A red chi suddenly appeared outside Son Goku's body. What? Beerus stared at Son Goku for a moment, with a look of belonging in his eyes. Success. Son Goku clenched his fist. This move he had been studying since he transformed into Super Saiyan was finally completed on this day. Kaioken. Beerus looked at Son Goku and murmured. That's right, Kaioken works by stimulating the body's cells. The bones thus explode their potential to the maximum extent they can bear. Lord Beerus, you are very powerful. This is my first time using Kaioken under Super Saiyan's transformation. I don't know how long I can last, but I know that if I want to defeat you or fight you, I have to at least. As Son Goku finished speaking, he clenched his hands into fists and let out a roar. Kaioken, 10 times. As the roar fell, Son Goku's momentum increased crazily. Son Goku's power grows like crazy. In just a few breaths, it climbed to an extremely terrifying level. Kaioken, this is definitely a bug in Dragon Ball, especially when combined with Super Saiyan, it is even more terrifying. Especially at this moment, with the blessing of the 4 powers of Super Saiyan, Son Goku also used Kaioken. Interesting, Kaioken. I really didn't expect that Kyogai to do such a move, it was really touching and surprising. Beerus spoke slowly. He was a little surprised by Son Goku's promotion. Although Beerus also knows that this improvement will not last long, or even be very short. But for strong men of their level, even a moment of effort can lead to hundreds of battles. Son Goku's strength increased tenfold under Kaioken, which was beyond Beerus' expectations. Interesting. Whis glanced at Son Goku and smiled. He actually succeeded. Vegeta looked at Son Goku. Originally, Son Goku's power 9 had surpassed Vegeta's. At this moment, with the tenfold increase in his Kaioken, it has reached a level of power that Vegeta could not imagine. Damn it, how far has this guy Kakarot reached? Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, not even noticing that his nails penetrated his skin. Lord Beerus, this is all my power, aren't you satisfied? Son Goku looked at Beerus with fighting intent in his eyes. Satisfied? Of course satisfied. I originally thought that fighting with you was just to kill time, but I didn't expect that you would actually reach this point. It seems that I can't be careless with you, otherwise there may be some difficulties. It depends on the situation. Beerus spoke slowly, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Whoosh! Beerus flashed out and headed straight for Son Goku. Call out! Son Goku's eyes flashed, and his speed increased too much as his body moved. It's just that for Beerus, although this improvement surprised him, it didn't make him care too much. After all, Beerus's strength is there. Although Son Goku's improvement is rapid. But for Beerus, this is still not worth mentioning. Boom! Under extreme speed, the 2 attacks directly touched each other. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the world shook. A powerful storm also broke out and swept across. But no one cares about all this. All eyes were focused on the battle between Son Goku and Beerus. Lord Beerus, you should have a headache now. Whis took one look and said. During their fight, no one noticed that Suzi slowly opened his eyes at this moment. After he opened his eyes, Suzi's injuries also completely recovered. And his strength also improved a lot at this moment. It's time for the system to come into play. After taking a look at the battle between Son Goku and Beerus, Suzi spoke slowly. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came out, and Son Goku's huge 10 times Kamehameha wave collapsed directly under Beerus' energy. And after the collapse, the purple energy went straight to Son Goku and fell on him in an instant. Son Goku, you are indeed very strong. If there is no Suzi, maybe I can have a good time with you. But now, I'm not very interested in you. Although your improvement is indeed great, there is still a long way to go. If you want to surpass me, you should catch up with Suzi first. Boom! With a loud noise, Son Goku's body fell from mid-air. Beerus looked at Son Goku's calm expression and spoke. After Super Saiyan 4 plus 10 times Kaioken, Son Goku could have fought Beerus. It's just that the load of Kaioken is too great, and this is the first time Son Goku uses Kaioken under the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Most importantly, he also improved Kaioken tenfold. You must know that the transformation from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 is just a tenfold improvement, Under such circumstances, Son Goku's body could not bear it for long. Yes, otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Although I lost, the power you used this time, Lord Beerus, was much higher than the last time you fought me. Is it what I think? With my Super Saiyan 4 plus 10 times Kaioken, the threat to you is greater than before. Although Son Goku lost, he looked at Beerus and spoke like this. Yes, I admit that you are much stronger now than before. Among the humans I have fought with, your strength can be ranked second, that is, only second to Suzi. Beerus doesn't like to talk nonsense, but he has to admit it at this moment. I am satisfied to receive such high recognition from you. After Son Goku finished speaking, his whole person fell to the ground. Suzi, your injury has recovered, and the next battle should be between the two of us. This time you choose to return to the 7th universe with me, probably not because you are afraid of Kampa, but because you also have the intention to fight me. Beerus's eyes fell directly on Suzi. Of course, otherwise what would I do if I came back? After all, it's not easy to leave even once. Suzi smiled. Although he was facing the gods of destruction Beerus, he had no fear. Since you also have such an idea, let's get started and use your strength. Beerus's eyes showed excitement. For him, the battle with Son Goku has no meaning, but the battle with Suzi is of great interest. I know that even if you don't tell me, I will use all my strength to deal with you. Suzi smiled and came to Son Goku's side in a flash. You have done very well, and you have been practicing very hard during this period. However, a powerful person like gods of destruction is not something you can defeat with your current strength. Let's look at mine next. This battle is also very meaningful to you. I won't promise you anything, but I can tell you that this battle is very interesting and may be of some help to you. Chapter 62. Suzi looked at Son Goku, stretched out his right hand and patted Son Goku's shoulder lightly. Although it was only one moment, in this moment, another force rushed out of Suzi's hand and directly integrated into Son Goku's body. Suzi, you! A powerful force rushed into Son Goku's body, completely recovering the injuries in his body in just an instant. After doing all this, Suziwan looked at Beerus and smiled. Lord Beerus, here I come. Suzi spoke. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, come on. The Super Saiyan God of my dreams. Beerus's eyes also showed excitement and anticipation. A powerful force suddenly burst out from Suzi's body. This force was very powerful. After it exploded, it caused a storm to roll around, and 9 huge tornadoes appeared in an instant. These 9 tornadoes wrapped around Suzi's body. What a strange person, he actually got promoted again. There aren't many things that I can't understand, but they happen to him again and again. But that's fine too. After all, Suzi's power at the moment is far from reaching the level of Super Saiyan God in my dream. Maybe after this promotion, he can get closer. Otherwise, I still won't be able to fully enjoy this battle. Why? Looking at Suzi now, Beerus still didn't care. In just a moment, Suzi's power has reached its peak. I didn't expect that my strength is so strong now. Suzi's eyes flashed as he felt the power in his body. Even he himself was surprised by the power of this power. OJ. Just after Suzi burst out with normal power, an electronically synthesized voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The sound was so abrupt that even Suzi hesitated for a moment after hearing the sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient Scion's prayer and retaining part of it. The sound of the system came out. Hearing this voice, Suzi was speechless. It had been a while before the system responded. No, this reaction is simply too slow. Suzi couldn't help but murmured. You must know that except for his system, which appeared once when he first arrived, it has always been as if it has disappeared. Suzi thought that his system was just ordinary, but unexpectedly, it suddenly jumped out again at this moment. After disappearing for so long, why did you suddenly appear? With the question of 660, Suzi murmured in her heart. He didn't expect the system to give him any answer, but the existence of this question forced him to speak like this. However, the system did not reply and just distributed rewards on its own. The system detects that the host's strength has reached Scion's limit, and rewards the host with the heart of the ancient Xianja people. Suzi's body shook at this moment. At this moment, he only felt a strange force directly covering his body. I can't tell you exactly what it feels like, but it's very strange. In other words, it is very dreamy. And this feeling only lasts for a moment. Very short. But the feeling for Suzi is extremely real. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusion of the heart of ancient Sion. The electronically synthesized sound sounded, echoing in Suzi's mind. Is fusion successful? Will fusion help me in any way? Suzi was a little confused, she didn't feel anything. It seems that this ancient Sion's heart is a very ordinary thing and does not help me at all. Hey? Super Saiyan God's power is softer. All this sounds slow, but in fact it only takes a moment. The attack was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Won't you transform into your strongest form? Beerus watched Suzi become silent after bursting out with his normal strongest power, and couldn't help but speak in confusion. Yes, Lord Beerus. The battle hasn't started yet, and I don't plan to use my strongest strength at the beginning. Suzi looked at Beerus and smiled. Interesting. Beerus glanced at Suzi. He also knew what Suzi was thinking in his mind at the moment. To let me exercise your strength? If it were anyone else, I would definitely not pay attention. But if it's you, I'll help you once. Beerus whispered inwardly. Let me try it. After fusing the heart of the ancient Sion, what will happen to the power of the fusion Super Saiyan God? Suzi was also thinking in her heart at this time. This is what he really thinks. After all, Suzi's Super Saiyan God power has never overlapped with his own power. In other words, the power of Super Saiyan God is Super Saiyan God, and the power of Super Saiyan is Super Saiyan. Although these two powers belong to Suzi, it is not so easy to use these two powers at the same time. Suzi suffered at this point in the previous battle. However, during the previous battle with Kampa, I received the secret prayer of the ancient Sion. And it greatly increased his power and controlled the power of Super Saiyan God, so he could fight against Kampa without losing. But even that was only short-lived and did not last too long. As the ancient Sion prayer dissipates, Suzi's strength will still fall back. Although he also absorbed some ancient Sion's prayers, the effect was not great. Although I don't know whether what the system says is true or false. But now that I have obtained the heart of ancient Sion, and I have heard the system's explanation. So for Suzi, it is not the right choice to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and fight Beerus at this time. The real correct approach should be to fuse the energy of God, so that you can become a real Super Saiyan God just like when you obtained the ancient Sion prayer. At that time, he transforms into Super Saiyan 4 and becomes the god of Super Saiyan 4. Suzi thought so in his heart, and he also planned to do so. Lord Beerus, although I have not transformed into Super Saiyan 4, I have thought of another way. I don't know how much the strength can be improved, but I believe that you will like this method very much. Suzi spoke slowly, very confidently. As his words fell, the divine energy in Suzi's body also stirred. God's energy. What is he going to do? This. Could it be that he is? After Suzi burst out with divine energy, the expressions of everyone here changed. They all looked at Suzi with doubts and confusion in their expressions. Of course, there is also shock in this. Master Beerus, my method is to use fusion God's energy to completely transform me from a human being from today on. Become a true God, Super Saiyan God. Suzi's voice came out calmly. As his words fell, the energy of God immediately exploded in full force. Although it is impossible to say how powerful this force is, its level exceeds Xia Chang's calendar area. As the energy of God dissipated, Suzi immediately began to absorb it. Does he really want the energy of fusion God? Beerus looked at Suzi with some disbelief. What is he? Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, and they both saw doubts in their eyes. They didn't understand Suzi's actions. Absorbing the energy of God, this is indeed a crazy person. Perhaps his ability to improve so much in a short period of time was not just due to luck. This courage also played a very important role. Cultivation of trance energy, to be honest, it's nothing. As long as you are a race, you can practice trance energy after reaching a certain level. But cultivating the divine energy is just a matter of cultivation, and it does not mean that you can truly use this divine power. At most, it can allow you to have some godly abilities, but there is still a huge difference between it and a real god. Saiyan is a strange existence, be it Suzi, Son Goku, or Vegeta. All three of them have cultivated the energy of God. And some can be used under certain circumstances, but not many are used. Among them, in the 6th universe, Suzi gained the ability to use the energy of God. Although it was only short-lived, it greatly improved his strength. You can even fight Compa. Whis murmured, bad, seeming to be talking to himself. It seemed that he was talking to Vegeta and Son Goku, who were confused. In short, he said everything he needed to say. The energy of fusion God completely transforms from a human into a god. Although I have heard that some people have done this, there are very few people who can do this. At least in our 7th universe, there is no such person, and this is also the case in my memory. Whis spoke slowly. Can he succeed? Beerus looked at Suzi and did not take action, but waited quietly, with doubts in his eyes. But there is more to look forward to. I don't know. Maybe he can really succeed. I don't know for sure. Whis smiled and spoke without giving an accurate answer. I hope so. Beerus shook his head. Time passes slowly. With the fusion of divine energy and body, Suzi's momentum increased crazily at this moment. It's like there are no limits. After the fusion of God's energy and body, Suzi felt stronger than ever before. The feeling of strength integrated into his whole body made him feel very comfortable. Especially under the fusion of God's energy and body, Suzi felt that his whole person was undergoing some kind of sublimation. Is this what fusion God's energy feels like? It's very strong. Feeling the changes in her body, Suzi's eyes sparkled. Time passed silently. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. After a full hour of fusion, Suzi finally completely fused the energy of God with his body. During this process, I did not encounter any discomfort and everything went smoothly. Success. Suzi opened his eyes and glanced at Beerus before speaking. This. Beerus was completely stunned and looked at Suzi blankly. I didn't encounter any danger, and it was completed easily. How could such a thing be possible? Beerus was shocked, looking at Suzi as if he were looking at a monster. It's okay to say that you don't know how difficult it is. But Beerus knows it very well. It is precisely because of this knowledge that after Suzi successfully fused the energy of God. It was only after he transformed from a human into a god that he was so shocked. Because this is simply impossible. After fusion successfully obtained the energy of God and completed the transformation from human to God, Suzi's body burst out with unimaginable power. His aura surged wildly, improving a lot in an instant. There is no way to calculate it in detail, and there is no need to calculate it. In short, Suzi's power has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Before this, Suzi still had no confidence in fighting Beerus. Suzi is very clear about her own weight. But with the successful fusion of God's Chi at this moment and the sudden increase in strength, Suzi also has some confidence in fighting Beerus. Now that I have used all my strength, I should be able to fight Beerus, right? Even if he is not his opponent in the end, he should still be able to cause some injuries. Suzi looked at Beerus and spoke. The improvement in strength also gave him a lot of confidence. Your strength has improved a lot, which I didn't expect. Of course, what I didn't expect was that you could complete the transformation from human to god so easily. I can't figure this out at all. But since it is successful, it must have its own method, and I will not interfere. But since you have succeeded now, shouldn't the battle between us begin? I have been waiting for this battle for some time. If your strength cannot satisfy me, what will be the consequences? I don't think I need to say more, you should be very clear. Beerus looked at Suzi and spoke. Don't worry, I still have confidence in myself now, at least it's enough to deal with you. Suzi was also unceremonious when speaking. Now he does have the confidence to say such things. Lord Beerus, this is a battle between gods and gods. Although I have not been ordained, I am also a god now, a Saiyan God. And next, it's Super Saiyan God. Suzi made fists with both hands. The moment he clenched his fist, a powerful force burst out from his body. A terrifying storm set off, and Suzi's power also increased wildly. The golden light filled the air, causing Suzi's power to increase a lot at this moment. This is Super Saiyan God. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Suzi's power also skyrocketed from 800 Gai after the fusion of God's Chi, directly reaching 40,000 Gai. If only that were the case. But what's even more exaggerated is that after the surge to such an extent, Suzi's power is no longer promoted. It didn't finally stop until it reached 80,000 miles. Beerus-sama, Super Saiyan is at full power, it shouldn't be too much, right? Suzi looked at Beerus and opened his mouth. It's not too much. If you feel it's not enough, you can continue to transform. It's best to transform into your strongest state, which is your Super Saiyan 4. Because that's what I want most. Beerus looked at Suzi, his voice was very calm. No, take your time, I'm not addicted. Suzi smiled and rejected him. For him now, combat prowess doesn't matter anymore. If the power of God is divided into 10 levels, if gods of destruction is at 8, then Suzi's current power should be around 6. As for Beerus, his power is also very powerful among gods of destruction and should be classified as 9. Of course, this is just a metaphor. It seems that you are very confident in your current strength. Beerus smiled. He didn't dislike Suzi's confidence, and even appreciated it. Confidence? Rather than saying that, it's better to say that you have a good grasp of it. Suzi smiled. After that, he didn't want to waste time with Beerus anymore. Lord Beerus, here I come. Suzi's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, staring at Beerus with a solemn expression.